All right, guys, thank you so much for coming. If you don't know me, I'm Josh Bois. I'm the CEO of Global Capital Network. So I appreciate all of you guys coming today. We are here to bring not only MedTech, but general deals of all types and investments to investors of all types. So from angels to private equity to family offices, we try to have deals of all different sizes, from things you guys can put $50,000 to $500,000 into, all the way up to $10 to $50 million plus deals. We have people flying in all the way from Dubai, London, Italy, and Canada today, so this is an international audience. Again, we are Global Capital Network, although the majority of you are probably from Southern California, Orange County, San Diego, and LA. See a lot of familiar faces, so I appreciate some of our returning guests, and also I see a lot of new faces. So pleasure to meet you guys. If I haven't met you already, feel free to introduce yourself throughout the day. I am running around like crazy trying to put this on. Another thing I want to bring up is most of these presentations will be available later on our DealFlow platform. So I've spent 5 years doing R&D on a new platform called globaldealflow.com, where we'll basically feature all of these companies from past events, from current events. Companies around the world will basically list their company, and investors can look for investment deal flow by country, private or public, amount raising, whether they're looking for an acquisition, all sorts of facets, and it keeps growing right now. So feel free to list your company on the site. You can also look for all the companies I'll be presenting tonight, so you don't need to ask for a deck to be sent over email. Everything's standardized. It's basically like the LinkedIn of investments. So we're about to hop off here and get into the investor judge introductions. First, I would like to bring up to the stage our Master of Ceremonies for the evening, Susan Treadgold, the CEO of Treadgold Executive Development. She will be doing an amazing job with us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yep. So I'm going to let her explain a little about her background, and she's going to be our amazing host for the evening, helping carry on the ceremony. So without further ado, thank you guys all for coming, and we'll be hearing more from all of our presenters for the evening.
Thank you, Josh. There are over 50 million people in the United States living with chronic pain. I mean, that is more people than in this entire state of California. There are over 37 million people with diabetes. That is more than in the great state of Texas. And there are about 20 million people with heart disease. That is about the size of the state of New York. So there are a whole lot of sick people out there. But the good news is, today you're going to hear from a lot of fantastic people that are committed to changing the current paradigm from sick care to health care. I'm Susan Treadgold, your MC for today, and I am a high-performance coach, best-selling author, and I'm also the host of the new talk show, The High Performing Woman. But 7 years ago, I was a burnt-out investment banker living in London, and it took the gift of cancer to get my attention. And lucky for me, I met lots of great people, like the people you're going to hear from later today, that shared their products and protocols with me, and I was able to heal naturally without chemo, radiation, or surgery. So I'm happy to report I'm more than 5 years cancer-free. So, thank you. So that's kind of why I am here. I am committed to helping as many people as possible, like the ones you're going to hear from today, get their messages out there so we can have true health care in the United States and beyond. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our first speaker this morning. This is Dr. Nathan Bryan. He's the CEO of Bryan Therapeutics, and he is all things nitric oxide. Put your hands together for Dr. Nathan Bryan. You want to use the microphone, or do you want to? Yeah? Okay.
Okay, well, thanks, Susan. Thanks, Brad, Josh, and Global Capital Network. It's really a pleasure and honor to be with you. So I'm going to tell you a 20-year story in 20 minutes. and really our development and research around nitric oxide innovations and how we're developing this into really a revolutionary therapy for a lot of unmet medical needs. And so if you'll put my slides up, we'll get started. Okay, well, again, thanks so much. I just want to start out by presenting this whole concept. Imagine if there was a single molecule that would change the face of healthcare. And if that molecule existed and we could commercialize it, would you want to be a part of it? So that's what I'm going to present over the next 20 minutes, is how we've been able to capture a bioactive gas with a half-life of less than 1 second into a safe and effective oral dose form of a bioactive gas. The slides are advancing on the screen or on the monitor here, but not up here. So I'm the founder and CEO of Bryan Therapeutics, a Texas-based C Corp. I've been in academic medicine for the past 25 years, and really my research program has been designed around trying to develop nitric oxide-based therapies. I've published over 100 peer-reviewed scientific papers. Have several dozen issued patents. In fact, the royalties for my patents are responsible for about 30% of the annual revenue to the University of Texas Health Science Center in Houston. So out of 81 portfolio companies, we're responsible for about 30% of their annual revenue. And in fact, the product revenue from the companies that license my product is to date over $1 billion. So the technology I'm presenting today has really been de-risked, it's been proven safe and effective. And so now we have a new opportunity to advance that into clinical care. And the nitric oxide has been really remarkable in terms of its importance in clinical medicine. A Nobel Prize was awarded for its discovery in 1998 by Bob Furchgott, Lou Ignarro, and Fred Murad. In fact, the front page of the New York Times the day that Nobel Prize was awarded last week, 25 years ago, was that it's one of the most important discoveries in the history of cardiovascular medicine. So these three gentlemen shared in the Nobel Prize for the discovery that is actually produced in the human body. And I've been the first and only person to develop an oral dose form of a bioactive gas that can recapitulate nitric oxide production in the human body. So what I've learned in academia is that chronic disease is caused by two things and two things only. The body is missing something that it needs, or it's exposed to something that it doesn't need. And then the underlying consequence of that is that you get ischemia or hypoxia, which means there's reduced blood flow to the affected organ, whether it's the heart, the brain, or the sex organs, which leads to an increase in inflammation, oxidative stress, and immune dysfunction. And those are the hallmarks of every single chronic disease. Again, it doesn't matter if it's diabetes, autoimmune disease, cardiovascular disease, or Alzheimer's. If you can address these four fundamental issues around chronic disease, then you can correct all that. And nitric oxide is this molecule that improves blood flow, reduces inflammation, inhibits the immune dysfunction, and inhibits oxidative stress in that particular organ. It's a remarkable molecule because it's very simple. It's one nitrogen, one oxygen, and it's a gas. So when it's produced in the body, it's gone in less than a second. So it's produced, it activates a number of signaling cascades, and it signals. So it's how cells in the body communicate with one another. Its primary signaling is in vasodilation. So when it's produced in the lining of the blood vessel, it opens up the blood vessels, and now you can actually perfuse downstream tissue. But it also, as I'll show you, it modulates the vascular inflammation, which is the earliest stage in cardiovascular disease. The clinical studies reveal that the older we get, the less natural production of this molecule occurs in the body. And it's this age-related decline in nitric oxide production that's responsible for age-related disease. So our whole thought process was, if we can understand why the body loses its ability to make nitric oxide and prevent this age-related decline, can we prevent age-related disease? And the short answer is yes. So the data tell us we lose about 10 to 12% of our vascular function per decade. So by the time we're 40 years old, we have about 50% of the nitric oxide we had when we were younger. And this is the age people feel the effects of aging. In fact, today, 50% of the men over the age of 40 self-report erectile dysfunction, which is a symptom of insufficient nitric oxide production. But it's more than that. If you can't make nitric oxide, how do you present clinically? This is just a short list of the clinical symptoms. So when you develop safe and effective nitric oxide-based therapies, you really get to the root cause of a lot of these clinical conditions, to which there's really no effective therapy. Even hypertension, which is a relatively simple disease, 50% of the people that are given antihypertensive medications don't respond with better blood pressure, because no one has failed to address the underlying physiological basis for hypertension, which is nitric oxide deficiency. We've realized that there are certain things that disrupt nitric oxide production. We discovered the first pathway to be discovered was an enzyme in the blood vessels. We published 20 years ago that the oral microbiome is a prominent source of nitric oxide. If you use mouthwash every day or use fluorinated toothpaste, it disrupts the microbiome, shuts down nitric oxide production. I was on the doctor's show a couple of years ago where we revealed that you lose the protective benefits of exercise if you use mouthwash. Antacids. Major pharmacotherapy disrupts nitric oxide production. And then it's just really some simple diet and lifestyle modifications. The problem is the American population is non-compliant. Nobody wants to change their diet. Nobody wants to change their lifestyle. Everybody wants to take a pill. So when people fail to comply, we have safe and effective technology that does it for you. We recently acquired one of my other companies. So we have a consumer product division. So now we have revenue in our drug company. So we make an orally disintegrating tablet that generates nitric oxide gas. Beets have been a hero vegetable now for the past 10 or 12 years. We make a fermented beet powder for pre-workout energy. And then we've created a topical nitric oxide, and I'll show you how we're developing that into a topical drug for diabetic ulcers and non-healing wounds. So what makes us different? There are hundreds of nitric oxide products out there. Big pharmaceutical companies have been trying to develop nitric oxide drugs for 40 years. In fact, I've consulted with most of those companies. But what we do is completely different. We have the first and only solid dose form of a bioactive gas. If your body can't make nitric oxide, we do it for you. And then we fix the reason your body can't make it. We recouple the nitric oxide synthase in the lining of the blood vessels. We restore the oral microbiome. But the beauty of our drug discovery program is it's not pharmacology. We haven't developed any synthetic compounds that inhibit biochemical reactions. What we do is called restorative physiology. Understand the extent of disease that you can actually fix it. So we're restoring the production of a fundamental molecule that recapitulates physiology. And that's the basis of medicine. Medicine is really just applied physiology. We've been moderately successful with these consumer products with really no advertising because most of our focus is on our drug discovery. But you can see here the past several months we got a 100% growth every 30 days with little or no advertising. So now we're ramping up and we expect a $7 to $8 million exit rate by the end of the year. So here's our drug discovery pipeline. We had a drug in phase 3 clinical trials for COVID as an early therapeutic because we realized the people in really May of 2020, the people that are getting sick and dying from COVID were the people who couldn't make nitric oxide. The elderly, African Americans with a previous heart attack, diabetes. So we developed a nitric oxide drug that we got through phase 3 clinical trials in African Americans with COVID. Obviously, the COVID disease changed, so people weren't getting sick and going to the hospital, so we suspended the drug trial. But the beauty of it was we treated over 600 really sick, highly susceptible patients, and there was no safety signal. So now the FDA has allowed us to go straight into phase 3 clinical trials for our other drug formulations. So as most of you know, phase 1 and phase 2 are typically 5 to 7 years, anywhere from $40 to $80 million. So we fast-tracked that in 2 years, and I spent less than $2 million on the COVID trial. And this is the underlying basis for everything we know about vascular disease. So the cardiovascular disease, which remains the #1 killer of men and women worldwide, occur when you start to get plaque deposition, stenosis of the coronaries. This plaque becomes unstable, the plaque ruptures, and that's a heart attack and stroke. But it's known now, and we discovered this about 20 years ago, that if your blood vessels can make sufficient nitric oxide, it prevents this plaque deposition. It prevents plaque instability, it prevents plaque rupture. But in fact, the functional loss of nitric oxide precedes these structural changes by many years, decades in fact. So you have to be able to produce nitric oxide to be able to prevent and even reverse cardiovascular disease. And here are the numbers, and these are quite shocking. So I'll just let you read this, but the staggering statistics which should make headlines is that the number of people dying from cardiovascular disease is the equivalent of 4 jumbo jets crashing and killing everyone on board every hour, every day of the year. And that's a staggering statistic, and to me that's unacceptable. We know what causes cardiovascular disease, we know how to diagnose it, and we know how to treat it, cure it, and prevent it. So it's not the lack of information, it's the integration of the science and the translation of the science in the clinical practice. And here we can actually look inside a blood vessel. So this is a blood vessel from an American diet, a typical person eating American diet. You can see the blood vessel is constricted. The blood vessels become like Velcro. Immune cells stick, platelets aggregate, there's a little bit of blood flow getting through here, but these cells transmigrate through the endothelium. This is a heightened state of vascular inflammation. Even if we give that same inflammatory diet, but we administer our nitric oxide drug, you can see here the blood vessels are more dilated, the immune cells home along the endothelium, but they don't stick. You completely suppress the inflammatory response to a poor diet. So this doesn't give you an excuse to go eat a poor diet. What it does is explain to you the importance of having sufficient nitric oxide so that you don't develop cardiovascular disease. So we've met with the FDA for our COVID drug study, and now we've moved into ischemic heart disease. To us, that's the low-hanging fruit, because all we have to do is 100 patients show that we can prolong exercise-induced angina with no tolerance. And we've been doing this for 15 years. So this heart disease trial will cost $4 million. It's about an $80 to $90 million a year market, so it's not trivial. And that's basically the cornerstone drug of isosorbide mononitrate and isosorbide dinitrate. Now we're moving into Alzheimer's because we understand the etiology of Alzheimer's disease. And so this is a picture of a SPECT scan, and a SPECT scan tells us how well perfused the brain is, how much blood supply is getting to that part of the brain. And what you'd like to see is a nicely contoured brain here, which means every part of the brain is perfused, getting oxygen and nutrients. In an Alzheimer's brain, not only is it atrophied, but there's holes in the brain, and these holes are reflective of ischemia, or lack of blood flow. So the etiology of Alzheimer's disease is the lack of cerebral blood flow and insulin resistance. Here are the numbers. It's staggering. It's growing. There's no effective, safe and effective treatment for Alzheimer's. In fact, the amyloid plaque hypothesis is flawed. And that's why all drugs have failed, because everybody's going after the beta amyloid plaque and the tau tangles. Those are consequences of disease. They're not the cause of disease. And it's called diabetes type 3. We've shown in 2009, we published the first paper that nitric oxide is critical for insulin signaling and glucose uptake. So in Alzheimer's patients, they can't make nitric oxide, they develop insulin resistance, diabetes type 3, they lose the regulation of blood flow, you get misfolded proteins. So the underlying basis of the metabolic and the cerebral blood flow problems with Alzheimer's can be addressed by our nitric oxide drug. So here's the solution. We overcome the metabolic disease, we perfuse the brain, we reduce the inflammation, oxidative stress, and immune dysfunction. Now let me tell you a story about this guy. This is my dad. He had a car accident in 1984. And so he's been paralyzed. He just turned 75, so he's been in a wheelchair for more than half his life. So I've dealt with decubitus ulcers for most of my adult life and treating non-healing wounds. So this is what when it became personal to me. So this is when he was released from the hospital, had a hemorrhoidectomy surgery in 2013. And a surgeon told him to go home, sit on a heating pad 30 minutes twice a day to facilitate healing. And when you take a diabetic paraplegic patient and put them on a heating pad, they cook. Obviously, they can't feel that. So this was a very serious injury. They figured he probably wouldn't survive it. If he did survive, it'd take 9, 10, 12 months to heal. So this is right after the skin graft on the burn. So I developed a topical nitric oxide gauze to try to restore blood flow to the skin graft, try to kill the infection. And within 12 weeks, we completely healed that very serious wound on a diabetic paraplegic older man. So that really revealed to me that we had a way that we could really overcome some serious clinical conditions. But when they graft over his right ischium, he developed an ischial ulcer, had skin breakdown, and this was a non-healing wound. This was a 4-year-old wound at the time. I could put a tennis ball in here. He was septic, he was had osteomyelitis, osteonecrosis. So again, I just went back to the basics, did a wet to dry dressing, put a nitric oxide releasing gauze in there, and within 1 year, we completely healed the wound. So this is 6 years later, he has no wound. His ass still looks like a crime scene, but we've had no tissue breakdown and no wounds occur since then. And it's antimicrobial. So this is a smear of Pseudomonas, which is a nasty infection in most non-healing wounds. The clear there, if you remember back from the discovery of penicillin, that's the killing of the bacteria. So the nitric oxide is antimicrobial. In fact, we haven't found a bug that we haven't been able to kill at this dose. Wound care, there's been no innovations in wound care for 50 years. We treat wounds today the same way we did 50 years ago. And to me, that's unacceptable because we know how to do this. We know how to kill the infection in the wound. We know how to get blood flow to the wound, cause tissue granulation, initiate an immune response, and the body heals itself. So this is about a $50 billion a year we spend on wound care. Hundreds of thousands of patients die every year from bed sores, from becoming septic. And so this is some of our other clinical data here. A 3-year-old non-healing diabetic foot ulcer we healed in 30 days. Second-degree burn, apply the topical nitric oxide. 21 days later, complete healing with no scar formation. We've been able to reduce or reproduce the results in my dad and another paraplegic diabetic patient that was treated at Yale Medical Center in New Haven. A 3-year-old non-healing wound, apply the serum 2 to 3 times a day in and on the wound, and 195 days get complete closure. And this guy had been to the best wound care centers and wound care docs around the world. So where are we today? We've met some key milestones. To date, I've self-funded this project, and I've raised about $1.7 million from friends and family that got us through the phase 1, established safety in the COVID drug trial. Patheon, we have an agreement with them. They're a drug manufacturer, one of the world's largest drug manufacturers. We've got 2-year stability on our drug and placebo. And now we've got pre-IND meetings with the FDA. So the whole point here is that we know exactly what to do. We've gotten the regulatory guidance from the FDA. Now we just need the funds to put the drug in clinical trials and let it perform. So today we're doing a $20 million capital raise. And we've got this. I have the license for my patents from the University of Texas. There are milestone payments that are due upon entry of these drugs into clinical trials. We're going to continue. We've got the registration batch, but we have to do we've got the clinical trial material. We've got to do a registration batch, which is about $1.1 million, and the use of funds. The beauty of everything we do, through the royalties of my patents, the money that we raise never goes to pay salaries. Nobody takes a salary. Every dollar we raise goes through the development. So we're very lean. We're a very nimble machine. And the whole point of this is to get these drugs through the clinical trials approved so we can save countless of lives every year that are poorly managed. Our strategic plan, early on I thought we could de-risk this, sell it off to Big Pharma, and, enjoy the rest of our life. But to me, I think this is too important. We're in it for the long haul. We want to raise the money and get one drug approved. The $20 million will get our ischemic heart drug approved and on the market, and then allow us to advance the Alzheimer's drug, the topical drug, into clinical trials. We have revenue from our consumer packaged goods division. And so $20 million will really get us to the finish line. And our goal is to be the global leader, the world's largest pharmaceutical company that develops bioactive gases as a mainline therapy, and utilizing this concept of restorative physiology. So today we're in phase 2B, 3A clinical trials, phase 2 clinical trials for the topical. Obviously these are huge addressable multi-billion-dollar markets. We've really got a stellar team here. I've spent 25 years in academia. Susan Schaefer's been with me for 15 years, my business partner and COO. Got Bob Barnard, who's the chief medical correspondent for NBC News, as our chief medical officer. We just brought on David Perlmutter to lead our Alzheimer's drug study, a world-renowned neurologist and Alzheimer's expert. John Somberg is our clinical trial PI. John's conducted 45 clinical trials through the FDA and gotten 41 drugs approved. So he knows what he's doing. He knows the ins and outs of the FDA. B.K. Sahel is our international advisor. Joe Hippel is our chief strategy officer. And I like this quote because what we've revealed here truly are fundamental truths. And this 400-year-old quote is, these go through 3 stages. First, it's ridiculed. Secondly, it's violently opposed. And third, it's accepted as being self-evident. And I've lived through these. I was obviously ridiculed early on in my academic career. We've been violently opposed because what we're doing is really disruptive to Big Pharma. But these are fundamental truths, and it's self-evident. So with that, I got 45 seconds left. But, we're going to change the world. If you want to hop on and tag along with us, please reach out to me. We're very excited about where we are. It's my first kind of attempt to go out and raise money from sophisticated investors. But I thank you very much for your attention and look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, I'd like to take some questions from the audience. One thing I did want to do, we have a number of investor judges sitting up in the first couple of rows. And before we take the questions, I would just want, if you could just stand up, say your name and your title or company, and Brad's there passing the microphones along. And then after that, we'll take a few questions. Is that okay?
Good morning. Nina Megatelli. I'm Chief Investment Officer of the Meritage Venture Group based in Florida. We focus on MedTech and sustainability tech, later stage, Series B and up.
Okay, and let's just go for the name and firm, or to keep on time.
My name is Lynn Mack, and I'm in Women's Health and Femtech.
My name is Josh Peck. I'm with True Code Capital, and we're focused on blockchain and crypto.
Okay. My name is Andrew, I'm advisor from the clinic, affluent from Singapore.
Greg McAndrews, 51 years in financial communications and Chairman Emeritus of the National Association of Financial Wholesalers. Thank you.
Aaron Levy, I'm the Chief Strategic Officer for MedWatch and the CEO of Emerging Transformational Ventures.
Thank you. Stephen Dean, Managing Partner, Dean Advisors, just getting started.
Reginald Grant, ESI Page, Athletes, Tech, and Business, bunch of projects.
Sanjay Srivastava, CEO of Innova Vascular, and also a long-time medical device background at Large Strategics.
Arpit Garg, General Partner, ERES Capital. One of our verticals is MedTech, CEO of ERES Advisors, which is a quantitative hedge fund and a real estate investor.
Mila from China, working for a private equity fund for personal health care.
Cliff Ma, CEO of MedTech Corporation. It's an education technology company based in Irvine here.
Kishore Joshi, CEO of Patexa, a digital data capture device company.
Reza Sherkat, I'm the founder and CEO of a digital health company. We are using AI to predict acute heart failure.
Do we have any other judges that I'm missing? Okay, over here. Yeah.
Jeffrey McGannis, founder and CEO of CrowdCreate and also LP investor in several VC and private equity funds.
Great, thank you. Anyone else? Oh, one more over here.
Good day, everyone. My name is Rami Rivera-Frankel, and I'm the CEO of Dragon Tree Media and Technologies. Good to see you all.
Thank you, thank you. So, if anybody, I'd like to start taking some questions. We've got 3.5 minutes left for Dr. Nathan Bryan. Could you raise your hand? Who would like to ask the first question? Got one over there. Raise your hand, please. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you for your talk. It was so informative.
Thank you.
And just a basic question that when the doctor or physician start realizing that one way to help the whole issue with this inflammation and cardiovascular disease that is caused by inflammation should be treated the way that as you're disrupting, and will be what kind of measurement would be helpful, what kind of test would be helpful to get to the point that what you are proposing. Thank you.
Well, I think it depends upon the clinical indication, right? For ischemic heart disease, we can measure the time at which you start to see changes in electrical activity due to ischemia, exercise-induced ischemia. For heart failure, we can look at things like ejection fraction, we can look at brain-derived BNP levels. So there are different inflammatory markers. You can look at urinary isoprostanes. One of my patents is on a method of reducing C-reactive protein, kind of a systemic marker of inflammation. For the wounds, you just look at tissue depth, you look at tissue dimensions, and then for Alzheimer's, we're looking at non-invasive imaging from functional MRIs to SPECT scans, and we put them through a cognition exam. And the early data show that the improvement in cognition correlates with the improvement in cerebral perfusion. So I think it depends upon the clinical indication and what's relevant for that in terms of viable metrics.
Jun Guan, I'm a product developer. So really fantastic talk. And I see there's a very strong correlation between the loss of or decline of nitric oxide versus inflammation or aging. So I want to know if there's any correlation. So I mean causation. Right? So the lack of nitric oxide actually lead to aging.
Yes, so when you look at the etiology of aging, so we'll talk about the mechanistic in terms of vascular inflammation. So nitric oxide downregulates the expression of adhesion molecules on the vascular lining of the blood vessels, the endothelium, which leads to adhesion of molecules, activation of platelets. So nitric oxide controls the upregulation of adhesion molecules. When we look at oxidative stress, there are three main sources of superoxide production. There's NADPH oxidase, uncoupled electron mitochondrial transport chain, and the uncoupled NOS. So nitric oxide shuts down superoxide production from NADPH oxidase, recouples the electron transport chain, prevents electron leakage, and then recouples the nitric oxide synthase. And then in terms of the immune dysfunction, if you prevent the transmigration or extravasation of the immune cells, then you prevent the immune dysfunction in the intima, which leads to foam cells, plaque deposition, plaque instability, and rupture. Now, if we look at longevity in general, there are three main kind of objective measures. There's telomere length, which are the ends of the chromosomes. With each cell replication, your telomeres get shorter. Shorter telomeres, shorter lifespan. There's mitochondrial function. People with chronic disease have lower numbers of mitochondria, and the mitochondria are dysfunctional. And then there's stem cell function. So nitric oxide is what controls telomerase activity, prevents telomere shortening. Nitric oxide recouples the electron transport chain of the mitochondria and induces mitochondrial biogenesis. In fact, the mechanism of intermittent fasting, caloric restrictions, sirtuins, and the PGC1 alpha are all dependent upon the cell's ability to make nitric oxide. And then nitric oxide is the signal that tells our own stem cells to mobilize and differentiate. So the older we get, we're constantly wearing ourselves out. We just lose the ability to repair and replace tissue. Without nitric oxide, our own stem cells won't mobilize and differentiate. So we have a clear understanding from biochemical mechanism of action to objective measures of longevity and really the hallmarks of chronic disease. But nitric oxide is causal and controls all of this.
Is there any animal study that show that supply of nitric oxide actually lead to recovery of telomere length and so on?
Yeah, in fact, there was several papers published in the early 2000s. So in terms of nuclear expression of telomerase enzyme, it co-localizes with the nitric oxide synthase enzyme. So when it starts to transcribe the telomerase enzyme, it's dependent upon the nuclear expression of eNOS. And then it's nitric oxide, the activity that actually post-translationally modifies the telomerase enzyme that leads to its activation of function. So without nitric oxide modulating telomerase, the enzyme becomes dysfunctional and you get telomere shortening, shorter lifespan.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to, if you have any other questions for Dr. Nathan Bryan, you can find him in the booth out there later. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan.
Now, if you have filled in your sheets, if you could pass them down to the left. This is not just for the investor judges. This is for everybody in the audience. If you'd like a raffle ticket, if you could be filling in and giving some feedback here, that would be awesome. And then I'd like to introduce Daniel Barnard, and he is going to be doing the first raffle for, I'll let you, do you want to take over and say that? Here.
Thank you, Susan. Dan Barnard here with Apollo Neuro. This year they will sell about $15 million of this wearable. It's a wearable. I'm wearing one right now on my wrist. It helps you sleep. It gives you tremendous energy in the morning. I find when I am playing golf or tennis, it just slows me down just enough to hit that ball sweet and clear. But this is our first raffle today, so if you want to pull out your tickets, Apollo Neuro, come by the booth and check it out and see how it feels on your wrist. So, you want to grab?
I guess I'm Vanna White here.
All right, here we go. For Apollo Neuro, we have what number?
We have 436381. Wait for it. 9. Woohoo! And we've got our winner.
Winner.
That's Greg Gillespie.
It connects with your phone. I'll help you do that here.
Right.
Who is this? Who did it? Oh, excellent. There you go, sir. Absolutely. Come to the
Thank
booth
you,
and I'll
thank
help
you.
set it up. Yeah.
Dan, you lift your phone up here. There we go.
Do you also want to go through the clicker, how the clicker works? Advance button, back button. So for the speakers up here, we have the clicker here. We have the green button, the red button, and then the clicker. All right? So if anybody has questions, ask you. Now you know.
Wonderful. So the next speaker I'd like to introduce, have we got taken care of all the business here? Okay. The next speaker I'd like to introduce is Dr. Richard Jacoby. He is the CEO of the Extremity Health Centers in Scottsdale, Arizona. He's also the, they're having some AV trouble. Okay. So I can dance. Is Dr. Bryant, are you still here? Does anybody else have a question for Dr. Bryant? Nina has a question for you. Do you want to use my microphone?
So nitric oxide has many potentials, and there's obviously different modalities of how to put it in the body, oral dosage, topical, et cetera. So the focus was on heart disease and Alzheimer's. Could you speak a little bit more about how you're prioritizing your commercialization models and what you see as the regulatory milestones that will be achievable first, and in what order?
Well, that was the reason we've had the pre-IND meetings with the FDA to get some regulatory guidance on that. So ischemic heart disease is what we consider the low-hanging fruit. It cost us $4 million to do that, where if we started with the Alzheimer's, we're looking at probably anywhere from $8 to $12 million. So the whole strategy is invest early on, kind of the low-hanging fruit, get an approved drug on the market, then physicians can use it off-label, generate revenue. That particular market is 80 to 90 million, but once you get an approved drug, physicians use it off-label. And then probably what we'll go after is Alzheimer's, because it's a huge market, it's a huge unmet need. And then in tandem and concomitantly, we'll do the topical drug. So it's completely different study sections of the FDA, completely different drugs, so we can do those in tandems. We've already got the clinical trial sites established, but the whole objective is, obviously, if we don't raise all the $20 million at once, $5 million will allow us to advance the first drug through clinical trials, get it on the market, and then perhaps we don't need any additional raise. So that's the strategy. We want to be as efficient with the money as possible.
Wonderful, thank you. I think we're good to go with the technology. So back to Dr. Richard Jacoby, CEO of Extremity Health Centers in Scottsdale, Arizona. He is also board certified surgeon in, let me just say how that it says, in peripheral nerves. And he is also the best-selling author of Sugar Crush, and he has another book coming out in 2 months called Unglued. So with that, I'd like you to put your hands together for Dr. Richard Jacoby.
That's the hard part, the green button. Well, thank you for inviting me. I didn't realize that Dr. Bryant would be on first, and I have everything to say about nitric oxide. Even the quote was Schopenhauer's, which is in my book, Schopenhauer's book, or my quote. So I didn't intend to talk about nitric oxide. I really want to talk about sugar, and nitric oxide is certainly part of that equation. So I go way back, further than Dr. Bryant. So let's go back to 1798, Battle of the Nile. So the Battle of the Nile was a battle between the British and the French. And Napoleon liked to take his savants. He would have taken Dr. Bryant with him. And he had 160-some savants. But the night of the docking of the French fleet, the savants were up on the mountain looking down, and the British found them, and it was about measurement. They didn't know whether it was high tide or low tide. Well, it happened to be they were wrong. So the British fleet with Lord Nelson came in either side of the French fleet at night and blew up the French fleet. The savants on the mountain, in a town called Rashad, I don't know what the French word for what they expressed when they saw that happen, but the entire fleet was destroyed. But they survived. They were there for 3 years. One of the savants that was actually going to go there was a fellow by the name of Lavoisier, who had discovered the science of chemistry. And he actually discovered nitroglycerin, which was the precursor to nitric oxide, 1790s. And he also knew Fourier, who was the father of the science of the measurement of all this stuff, which is half the people here, MedWatch, that's the science behind it, Fourier, the math, 1798. So these people were all gathered in that one spot, 160-some savants. And this is kind of like the similar congregation, because I think there's a lot of companies here that are going to solve this problem. I shouldn't even say going to, they have solved the problem. The measurements, there's a Joshua, and I have his glasses here, which are, I think they're cool glasses too. And if I put them on, I would say, do you see what I see? And he does see things that no one sees because he's measuring the different molecules in the eye. So that's a picture of the poor French as their fleet was destroyed. But ironically, 2 days ago, the Nobel Prize in Medicine and Physics was granted for the discovery of the new Planck time. And why is that important? Because MedWatch is probably in that space, and there are a couple other companies that are in that space that are here, and your company is in that space. And what that means is the Planck space, which really is just zeros and ones. That's what it is. It's information. My field is surgery. Now you would ask, how did I ever get to this point in my surgical field? Well, when I was, this is about 25 years ago, I was trained by Dr. Lee Dellon at Johns Hopkins in the art of, I say, peripheral nerve surgery for diabetic polyneuropathy. Now let's go back to measurement again. This is how we measured diabetes in the 1500s. The physician tasted the urine. That's how he made the diagnosis, because it was sweet. Now we're a little bit more sophisticated today, and that's Lavoisier, and this is Fourier. This is his math. This is what's behind MedWatch. That's what it is. And I took Dr. Dellon's theory of nerve decompression. Now, you have to understand that nerve decompression is a very novel idea, but Dr. Dellon perfected that in 1984 at Johns Hopkins. He taught me about 25 years ago, and he said to me, why do you doctors cut the nerve out of the foot? And I said, well, that's what we were taught, and that's what we were taught. He said, well, I'm going to teach you a different approach, which is treating diabetic polyneuropathy. And what that means is we're decompressing the nerve. Now, Dr. Dellon's a peripheral nerve surgeon at Johns Hopkins. He invented all this stuff, carpal tunnel, ulnar tunnel. And a patient said to him, Dr. Dellon, why don't you fix my legs? And he said, well, that's a different disease. And then he thought about it and went to the lab and discovered the tunnels in the legs, and we decompress the leg tunnel just like we do the wrist. That was 1984. I said to him in 2005, I said, Dr. Dellon, there's more to your theory. I don't understand why no one understands this. So he said, why don't you figure it out? I went to Stanford in 2005 with Dr. John Cook, that Dr. Bryan, I think, knows. And his molecule is asymmetric dimethylarginine. And it's on page 25 of my book. I talked about it because I theorized that nitric oxide is that molecule that can reverse diabetic polyneuropathy. It's the first molecule in the cascade of the compression that sugar causes. That's the cause. Specifically, high fructose corn syrup, that's a whole other lecture, but chemically it causes compression. Now that seems like a novel idea. I've been doing it for 25 years and it's still not well accepted. Well, let me go back to this slide right here. So then I went to Mayo in Rochester, and I wanted to see, and that's why I like can you see what I see? That's amazing. Can you see what I see? And the answer is no, you can't unless you put the lens on. And I did. I put the lens of that microscope, that's me in 2011, looking at, if you can see that little white spot there through the microscope, can you see the nerve? No, you can't, because you have to go through the microscope to see that image on the right. That's the nerve on the rat that I'm operating on right there. And it's very clear to me that it's a nerve compression, but not to you unless you put the lens on. Joshua, that's a great, I'm not here to sell anything. I'm here to kind of put medicine and surgery and chemistry and what's going on in this country. And what's going on in this country is a very scary thing. It's the nerve, it's compressed, and it's caused by sugar. So also, by the way, in the Battle of the Nile, the Rosetta Stone was discovered at that place, ironically, in Rashad, Egypt. And that was discovered between Coptic hieroglyphics and Greek. And that was interpreted by a fellow by the name of Champion. He spoke about 15 languages. So here we are today with MedWatch and wearables and new ways to measure things, new ways to put nitric oxide together. I do agree that nitric oxide is that first molecule that causes the nerve compression. Then it's the polyol pathway, which is another molecule, and then it's the Maillard reaction. And all three of those cause nerve compression, not only of the wrist, the elbow, the common peroneal nerve of the leg, but every nerve in the body. We talked about Alzheimer's. My theory, which I call the global compression theory, if this is compression, that nerve also is compression, and that's the olfactory nerve, the sense of smell, the first nerve that is the cascade of Alzheimer's. And it does affect the hippocampus in the brain. And MS, another nerve, vagus nerve. All these nerves, we have labels. It's all the same disease, and it's sugar. It's that simple. And it does reduce nitric oxide through a molecule which I learned at Stanford, asymmetric dimethylarginine. And if you can reverse that, you can reverse these diseases. But most people, by the time they're age 70, they really have the adhesions from the sugar. And my theory in my new book, Unglued, uses stem cells to dissolve those adhesions because it works on anything. And these are just labels we put on disease. So stem cells and exosomes and all that sort of thing, that's what my new book is about. I have a document in 2003, U.S. Senate. John McCain was senator at that time, talking about non-embryonic stem cells, asking these scientists, specifically Joanne Kurtzberg from Duke, what would happen if these kids didn't get stem cells? They would die. What happened when you gave it to them? They're still alive. That was 20 years ago. Autism, kids that can't speak, stem cells, they're speaking. Kids that can't walk, Jerry's kids, muscular dystrophy, they're walking. So the real question is, how come that science is not front and center? That was 20 years ago. I'm sure if you had a kid who had autism, you wouldn't be too happy. This is curable. It's measurable. It's measurable. Nitric oxide is part of it, and I thank you for allowing me to give my rant. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jacoby. So we can take some questions now. Go ahead and raise your hand if anybody has a question for Dr. Jacoby. First question.
Dr. Jacoby, so this is a wearable device, and a couple questions. What is it measuring? Who are you selling it to?
Well, I'm not selling it to anybody, but MedWatch is selling it to lots of people. And how it works, and he can certainly speak to that better than I can, but basically it's a platform. So are you familiar with Dexcom and Libre? They're devices that are that measure your glucose in real time, but they're invasive. Their new platform is based on light, optical scanning. So they not only can measure glucose non-invasively, but they can measure just about any molecule, but their first attempt is glucose. That's a game changer, in my opinion.
Okay, I think we have a question over here.
Excellent presentation, and thank you. And it would be nice to really explain to all of us Why are we so addicted to sugar?
Because it tastes great.
Beyond that.
So well, you know, that's, human beings do not eat sugar. The only reason they eat sugar is to gain weight, and that's fructose. The trick is that sucrose, which is a disaccharide, meaning two sugars, glucose is not sweet. You wouldn't eat it. It doesn't taste good. But when you put it with fructose in a form of table sugar, it tastes great. So what happens is you're eating it because it's sweet and you like it. Glucose itself, 4 grams, which is 1 teaspoon, is toxic. It's a poison. So the body knows that, so it's going to spike the insulin to get rid of the sugar. And excess energy, insulin is the only molecule that can store energy as fat, and that's what it does. So if you eat sugar in the form of fructose, you'll get fat. No, you say, well, why? That's natural. It is natural. And that's why bears get fat in spring. They eat tons of fructose because they crawled out of hibernation to get fat, and nature allows that. But it only lasts for maybe 6 weeks out of the year. Grocery stores have it every day. So you're eating fruit every day. Fruit, sugar makes you fat. Fat makes you skinny. It's that simple. Now, I see a lot of people who are in Southern California, everybody has their water jugs. I don't know if you know this, but fat manufactures its own water. Human beings don't drink water. They don't carry bottles. Animals don't do that. They use their fat stores to change into carbon dioxide and water. If you have a natural carnivore diet, you don't have disease. It's that simple.
Reginald Grant, doctor, stem cells. Why we have different regulations and we can't do things here in the USA that we can in other countries?
I know, every country. Matter of fact, I just got back from Mexico at the Dream Clinic, which is important, just outside of Puerto Vallarta, and I had 100 million cells 2 weeks ago, IV. No, you can't get, well, I shouldn't say you can't get it here. You can use stem cells here, Wharton's jelly, which is the supportive tissue of the umbilical cord, if it is minimally manipulated and is homologous use. Now, I have figured out that little quote-unquote loophole under 361 because the umbilical cord is a conduit, and I can put it into neurovascular bundles. FDA didn't think I could do that. They thought they had it covered, that you couldn't do it, but you can. But you can't use it IV, you can't use it intrathecal inside your spine, or you can't use it intranasal for things like Alzheimer's. I just did that down in the clinic. I don't have any aches or pains, but I did about 7 years ago. I had a herniated disc, and I asked my neurosurgeon, it's the same building I'm in, I said, what's the next step? And he said, surgery. And I said, well, why don't we do stem cells? He said, well, there's not enough research. And he's correct. I said, I don't care. I'm going to do it. So I went upstairs, got one of the other doctors in my clinic. I marked the spot. He injected me. I was playing tennis in 3 days. That was 7 years ago.
Okay, I'm in there.
This stuff works, and it works on anything. Why? Because it works. That's why the FDA
great.
does not.
I'm gonna, my slot is 3:18 this afternoon. I'll probably come on at around 3 o'clock just to stand by.
Simple. It's money.
Okay, yeah, maybe a little early.
Yes, in the back.
Okay, maybe even earlier, okay. I'll come on.
No, I won't.
No.
Doctor, it was very nice presentation, very impressive.
Yeah.
The question I have is regarding the neuropathy.
Neuropathy?
Yeah. So, my layman's
Okay.
understanding, neuropathy is
Now,
caused
how do I-
by diabetes, or could be
Yeah.
treatment result
Okay.
of cancerous treatment.
Okay.
Okay, I just wanted you to connect with Josh.
Gives the nerve
Okay,
health
wonderful,
as
wonderful.
well as
Thanks.
neuropathy at the
Thank
nerve,
you.
especially
Bye-bye.
the feet. Are you guys doing any research to eradicate those neuropathy?
Yes. So the question is, what are we doing for neuropathy? Well, I dropped the glasses, the lens cracked the glass. Neuropathy, the word means a problem with the nerve. That's all it means. So there are many causes for neuropathy. Number one, 85% in the US or worldwide is sugar. And the biochemistry of sugar causes nerve compression so that the end organ, which are the Meissner receptors of feel and pain, you lose that sensation. That's all it is. So what can you do? Nitric oxide, excellent for that. It restores more blood supply. Stem cells certainly work on that. And stem cells, in my opinion, work on the process of nitric oxide. And there's a growth factor behind that called VEGF, as we call it, vascular endothelial growth factor. So it brings more blood supply. That's what it does. So the little cells that are called periocytes, they go down the blood vessel and bring more blood supply to the part. That's all. I mean, it's that simple. It's not a complicated process. But we make it complicated in medicine because we have so much regulation. Yeah, it's very fixable. Red light therapy, that's very helpful. LED, because it expresses nitric oxide again. That's how it works.
Very thought-provoking talk, Doctor. Here, are you raising money for the company that you're presenting here?
No,
and if so, what are the financials?
I'm one of those people, I don't need any money, and I'm not giving any money out. No, no, I'm not raising money for this. I'm just writing books, and so my next book. I'm trying to crack the code on this medical problem, and Dan Barnard asked me to come and give my insight on to the problem, and it's measurement. How do you measure this stuff? How do you measure these molecules? And what do you do when you get the measurements? There's natural approaches. First of all, don't eat the sugar. Don't eat the poison. That's going to be the hardest part of the whole equation because it's so embedded in our culture. So, but I think with the MedWatch, you're going to see it in real time. Real time. You're going to look at your watch and you're going to say, I love that cream pie or whatever it is you eat, or bread, which is so common, and you're going, well, this lights me up, so let's bend the curve. And then take the supplements, nitric oxide, the wristwatch, lots of things.
Thank you, Dr. Jacoby.
Thank you, Dr. Jacoby. Awesome.
Thank you. So if you could fill in your feedback form for Dr. Jacoby and pass those over to the right now, that would be great. And I'd like to welcome Dan Barnard up again. We're going to have
Thank you,
more
Susan.
raffles.
Two more raffles here.
What do we have this time?
We have the gift bag. So thank you for everybody that contributed to the gift bag. All right. All these great sponsors that showed up, like MedWatch and Apollo Neuro. And
what's in the gift bag?
And maybe Rick's. I think Rick's given out all his books, unfortunately, so there's none left.
All right. No, what's in that gift cap? What's that gift bag?
So you ready to?
What's that?
I'm not a bomb. Bomb? No. There's a countdown.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So,
Here we go. Here we go.
All right.
4, 3, 8, 3, 7, 4, 7.
What do we got for the gift bag here? The winner is not present.
Have to be in it to win
Not
it.
present. All right. Well, let's try it again. Let's
Here
throw
we go.
that in the ground. No good. No good.
Here we go. Next one. 4, 3, 6, 3, 7, 2, 3. Oh,
All
got a winner.
right. We got a
Over to the
winner.
right. That's awesome.
Awesome,
and
awesome.
I'm going to go for the next one.
Hey, could you bring up the next
yeah, sure.
gift back or the pens? Mention the name that the folks
Okay,
who are
all
here,
right, all right.
and have them come up real quick.
So we've got Golden Nest
Who won?
Real Estate.
Awesome. Congratulations.
And inside this, we've got some amazing
Beautiful pens
handcrafted
to write those checks, investment checks to all our sponsors.
Yes, exactly. How
Or-
smart
or-
will you
or
look
pay your-
holding these?
Pay your bills. So
yeah,
we
exactly.
have Golden West Real Estate. Where are they here in the room? Golden West? Are they here? No. Anyway, they have a booth. Check them out when they're here. They're a phenomenal company. So you ready?
Yeah, I don't think I just said this one, but it's 436-3638. Anyone? Anyone?
Nope. All right. For
Yep. 4363638. No? False alarm. Okay.
All right, again,
Next one,
for the
here we go.
Golden Nest Real Estate pen set. Here we go.
4363655.
Winner?
Oh my goodness.
Winner, chicken dinner? No?
No winner, chicken dinner.
Okay.
4363756.
And then.
I'm going to take them. Door prize. 4363771. Oh my gosh, you got to be quick here. No one? Okay, 4363761. Have we got a winner? Have we got a winner? Oh my goodness.
Okay.
I don't
I
believe
do enjoy
this. This is
standing up here with you.
hilarious.
This is great.
4363774.
Got
We
it?
got it? 3774.
Well, thank goodness this is not for the Powerball.
4363752. 4363752. I'm going to do one of those things where you hold it up and the first one to come up here and can grab it wins it. Okay? So
Okay,
do it.
this
Whoever
is-
wants to come up and get the pens.
All right, Stephen Dean, here we go. All right.
Yeah, there we
Thank
go.
you, Stephen. Yeah, you're welcome. Congratulations.
So next up, I'd like to introduce you to Greg Lati, the CEO of Cerebrum. This is cloud-based software service that is making labs more efficient and profitable. And I will hand it over to Greg now, if we can welcome him.
Do we have it on display yet? And do we have a?
Where's the clicker?
Where's the clicker?
Dr. Jacoby, did you steal the clicker? Where did he go? Anybody? Oh, no, there it is.
All right. Okay. Hopefully I can run this. All right. There we go. Hi, my name is Greg Lottie. I am CEO of Cerebrum. We sell laboratory workflow solutions for the clinical anatomic pathology, clinical trials, anatomic pathology, and genomics labs. And hopefully I can figure this out. There we go. Okay. So the lab's experiencing a problem. It's basically losing profitability. Labs aren't making money right now for various reasons, but the top three, costs are increasing, reagents, employees, rent, the whole gamut. Reimbursements are decreasing. So reimbursements are set by CMS.gov. For most of those people that are in the medical space, CMS.gov sets that for Medicare, Medicaid. They set the reimbursements to the lab. Every year, Congress gets together and cuts down that reimbursement. At the same time, you've got regulation increasing. You've got HIPAA, you've got CLIA, you've got CAP, College of American Pathologists, that covers some of the labs. HIPAA version 2 is coming out. So all these things are kind of hitting the lab and making them not make money. What we do is we provide a way for them to get efficient and make money. So an average product, or our product, or an average lab will, of $50,000 a year subscription, will generate between $1 to $3 million a year of revenue for the lab. Sounds amazing, but it is. It's 4x improvement of the techs and the pathologist. And what we do is we integrate the system, our product, into their lab, start to finish. What we find out is most of these labs are basically not managed digitally. They're still using pen, paper, Excel, Sharpies to write on the slides. It's pretty scary. So what we do is we basically automate that whole entire process from start to finish, including all the machine integration and lab machines. Currently right now, our traction that we've done, we've started out in 2018 as a Delaware C Corp. We've released at the end of 2018 our product. In 2020, we garnered up, we've been a partner with Quest Diagnostics since 2015, building their genomics workflow end to end. They partnered up with Ancestry.com, so our product over there is built to do 5 million DNA tests a month. So that's our genomic side that we're starting to productize. This year, we're actually bringing on what we call IHC stainers, lab machines in the lab, as well as digital pathology, which is the next generation of pathology for the labs, where they would scan the slide and the slide would be read remotely by the pathologist. COVID really pushed that. The FDA allowed it to happen basically in 2021 after COVID. But as you probably know, pathologists are not graduating enough of them. It's a dearth in the supply of them. And basically the way to do this is to start allowing remote pathologies to be read, enabling our customers to be able to go find pathologists that work and live in different areas to be able to read cases. Our target markets, basically we're in the clinical anatomic pathology space. It's about $1 billion market overall. We're looking at about 800 or so. There we go, I can kind of see what we're looking at. The clinical trials are set up for CROs, or contract research organizations for big pharma. Big pharma, once they start working on a product, they'll do their internal testing, but they hand this out to CROs to do the final testing. The CROs will do all of their drug development, so they'll get maybe say, and it's very much I call it an animal-based testing, so they'll get like 1,000 rat liver, 1,000 mice brain. They'll do their workups, they'll do the assays, and then they'll present that back, all that findings, back to the drug manufacturer that goes back in for FDA approval. So there is no system on the market right now for these guys. We're it. And then genomics is starting to get really big. So if any of you have done Ancestry.com or 23andMe, you can already see that you're getting something out of it. Quest is actually taking our product and building, what they're doing is they're selling out for direct-to-consumer panel-based testing as a subscription service. Okay. Okay, it's not moving. Okay, there we go. Did I pass? Yeah, I go, we're good. Okay, so right now for traction, I always look at what we have. We've got a bunch of customers that come in, but we've got some competition, and what I like to say is we basically erase the competition. We are 4x more efficient in our product. We're a SaaS-based product. We're not a big hospital system. We don't compete with those with like Cerner and Epic. Most of these other competitors of ours are sitting on on-prem servers or PC-based products, and ultimately they don't measure up. We're a cloud-based system, so we save a lot of money for our customers. We basically enable them to offload a lot of the IT service costs and licensing costs, and then they just go to a subscription-based service for us. All right, there we go. Nope, still not. There we go. So right now, we've been technically in business since 2009. We started out with our second generation and started selling it in 2018. Our SaaS-based revenue, we're about $500,000. We'll close this year. Service revenue has basically been augmenting our build. We are a bootstrap company. But our sales model is really just, it's a SaaS-based product, $9.99 a month, $1 a case. For the clinical trials product, we're basically $1 a specimen that gets put in, or $1 a sample. So we're very efficient from a cost perspective to our customers, but we have a great margin being a cloud-based service. Clinical AP, we service the gastro, uro, derm areas, veterinary. Clinical trials, again, what we said, and then genomics we're just starting to put forward. So we are a bootstrap company. I put in about $250,000 at the beginning of this company, of which we're profitable, we're paying ourselves back, so we haven't taken any outside investment yet. We're looking for about a $2 million seed round to get going. I need to scale my sales and marketing team up further, and we're going to do a little bit of, we're basically working with partnerships right now for digital pathology. Digital pathology is going to be the wave of the future, and I'm working with customers right now that want to not just implement that, but also the digital pathology side will have an AI and ML component to that, so that a slide will get looked at and we can count basically the amount of cancer cells or H. pylori bacteria on the slide, and therefore all that information comes back out of the digital viewer, goes back into our system, records it, puts it back into the final report, and then that gets sent back out to the physician and then ultimately the patient. So there's a whole workflow there that is lacking in the industry right now, which is we call it a bidirectional interface, so that we can talk to the viewer, but also the LIS that's managing the lab. So we have a great team. I've got 35 years of experience doing this in hardware software development. This is my 5th startup. I've raised money before. It's been fun. Matt Hoppus, my business partner, he is a big data guy. He came out of Honeywell, where it was highly regulated manufacturing. So we understand big data in a large way. And Susan Welch, our sales director, she came from pharma. She came out of Pfizer, basically. And I was able to poach her last year. So she's been a great asset. We have about a total of 19 people in the company. Ultimately, 16 of them are mostly all engineers, software engineers from various aspects. I have a great team of advisors. The very first one on the left is Dr. Dan Jondal. He's a gastroenterologist. Him and Karen Delaney basically allowed me to come into the lab for 5 years and build a workflow. And they were customers. So my customers told me what they wanted, what they don't wanted. Dana Kirschenman was another customer of mine in the urology space, so she helped me put together what they wanted for the urology side. At the bottom, I've got a great set of advisors as well in the marketing side. James Bates is another startup in the Phoenix Valley. He was a former Freescale executive who started up a company now in doing AI health. So he and I collaborate quite a bit. So short answer, we've got products in the market. We're profitable, and I say just barely because all the profit we take, I'm pouring back into the company for sales and marketing. I think we've got a great set of customers. We keep expanding, and we're actually helping millions of patients. One of our databases, just as a side note, one of our databases within Quest has over 400 million user patient entries. A couple of my gastro companies are in the 5 to 8 million user patient entries. So we've got a good system and we've got a good team. Appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Greg. And so if we can start filling in that feedback for him. I think we've already got a question here in the front row.
Thank you. Great solution. So really enjoy your presentation. I have a couple of clarifying questions.
Sure.
So one is regarding the digital pathology. So because the reimbursement about the digitization is unclear, right? So could you speak about the ROI, without the reimbursement of the digitization?
Yes. So regarding digital pathology, I'll give you 2 points. Currently, right now, there are 13 CPTs that labs can utilize to do reimbursement against. Congress passed those, and the CMS allowed those starting January of this year. So anyone who is doing digital pathology can reference those CPTs for reimbursement. So that's an added benefit to the lab. As an example, though, I literally just talked with Dr. Jondal yesterday, and he is playing with one of our partners with the digital viewer, and he told me specifically, our product gives him about 4x more efficiency than any of my competitors. But after using a digital slide viewer, he was going, wow, I can read twice as many slides as I can just normally underneath a microscope. So that's going to give him yet more improvement.
So let's say even without the reimbursement for the digitalization of the slide, there is still advantage, right?
Yes. So the upfront cost to a lab is going to be a hardware slide scanner, but our software manages that flow, and it manages the work order, and we also manage the image. So our system is a system of record, so therefore when the slide is scanned, we hold that. Now the pathologist using a viewer might outline a region, capture it, and want to put that in the report. So there's metadata that comes out of that. Same with the AI. So if it counts, you know, as an example, in this room, you know, a pathologist, if a pathologist is looking at a slide at 40x scale and he's looking for an H. pylori virus, he's looking for a golf ball in an area the size of this room, effectively. And he has to look through the entire slide to find it. So if he can have AI that goes in and says, I'm going to find that one H. pylori, and it does, then he can verify it, he can make it go, and he can do it really well.
Nice presentation. What's your current revenue, and what's been the trajectory of revenue in the past years?
So current revenue will probably close about 3.1 to 3.3, depending on how my deals come in. My SaaS side of it has been slow. So we started selling in, literally I hired my first sales director in March 17th, 2020. And the next day the NBA shut down and we had COVID. So my sales on that didn't start back up until last year. Labs are not wanting to talk to anyone until last year. That being said, I also swapped out my sales director. So once I got a new sales director, we're doing pretty well. So I'll have about $500,000 of SaaS revenue this year. That's my track at this point. Next year, I believe I'll probably be between 1.5, maybe 3, depending if I get a couple of my big fish customers to sign up. I have a 28 lab company that we're courting right now that I think I got a good chance of making. So.
Okay, we got a question back there.
Greg, great presentation. The question I've got is, are you going in and adapting and making existing workflows more efficient, or are you getting customers that change their workflow?
It's not really changing the workflow, but it's really making them more efficient. Our product is very flexible in the workflow they have. So between the different types of labs, uro, gastro, derm, they have their specialty points. So our product matches to those points. But then another 10% of the labs say, well, I don't want to track embedding, I only have one embedder. Or I don't care about tracking my stainers, or maybe I do. You know, I've got IHC stainers, so we integrate to those.
You answered it perfectly, because the question is, they're very reticent to change any workflows.
Yeah, they might want to change. Once I showed them the software, they went, okay, maybe I do want to do this.
Okay.
It also depends on regulation if they're a CAP lab.
Okay, and the only other, I can ask another question offline, but I didn't see any pathologists in your staff.
On staff, no. Dr. Jondal's as an advisor. Most of my problem is all software based, but every one of my customers are pathologists, and I get feedback monthly from them saying, I want this or I'd like that.
So a couple of quick questions.
Sure.
Roll them into one. You did show the current cap raise, where it's going to take you. But then I would like to understand, your longer term growth strategy, because I think there is a lot more potential, following back on the question that gentleman asked.
Yeah, 2 mils a seed round, and I'm playing to the game of what investors are willing to do for a seed round right now. My goal is to be 100 million in ARR, and I would like to see that in about 4 to 5 years.
So that's why I asked, what's your follow-on cap raise strategy?
Follow-on? Don't know yet. I just want to get through the first one.
Okay, I think we have one final question. Crystal, are you going to?
A quick question. Are you using channel partnerships as part of your go-to-market strategy at all? Systems integrators or other partners?
That's a great question. So channel partners, right now I'm partnered up with a company called Sakura FineTech. They make lab equipment, auto embedders, stainers in the lab. I'm working with Roche right now. We talked to their IHC stainer. As far as sales go, Sakura, if I satisfy a couple of custom things that they'd like from me, we will have a partnership with them where they're going to be selling our product. That's the goal. As far as other sales, I haven't found a good channel partner yet. It's not like the semi-industry that has reps like Arrow or Avnet, things like that. Love to find one if you know one. Let's talk.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Good job. I spotted a couple of yawns just peeking out right now, and we all know that sitting is the new smoking. So what I'm going to invite you to do is to go ahead and stand up right now. And I'm going to do something a little bit silly, which the organizers have no idea I'm going to do. Dr. Zach Bush just published a 2-minute workout that creates a nitric oxide dump, and I know that that's a little bit of a theme. So if you want to follow along with me and get some space, if you want to step out of your aisle, but the first thing to do, we're going to do 10 of these with both of your arms going out. Okay? Go ahead. You can do 10 of those. 3, yeah, 5, 6, I'll do it with you, 8, 9, 10. And then we're going to do tick-tock. We're going to make fists, and we're going to go with both of your arms. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Go ahead and do 10 of those. And then once we have got 10 of those, you're going to keep those fists, and we're going to be kind of standing in the place, jumping jacks, but then we're going to click them in. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Get all those rotator cuffs going. And the last one, we are going to put our arms in a right angle, and we're going to push to the ceiling and go onto our toes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Bravo. Are you feeling a little more refreshed? Yes, okay, we'll do that again later. Okay, so I'd like to introduce our next speaker now, which is the Chief Strategic Officer of MedWatch, Dr. Aaron Levy, and he's also the CEO of Emerging Transformational Ventures. And so with that, put your hands together and welcome Dr. Aaron Levy.
Thank you, Suzanne, and actually thank you, Brad and Josh, for putting this amazing event together, as this is the event that I met the founder and CEO of MedWatch, so a few months ago. Aren't you happy and lucky that we don't have to taste urine to measure sugar levels? Well, I tell you, we still poke people though. Fingertips, the founder and CEO of the company, lost his sister to diabetes. And he remembers and tells me the story when we first met, how he remembers his sister's fingernail because she had fingers, because she had to tap 3 to 4 times a day to measure her sugar level. You know we still do that? Maybe not tasting urine, but we still do that. Well, there is some advancement, as Dr. Jacoby mentioned, in more continuous glucose monitoring, and it moves more and more into devices that you actually put on your hand or stomach, and you can measure this continuously. But you know what? It's still invasive. You're still needling it. So we want to take it to the next level. Just safe, everything that you hear now is a forward-looking statement. And by the way, Sanjay, this is an investment presentation for you. All right. Yes, 37 million are with diabetes today, as Susan mentioned earlier. However, we're looking at more than 90 million that are going to become diabetes. But if you look at the number globally, you're looking at over 700 million by 2020, 30, and growing from there. So we're not out of this. There is a war zone out there about sugar. Yesterday, I went to Costco to find some food to put on our table. So I look at the boxes, something simple, look at the boxes, and I looked at the sugar content. How could I talk about diabetes and solution to diabetes and not address what Dr. Jacoby mentioned about sugar? It's flooded with sugar everywhere, everything, especially in the middle aisle. You go to the supermarket, same thing. We're in a war zone on this. The solution is not simple, so we have to bring up people more to be aware of it and measure their sugar levels on a regular basis. Okay? So that's a non-invasive.
who are we? Actually, can I use the microphone? So who are we? We just started in 2022, okay? Delaware Corporation. And since then, we already raised 2.2 million. We have 15 employees, and you'll hear more of that. We have 3 patents already pending, and actually 50 in the queue. IRB is approved study. Great initial successful result for first prototype. We're actually on number 6 now, coming up. We have identified manufacturing partners. We're targeting launch for 2024 and projecting $300 million in 2027. So what are we doing here? I'm going to give you a quick interest level. We raised 2.2. We're raising 2.5 now as a current seed round. And early in 2024, we're going to jump to 12.5 million raise, which will be Series A. And that's when they say it's a price raise. So what's the problem out there? What's going on? Here it is. You pick your finger. How many people have done it before? You know what it means. And that's how the standard measurement is. The next transition is the current continuous glucose monitoring. Are disruptive, phenomenal technology, by the way. You can get on your phone continuous monitoring of the sugar level. But it's still invasive. And out of the 37 million in the US and 90 million that are going to get diabetes, only 2 million users with Dexcom currently are using this device. It's expensive. It's not always covered by insurance. So there is a process to go through. The Free Libre is another one. It's still invasive. The risk of infection cannot be repositioned, and you have to replace it like every 10 to 14 days. What do we offer? Non-invasive, of course, that's all we talk. It's a light technology, as Dr. Jacoby mentioned. It's accurate based on FDA requirements. So people will ask you, how accurate is it? We follow the FDA regulations. It's long-lasting. You know what long-lasting is? 1 year instead of every 10 days or 14 days. Comfortable, safe, expandable to a lot of different applications. It's intelligence, where you use AI-based health platform. And it's easy on, easy off. Look at the example. For those who know what Dexcom and Libre is, to apply the device on your shoulder, you actually have to push with an applicator. It's like a mouse size and go click. And what do you do with this click? You throw it away. Look at the waste. Compare what you're going to have with ours, which is basically just a little box. Okay? When you look at the revenue projection, we have a CFO, by the way, Chief Financial Officer, who will be here. He's stuck on the freeway. We'll be here in about 15 minutes, so you can ask him more detailed questions. But we develop we run several financial models on a lot of different scenarios to get us to these numbers. What you see here, by 2027, a prediction of $300 million in revenue, and you can imagine the valuation at that time of the company, okay? And that's, by the way, conservative. We can talk a lot about this after the session. So, detailed financial model, that's my expertise. I've run 3 NASDAQ technology companies, developed a lot of financial models. I had to do it every single time. So I sat down with the CFO and another economist, and we ran through a lot of numbers, a lot of ratios. There's a lot of studies that went into that, okay? The team. Mike Moore is the founder, CEO of this company, and he has a special skill to really get amazing team in place. I wouldn't brag about my background too much, but it's definitely a good match. The Chief Operating Officer knows not only how to be passionate about diabetes, but also take a product all the way from beginning to the end through the FDA approval. We have Mark, who's on his way. Myself, Bruce is the inventor behind this. The company started in 2022, but he has been doing this research and development for the last 5 years. So think about it as we've been in this for 5 years. And of course, we have a Chief Medical Officer, a Chief Marketing Officer, both for the US and Europe. Geraldine is based in UK. Amazing board of advisors. You can read the detail of their background.
From a capital point of view, if you look at Susan, if those of you are going to CES in January, how many of you are going to that? Highly recommend, all right? She's the chair and one of the owners of the CES events. All right, so let's talk a little more detail here. 15 million total, which is spread to 2.5 million and 12.5 million respectively. Currently, the seed round is 10% interest, 2-year, 20% discount, 50K is minimum. Join us now or watch us grow, and it will be harder to join us at a later time. So Sanjay, talk to me after that, okay? Clinical studies, how we're going to use the money, the use of funds. There are 2 stages for the seed and the Series A. Clinical studies, R&D team, prototype and testing. We're going into version 6 of the device. Sales, marketing, launch activity, intellectual property, and contingencies, okay? You're looking at 2.5 and 12.5. Targeted milestone, what are we going to go at what time throughout the session? So studies to train, and that's artificial intelligence. So we have a system with machine learning that learns over and over. It gets smarter and smarter every time. We're looking at October this month to March 2024. FDA validation studies, we're looking at March, July 2024, and FDA submission and so forth. Our release is end of year 2024. We also address the market. Where do we go after? Who do we go after? We go after the physician and patient adoption, reimbursement through the insurance, distribution channels, and marketings. We have a strong marketing team that we assemble in place. Competition and risk, let's talk about mitigation. There are some CGMs out there. Keep in mind that we're not in a consumer product. We're a medical device which has to go through the FDA approval. A lot of companies will come and say, we have a CGM, you can buy something for $50. Good luck. You're not going to be able to administer that. Now, some big competitors, like Apple announced in September 24 that they're entering the CGM market. Consumer product. If they are doing the FDA, that's a medical device, and we believe that we're a little bit ahead of the game, but could be also potential partnership. Okay. We have future plans. This is not going to be just sugar measurement. Now that we don't have to taste it or to poke anymore, we can actually measure other symptoms that Dr. Jacobi mentioned. Okay. All right. Assumption on the return on investment. Complete FDA studies and launch by end of 2024. You grow to 300 units, 200K units by 2027. That will represent only 1% of the total market. We're looking at 300 million. Achieve 80% gross margin. You know, we want to keep it up there. And the end user price is $1,700 annually. Exit strategy, of course, organic growth, dividends, and profit sharing. Mergers and acquisition, I believe, will be very attractive within a year. Every few months, every month actually, we get more results. Valuation is going up and up and up. It's not going to be sitting idle. And of course, IPO, which I personally am pushing for. Expecting 20 times EBITDA. All right, so why invest, Sanjay? Expanding and rapidly growing market. We are in that market. There is an interest and consciousness about this. Thank you for a wonderful book that Dr. Jacobi has out there. Check it out. Superior patent protected technology. A seasoned qualified leadership team. We're passionate and we know how to take it all the way to the end game. Address both patient healthcare needs and healthcare system economics. And clear path to return on investment. And that's the summary of that. I thank you for those. Some of the people here are investors, already invested in the company, so thank you for making the drive. We have one person who traveled all the way from Austin, Texas, to come visit here for the presentation, and all the way for Woodland Hills. So thank you very much again, and for Brad and Josh for putting this together.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if this is this working. So do we have any questions for Dr. Levy right there?
Yeah, thank you for your great presentation. Very impressive. And just one simple question. What's the accuracy of the measurement? Like hopefully like a mud value or some?
Obviously, the device has to be extremely accurate. if it's a medical device, because that the patient will have to inject insulin, and if we don't, we're out of business, right? The accuracy follows the FDA guidelines. I could say it's X% or whatever, but we're following the FDA guidelines. So that's part of the trials that we're doing. We have to fit to them. That's the answer that I have for that.
Impressive technology. One question on financials and one on marketing. What's the value, how much money has been invested? What's the pre-money valuation of the company at this time?
Yeah, so, you know, go ahead, I'm sorry.
And then the question on, just because there is so many of these types of diagnostic devices coming up and are in the market, what's the plan? Is there a certain specialty that you're going to target who will refer these products to the patients, and then you'll ship it directly to patients? Are you gonna? You already told me it's not a consumer health, so you're not going to try to sell it through CVS or Walgreens. So a little bit insight into both into the sales channel, marketing strategy, referral strategy, and financials, please. Thank you.
On the financial stuff, we raised the 2.2 million friends and family. So that's very important to understand. It's kind of like internal. And everything that we've accomplished so far, when you see that, is on 2.2 million. So we have a lot of dedicated team, very experienced with the right contacts. So that's the raise. It's a convertible notes for the 2.5 million, so keep that in mind. And then we're going to the CRSA, which will be a whole different category. Marketing. You know, from experience, when you have a good product out there, the market drives it. You can have a fantastic marketing plan and stick to a strategy. You got to be very dynamic. So we can get someone from, I'm going to throw this out, CVS saying, we want to market your product. Well, we'll negotiate then. But we're going the 4 different categories. The insurance and through the direct patient, through the doctors. It's not one-on-one. You don't order this online. You know, it has to go through the right channels. Okay.
So I have an observation to share. Completely agree with Dr. Jacoby. I think the light technology will be very interesting, and the patient psychology will lean heavily toward the completely non-invasiveness. In the diagnostic world, so I think a very good analogy is the colorectal cancer screening. So, you know, there's a very accurate screening on the market, right, using stool. But the market penetration is, you know, a lot to be desired. And very key piece of information is that almost half of the patients, they just think about you have to, you know, collect stool rather than draw, you know, tube of blood, right? That just completely shut them off. So I think, you know, on the market right now, there's Dexcom, but the needle, right? So that's actually a significant barrier to a lot of people. So, yeah, really glad that MedWatch is
Thank you.
this.
June, right? June, thank you. By the way, June is an expert in cancer diagnostics, and thank you very much for all your research and efforts and contribution in this field. Appreciate it.
We got one more question.
Hi, Dr. Levy. Thank you so much for a fantastic presentation. My one question is about, so Dexcom has approximately a 41% penetration into market, yet Freestyle actually has a superior product. And one of the problems that Freestyle has had, made by Abbott Labs, is that they have not been as successful as Dexcom getting reimbursements. So do you have a strategy for how to penetrate and get reimbursements?
Knock on more doors, present well, negotiate well, and be out of the both publicly traded companies, so they have a lot of challenges about managing the public as well as operation. They're both great products. Prices are a little bit different. It's interesting that Dexcom sometimes is more expensive, and they still do much better. It's more the length of time, establishing relationships, and knocking on doors. Basic sales. We have the expertise. We feel comfortable. And by the way, we're a threat to those companies, which could cause some of them to be interested in combining forces. We'll talk to whoever wants to talk to us.
Okay, I lie. One more quick question.
Yeah, very nice presentation, Aaron. Alan Stone with Wall Street Research. Could you just give us a little more clarification and elaboration on where you are in the clinical trials right now, how long you expect that to go for, how many patients are you testing, and then explain, when you expect that to finish and enter the marketplace.
Well, on the second one, I actually signed up a good contact I have in Hawaii for the study. There are 10 of them going to be participating in the next one. We are having the unit, it's an AI machine learning unit, so it learns all the time. So the person who's going to do the trial will have to wear a device to compare the result and accuracy, as you asked before, and our device. So we are basically on the second stage. We're going to go into the third trial middle of next year. Hope to finish it by third quarter and push for release by end of 2024.
Okay.
Thank you, Alan.
Thank you, Dr. Levy. Now I'm going to attempt to do another draw. This is for a VIP bag. And Crystal is going to hand you the redemption ticket, and you can go pick that up in the car in the hallway. So we got 436-3703. Going once, going twice. 436-3703. Anyone? Nope. Okay. 436-3596. And please do fill in your forms. This is what they look like. There's also a code if you'd rather fill it in online for those of you who have arrived later. So pass the sheets, and we'd love your feedback for Dr. Levy. Next one, did I say that? 436-3596. Okay. 436-3600. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm going to do... Yes, sir. Woo, we've got a winner. Yay. Okay. Phew. All right, moving from MedWatch to mushrooms, I'd like to introduce our next speaker, John Power. He's a board advisor at Blue Wellness, and he's going to be talking about sweet mushy. Is that right? Thank you. And yeah, that's advanced, and that's back.
Well, thank you all for coming here and giving me the opportunity to speak. This is a brand new product category, and it's really nutritional sweeteners. So everybody before me has talked about sugar in some way or shape, and this is a perfect lead into what we're doing. So when you look at the problem as everyone's already talked about, is it's really sugar. You look at diabetes, and that's the problem. So this talk's going to move pretty quickly because I had a lot of nice, setup hitters in front of me. When you look at what's out there now, you've got the artificial sweeteners that have a number of issues, and we put the names of the ones up there that everybody knows. And you don't have to look very far to see all the problems, both in terms of cancer-causing, other health issues that come up with the artificial sweeteners. Separate from the artificial sweeteners, you've got the... You look at all the different, oh, there we go, the transponder.
John, can I just tell you, just try not to touch the...
Move around, yeah.
Yeah, because it's
Sorry, I'm a
making
pacer.
Yeah.
So you look at the natural sweeteners, and in the natural sweeteners, you've got the same issues. You've got high calorie, because they're basically the same profile as sugars. So they're going to put weight on, they're going to cause the same problems for the most part that sugars cause. There's a couple natural sweeteners that are more organic sweeteners that we don't have in here. And a good example of that is monk fruit sweetener, and that'll be something comparable to what we talk about. But you need to understand, it's when they use the term monk fruit sweetener because it's 1% monk fruit. And the rest comes into the artificial sweeteners that cause the problems in the last category. So that's where you start getting bloating, gassy, bad aftertaste, and issues that come with anything that's not organic. So what does that mean for us? So what we're doing is we're looking at this with what we're calling nutritional sweeteners. So this is basically all 100% functional mushrooms. Now, come out to the table, taste this. It doesn't taste like any mushroom you've ever tasted. And when you look at the ingredients, it's glycine, functional mushrooms, and it's I'll show you the Hall of Fame of functional mushrooms that are in this, and lemon juice. So it's got 0 sugars in it, non-pharmaceutical adjunct, because unlike any sweetener, this is nutritional. So it has all sorts of health benefits. And since we're talking a lot about sugar, one of the obvious health benefits is it regulates blood sugar. It helps stabilize it. It's got a whole matrix of benefits, and healthy life choices add to this. So everything everybody else is talking about here only gets helped by having the right input on the front end, by cutting out sugars and doing something that's healthier and easier to use. So when you look at what are the mushrooms in the 6 mushroom blend that we're using, I'll step through those, and I've got functional mushrooms, and I put FM in there because I didn't get into my bio at all, but I spent 20 plus years in wireless telephony. I worked 14 years at Motorola when we built the original systems, and I would have people ask me, they go, well, how does cellular work? Because we were doing the infrastructure, and I'd say FM. And they go, it's really FM radio? No, it's effing magic. And then I explain how it really works. So I like the term FM. And when you look at what we're using there, the first mushroom on there, this is important to understand, is this is what they call the king of the mushrooms. This is chaga. And chaga is not your typical mycelium. It's a conch. So it grows on the sides of birch trees. And what it does is it basically connects to the taproot of the birch, and this is only in Arctic regions. So someone who's telling you they got chaga from Irvine, they're lying. It's a mycelium that was grown on oats, so now it's not even gluten-free. So when you look at what this does is it pulls all the sap out and dumps it into the chaga like a battery. So it stores all the nutrients to the extent that the birch actually dies, and when the trunk explodes, it sends out a pheromone so the bugs will spread that out and repopulate the forest. And as we talk about that, people wonder, well, don't you run out of source? The difference is we can farm chaga. So as we cut them off before the birch dies, we can actually seed them in forests. The forests that we're using are all protected lands that are owned by the Native Americans in Alaska. So the most pure chaga in the world is Alaska. So when people are telling you they're getting chaga for somewhere else, you're not going to have the same quality because most of the other Arctic regions have been doing nickel-cadmium mining, which I used back in the wireless world for all the original batteries, but the problem is it's created all sorts of groundwater problems. So you don't get the same quality, and prior to this product, all the chaga has been used has been powdered. So I'll go more into that. The second mushroom line is reishi, which has cancer-helping properties, but used quite a bit and recommended by the medical industry. Lion's mane, cordyceps, turkey tail, and maitei mushrooms. Those are the 6 functional mushrooms. So we'll look at the Hall of Fame, and this is the FM Hall of Fame. What I did is I looked at all the properties and I put them in a matrix, because for me to step through this really gets kind of tedious. And this, when you start looking at all the benefits from these mushrooms, this shows you that there's no sweetener in the world that provides positive benefits. So this provides all these positive benefits, none of the risk, and none of the bad aftertaste, none of the problems following on. So when I look at the advantages that we've got, it's the first, nutritional sweetener. It's the only sweetener that regulates cholesterol and blood sugar. It's shelf stability, so it's 2-year stability. It saves on nutritional supplements. And when I look at some of the measurement, when we talk about the different health measurements, products that are out here, what I continue to look for are ways that you can really, without going and doing repeat testing all the time, to figure out which supplements or which really, from a vitamin and nutrient standpoint, what your body needs. Because the vitamins you've been taking for the last 10 years, you probably don't need anymore, because that changes as your body changes. And as you're taking something like this, it's going to make adjustments to your body. It's going to correct you from the inside out. It's not going to poison you from the inside out like a lot of other things have done. So this is a whole new category, and we start looking at this. What makes it separate for us? As we said, we've got the manufacturer that we work with has an exclusive agreement with the harvesters. So you always look for wild harvested chaga because that's what it has to be. You don't want lab chaga. You want to find out where it's from and what it contains. The other advantage is we know that we can farm these. So from scaling, we know that we can scale very easily. And the extrusion process we use is actually very unique and it's trade secret protected. And this is our manufacturer has a trade secret. To give you an idea of what this does is it's a cold press first step, and then there's multiple steps after, much like when the previous speaker Greg was talking about genomics labs and next generation sequencing. Prior to this, I ran an incubator for genomics. I actually had 5 patents in the genomic workflow space, which is why I was asking about that. And what we were doing was, a lot of what we do, it's very temperature sensitive in terms of when you're doing your extraction and you're getting ready for library prep. That's kind of the same thing they've done with these mushrooms. So we've had 3 people try to copy the formula with no success, not even close. And it's one of the funny things that I really get a kick out of is the founder, who's a good friend of mine, he was the guinea pig. So when they got the first extraction, and they came up with a liquid extract, and first of all, this uses 70% of the mushroom, where most, everyone else is getting on average 20 to 30% yield on a chaga mushroom. We're getting 70%. And he was the guinea pig to taste this extract when it came out, because nobody knew it. I mean, we didn't make a sweet extract on purpose. So he tasted it, he said, no, this is actually great. Nobody believed him. So I'm like, oh, okay, drink it again, now I'll drink it. But we want you to come by, sample it at the table, sample in gift bags, because you won't believe this does not have sugar in it. And what I did is, we're not really ready yet to lay out our investment, our investment plan, because this is part of Blue Wellness. The parent company is Blue Wellness, and Blue Wellness is going to have a group of product lines. So as we work on that, we'd love to get the investors' information and give you more detail as we move forward. But when you look at the nutritional sweetener market, my first SAM-TAM slide, I said, okay, well, we are the SAM and we are the TAM. And how big is it? No idea. Because we are a premium product, but we're not out of the ballpark for sweeteners, but we're not a sweetener. So I said, okay, let's look at the artificial sweetener market. And I said, okay, right now that's $7.5 billion for 2023. And if we do we do 30% of that market, 30% paying a premium is not outrageous. That's a $2.25 billion market that's available to us. And honestly, we get one big soft drink manufacturer who decides to use this in their soft drinks, it's pretty much game over. And we know that we can scale, we know we can handle the demand, but we don't want to do that. We really want to focus it on the health benefits. I was going to ask, someone's pointing at, I was going to ask what you're pointing at, but get the question later. So in a summary, this is a whole new market. And I've been in a lot of new startups, new industries, and it's very rare that there's not a precursor. And there's really not. There's really not anything out there. I've never seen a sugar that someone says, oh yeah, this is great. It's going to help your hair grow. It's going to help you, defeat cancer. And that's basically the kind of thing we have here. So sales channels, multiple sales channels. We're setting that up right now. Our initial sales will all be online because we don't want to do brick and mortar if possible. And we're going to do with white label if possible. So we're very flexible at this point. When we look at production, this is already in production. The core product that this is built from, because this is a special formulation, is already out selling in nutritional stores as well as online. We have from a competitive standpoint, when I say low entry point, the nice thing is we don't need a lot of money to get this rolling. We've got our first production batch running, so we've got, we're going to have, let's see, we'll easily have over 4,000 gallons in the next 6 months that we can ship of this. And you're only looking at the nutritional value in 1 to 2 tablespoons per drink. So when you talk to people, if you guys are coffee drinkers, I really encourage you to come by the table, put some of it in your coffee, because the interesting thing is it'll take the bitterness right out and it'll add just enough sweetness where it'll change the whole experience of the coffee. And I hate coffee, So when I say that, I taste it to make sure. And it's a fast mover advantage because this is the first this is being presented in an investment group.
Thank you very much. Thank you, John. Looks like we have a question at the back there.
Thank you very much for the presentation. You have a brilliant product. My name is Rod. I'm familiar with this industry just because just now my company placed the order and R&D department for gummy supplements, and 2 months R&D department was choosing sweetener. Finally, we have chosen FOS.
Okay.
FOS sweetener. Just now
Yeah.
in Spain, it's manufactured.
Come see us. We can
Yeah.
do gummies. We're already doing Pop Rocks and other things. So
Yeah, and also I'm familiar with wholesale importation of chaga from Siberia.
Okay.
I have a question to you. What's your business model? Because we have growers, we have processing facilities making this raw material, so it means that you called supplier of raw
Right.
material, or you are packaging company and you are preparing finished product, or you're offering private label at your manufacturing facility, and so you know that there is several layers of the market. That's why I'm asking your
No,
business
and-
model.
And I feel somewhat schizophrenic. So to give you, because I do a lot, I've always been an operations guy. I've always liked the production operations side. My background, I worked 14 years at Motorola originally. So when we talk about, the start of the wireless industry, we were building the first system. So I was at Motorola when we turned on Washington, Baltimore, the first system in New York. So I've always been in high tech. I've always been in that space. When I left wireless, I took over a medical company, and I had to go get our CPT code. When they're talking about CMS, I can talk to CMS all day long because I had to get a whole new code for a different product. So I liked the production side. Specific to this, I know the manufacturing side very well. I know the people there that run it. They're our partner. And with Dr. Bennett, this is strictly a packaging distribution side.
So you are applying for investment for manufacturing facility, for processing facility.
I can talk separately on that, but that's a different company. But for this on the distribution side, what we set up is the founders of our supplier, they're strictly a nutritional supplement. And what they see is a lot of people don't stick with vitamins. They don't like the taste. This is something people can take that helps their health in all sorts of ways without a second thought. And it's affordable, but the concentrate that they use is much stronger than the concentrate we use for the pure sweetener, but it still has the same benefits.
And the last question, according to sales channel,
We gotta
are
wrap
you
up.
producing a finished product? I mean, a brand with your finished product, with the sweetener?
Sweet Mushy, that's the brand.
Okay, so,
But if you
so
want
it's
it-
in the retail, right?
Yeah, but if
thank
someone wants to buy barrels of it, you brand it any way you want. We'll white label it all day long.
All right, thank you. Keep filling in the feedback sheets or do them online with the code. And we've got one quick question over here.
Yeah, good presentation. Couple of things. You said you're the first to the market, but it'll be good to know what are you doing to protect your turf, and what does the competition look like? In today's world, I cannot imagine there's no competition.
Well,
People have been at this for a while. The second thing is a brand new startup. What kind of team you have around you, the science, the research, patenting, what's going to help you, once you prove it, test market it, how are you going to scale it?
Yeah, we can talk because we have, for the team around us, that's all basically what I call cloudware, because it's all on a chart. So we have plans for distribution, and from protection standpoint, what's out there in the marketplace, there are no there's no liquid chaga, there's no liquid functional mushroom product anywhere. Feel free to Google any of this. There is no competitors today. So it's a pretty virgin market. This is, what I'd call in the wireless space is a true greenfield. But I can talk to you about the scale, because we can go a lot of different ways, and it's really going to depend on if we want to partner with someone to move fast or if we want to organically grow it. And we can go either way. It's just going to cost more to do it organically.
Thank you, John. Thank you. Warm applause for John. We're going to do another draw. Kelly, do you want to go ahead and just read out the number? This is for another VIP bag. Okay. And do we have Holly Adams here? Is Holly Adams here? Okay.
The last 4 digits would be 6148.
Anyone? 6148? No, on next. Going once, going twice. Oh, you're here. Okay, just a second.
6134. 6138. 6145.
Okay, I'm gonna do. Oh, we got a winner right there in the front. Woohoo! Okay, the VIP bag there. No? Okay, well you're the winner. You raise your hand. We're moving on. Next person up, we have Holly Adams, the CEO of Go Well Benefits, and yeah, I will. You can. Would you like a microphone, or would you like to speak there? If you do speak there, try not to touch the podium because it makes a noise. Yeah, you like this?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me today. I really appreciate the time and consideration. Well, I'm here for Go Well Benefits, and it's health insurance different. It's really the future of health insurance. There we go. So one of the big things about health insurance is it's antiquated. So the process is antiquated, it's iterative, it's complicated. It's not very easy to enroll, it's not very easy to figure out. And that's really where we come in. So our Go Well Benefits is streamlining the process. So making it simpler for employees to enroll, for employers to keep track of, for insurance carriers to get the enrollment information so that really people understand what they're signing up for before they sign up. And the way that we've done it is we started with the employee first, because if you start with employees first, it makes everything easier because people are first. So we set it up so that we meet people where they're at and they can enroll right from their phones. So you can obviously enroll in a computer or a smart tab, but you can also enroll straight from your phone, which gives access to almost everyone. Our team, and the reason why we were able to do this is because our team is very seasoned. We all have decades of experience working in employee benefits. One of the things we've noticed is that our insurance partners are noticing that we have a new way to do this. We have some of the largest insurance carriers, some of the largest agencies working with us to help streamline this process. This opportunity is vast. The benefit industry, enrollment industry is $30 billion. Self-insurance itself is $6 billion. We have a large customer base. We're working with some of the largest companies in the country, Geico, Domino's. Our go-to-market strategy is really focusing in on franchises. They're growing, a growing number, payroll and PEOs, associations, right, companies and insurance carriers. One of our newest tractions is ICHRA. Have any of you guys heard of what ICHRA is? So it's the biggest change that's happened in insurance since 1980s when insurance really kicked in for employee benefits. In 2020, the government allowed for employers to pay for individual coverage on a pre-tax basis. So that sounds game-changing because it is. Employers have never been able to pay for your insurance unless they bought a group product. So for the first time ever, employers can do that. And one of the things our technology offers is a marketplace for it. So we make it easy and able for employees to go in and pick any plan they want across the United States. And employers can now fund it. So they no longer have to pick the plan for their employees. They no longer have to make sure the benefits are right. They just have to provide the funding to help pay for the health insurance. So this is a huge traction, and one of the things that our site, besides just enrolling in any benefits, also enrolls in. So our new model is something different, doesn't exist in the market. There's some emerging ICHRA technologies, but none of them do it like the way benefits are entailed, which means that you enroll in your medical, and then you go on to enroll in other benefits. And there's many more benefits employees can enroll in: dental, vision, life, health, hospital bridge, pet insurance. Those are all things that your employers can offer to employees on a pre-tax basis, typically at a lower rate than if they were to buy it in the market themselves. So our new model allows for employees to go in and individually pick it and then go on to pick the rest of their benefits. So our growth is strong. We've been growing exponentially every single month, gaining new users. We expect to, by 2025, be a $100 million company, 2026, a $100 million company. We expect great growth because the reason being is the market is still huge. I mean, you would think that most people are enrolling already. 50% of employer companies are still not enrolling online. They use paper. So the market is really still untapped in this specific industry. So our competitive differentiation, so there's two different tractions. Our platform does both enrollment and it also does the ICHRA traction. You see that there's two large entities that have come out with ICHRA, specifically Take Command and Babby. And then there's Broker Focus, which was Employee Navigator and Ease, but recently Employee Navigator bought Ease. So now there's no real platform for the small group business that's fast. So we think this is a perfect opportunity for us because we can do any size business, 2 to 10,000. We do 2 to 99 really well. And some of the things that we do differently than any of the platforms is, obviously, we talked about the ICHRA One platform, but also multiple languages. So again, meeting that employee where they're at, changing our technology to be whatever language they want to enroll in. Pay Now, which helps for gig workers, because if you don't have a payroll deduction, you can't be offered benefits, but in our system you can, because you can hit Pay Now. And our latest traction that we're adding in is AI, because what we found out is once we've made it simple for people to enroll, the next thing is they don't understand what they enrolled in. So how do we change that? Well, insurance is actually not that complicated. It just seems like it is because they use funny words, and unless you get translations, it's hard to really differentiate what it is, but it's iterative. It's the same thing over and over again. It's just that you need to know what those words are. And so we think with AI, we'll really be able to solve that. I mean, how many people here know exactly what health insurance plan they have? Not very many. And that's common. Not very many pay that close attention, but it's one of the largest expenses for an employer. It's one of the largest expenses for people that they pay for. And so we think with AI, we can help clear that up by answering questions that people ask over and over again, but it doesn't seem to be simplified. And then, again, one platform addressing the 2 to 99 population. So why GoWell? Why now? Well, we're people-focused, and we think that with our new tractions, we will be the next thing that really helps transform healthcare. AI-enabled insurance transition, integration, partner integration, bringing new generation for health insurance across the country. So far, we've raised $2.3 million. We're under our Series A, where we're going to raise $10 million. What we're going to use it for is AI. We're going to expand our operations, and we're going to build our sales and marketing teams. We think our potential exit strategies would be insurance carriers, a payroll vendor, large insurance agencies. Any of those would work. And that concludes my presentation. I really want to thank you for taking the time to learn more about GoWell today.
Thank you, thank you. And do we have any questions? We got one over here, and there's nobody with a microphone, so I'm going to multitask. Oh, here's a microphone. There you go.
Hey, Holly, I absolutely commend you on your groundbreaking work. You know, we seriously need this. We know this. Presentation was good. One thing I would like, I think you touched upon it, but it'll be good if you can do a little bit of a deep dive in the competition, because a lot of people are trying to innovate, disrupt. I'm ex-McKinsey, there are a couple of former spin-offs that started, flamed out.
Can you speak into the microphone? We can't hear you. Sorry.
I'm sorry. It'll be good to know. There are startups that have tried to disrupt, innovate, but they just, fizzled out. So it'll be good to know what you're doing different, and how you understand the competitive landscape, because the big guys are going to try to absolutely crush you. It's not easy.
Yeah, so our competition is growing, but the difference between us and our competition is, one is our team has decades of experience. So one, being able to address the market, so really understanding all the intricacies of health insurance, how it relates to employers, how it relates to employees, how it relates to insurance carriers, and then tying that all together in a way that makes sense. Our specific competitors, Ease and Navigator, that's the number one. They dominate the industry currently. The CEO of Employee Navigator just announced that they were moving up market, and Ease was no longer going to be in place anymore. So that disrupts the industry in and of itself by the consolidation. So it also opens the market up for new technologies to emerge. The other companies, the ICHRA companies, everyone's brand new. So there's no real domination there because it just happened in 2020. So the oldest company that could be out there could be 3 years old. So the industry isn't firmed up yet. So there's still a lot of market opportunity. So that's a little bit deeper dive into our current.
You're right. It's brand new, So yeah, you just need to, find out what you can do and just separate yourself. The other thing is, the other big trend we are now seeing in healthcare insurance is self-insured employers, self-funded, right? A lot of biggies are, beginning to partner with the payers. So it'll be good enough you keep an eye on that side as well. So I would love to know your strategy there.
Yeah, so we actually enroll for other insurance carriers, and some of them are self-insured carriers. So if you saw on my deck, we work with large self-insured companies now. We do underwriting for self-insured companies so that companies can get those level funded rates. We also do reference-based enrollment. I also think ICHRA is another way to self-insure. Because when you think about it, it's you're really breaking everything apart and bringing it together, and that's really what self-insurance does, is it breaks apart the way that your typical insurance plan works and then brings it all together to work as a group product. So I do think of ICHRA a lot of times as a self-funding mechanism like that exists today. I think it has a great place in that specific niche.
Okay, thank you. I think we're going to keep
quick
time.
question.
Really quick one, please.
Maybe I missed it. So what's the sum? Serviceable optimal market.
Say that again.
Or what's the market size for the 2 to 99?
Oh, 2 to 99, more than half the businesses in the United States are 2 to 99. So if you think about the marketplace, that's where majority of people, or at least half the people in the United States, work for small businesses, 2 to 99.
Thank you. Thank you, Holly. Wonderful. Is Karen here? Oh, wonderful. Okay. I'd like to welcome our next speaker. And by the way, just as she's walking up here, I would like welcome you all to stand up. There's no breaks today, I've just been made aware of. So, if you want to stand up in between the presentations, I would definitely, suggest that you do so. Karen, are you okay on that clicker? Yeah, the green is to advance. And Karen is with Jaguar Health, and take it away, Karen.
Can everyone hear me? Is this on?
Yes, it should
Okay,
be on.
I can't tell.
It's
So
best if you don't touch the podium because it makes a noise.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming today. Today I'm going to be talking about 2 potentially transformational events that are happening at Jaguar. Thank you. But first we are a public company. I have to have the forward-looking statement. I may make a forward-looking statement today. The risks of those forward-looking statements are covered through our SEC filings. If you have any questions, please look at those. Thank you. So Jaguar Health has been in the business of plant medicines for many years. We have an FDA-approved plant medicine called Mytesi. It's on the market for patients suffering from diarrhea, and its treatment for diarrhea of HIV patients. crofelemer comes through the science of ethnobotany. Ethnobotany means you go talk to the native healers. The native healers tell you what works for them. Centuries of use, safe use, and from this came a product called crofelemer. Crofelemer is a large molecule, macromolecule. It's about 2,000 molecular weight. It comes from a tree called Croton lechleri, and the sap of that tree is bright red, sangre de drago. That's used for cosmetics as well as medicines. And this was used by native healers as a tea to treat diarrhea. So that's the background. We have the only oral drug approved under US FDA botanical guidance that gives us a very high barrier for entry of generics. So that brings me to the next slide. I'm going to laser focus in on two products. Crofelemer for use in cancer therapy-related diarrhea. That's the subject of our phase 3 study that is complete. We have a data reveal at the end of the month. That's our top-line data. So stay tuned, end of October. That's the potentially transformational event for our company. And then the other uses I'm going to talk about is a new formulation of crofelemer. It's a dry powder that's made into a liquid formulation for use in rare diseases. Those two rare diseases are short bowel syndrome and microvillus inclusion disease. Microvillus inclusion disease is ultra rare. We have filed an IND and activated that IND, and that study will start in early 2024. The proof of concept studies in short bowel syndrome we expect sooner, 2023, 2024, early 2024. And both those indications have orphan designation in the US and the EU. These will be global studies. So what's important to know is our indication that I mentioned, HIV-related diarrhea, is a somewhat modest market, about 50 million. The potential, transformational potential with cancer therapy-related diarrhea is this could be a $1 to $3 billion market opportunity. And when I tell you about it in a minute, I think you'll understand why. Similarly, short bowel syndrome is about a $4 to $5 billion market right now, and that we believe we can expand this market, and I'll explain to you why. So the two take-home messages I will be saying throughout the talk: look for that p-value, look for that top-line data, look for that primary endpoint at the end of the month. That's for cancer therapy-related diarrhea, and then again, the investigators' studies should be end of 2023, early 2024. And again, we've activated the IND with the FDA for microvillus inclusion disease. Now, the scientist in me, I love to talk about the mechanism of action. So this is a really unique mechanism. It is the only, there's no other mechanism like this, so we have no competitors. We have no, as I mentioned, generic competition because of the barrier to entry from botanical guidance. But there's also nothing being developed that is modulating the two chloride receptors, the calcium chloride and the CFTR. These two chloride receptors sit in the entire gut, the large intestine and the small intestine, and our compound, big compound, remember, it's called allosteric modulation, and what that simply means is it doesn't bind the receptor, so it doesn't cause constipation. It sits close to the receptor, the channel, and that allows water flow through the gut. Too much water is diarrhea, not enough water, constipation. It is not an anti-motility agent, it is not an opioid, and it can be used continuously for the rest of your life as needed. And again, we have the background of using it in 10 years for our HIV product, as well as the centuries of use, safe use in native cultures. So now, on target. On target is our study that's going to have that top level data later this month. What it is think of going to your oncologist, and your oncologist says, you know, I have this great targeted agent. It's to a genetic defect in your tumor. But this genetic defect, if you get diarrhea, we have this targeted agent, but it has a side effect, 50% to 95% diarrhea in targeted therapies. If you get diarrhea, you're going to have a dose reduction or dose discontinuation. 40% of patients taking cancer therapies, having diarrhea, discontinue those therapies. The quality of life is miserable. So this impacts the patient, but more importantly, these are transformational therapies. This could cause longer life or even a cure. So we want to impact the outcome of these patients, and we look forward to seeing if our drug indeed, and we hope, fingers crossed, does well in that phase 3 study. Then briefly on to rare diseases. I'm going to talk about short bowel syndrome and microvillus inclusion disease. Short bowel syndrome is exactly what it sounds like. It's a shortened bowel. It can be from Crohn's disease. It can be from a kink in your bowel. It can be a congenital defect. It can be a tumor which is surgically removed. Some people with short bowel syndrome have adequate absorption of nutrients, but a subset of these short bowel patients have something called intestinal failure. Intestinal failure means that your intestine can no longer absorb the nutrients it needs. And these poor patients have to wear in the lower right corner, up there, a backpack 18 hours a day with a catheter that gives them those nutrients IV. So the goal of any SBS drug is to reduce parenteral nutrition. Our drug, we also have a goal to reduce that chronic diarrhea that comes with SBS. There is one drug on the market today, teduglutide or Gattex. This drug is a gut adaptation drug. It can be used 18 months after surgery. It basically causes more volume in the gut, so you get more potential for absorption of nutrients. Our drug can be used, in theory, right after surgery, stabilization of the patients, with teduglutide, after teduglutide, and also in patients with cancer, because teduglutide is a growth hormone, and it does stimulate division of cells, including cancer cells or potentially cancerous cells. So this we see as a growth expander for the SBS market. And finally, microvillus inclusion disease. This is, if you know a parent who has a child with microvillus inclusion disease, it's ultra rare. The children are born without the ability, they have a full-length gut, but it is defective. They don't have the ability to absorb nutrients. Without that ability, they get put on parenteral nutrition, but they get volume overload. The children have severe secretory diarrhea, and most of them don't live to adulthood. So our goal, there's no drug approved for MVID. Our goal is to get something to get these children into adulthood. So the two major points I wanted to make, we are having a high-level data unblinding at the end of the month for our cancer therapy-related diarrhea therapy. And then again, we will see the SBS proof of concept studies later this year, early next year, and then the MVID study should commence next year. And that was quick through it. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Karen. Can we take the first question for Karen? Yeah.
How much are you looking for?
What now?
What is the amount you're looking for?
We're a public company, so we aren't doing a pipe or anything. We're just looking for people to look at our stock. So at the end of the month, we're, again, fingers crossed, everything goes well, we'll see an inflection. But until we have that data, I don't know yet. We're not doing a pipe.
So I have, yeah, here we go.
Can you speak a little bit to the sourcing of your product? And you mentioned the, I don't know what the patent situation is.
Okay, so where it comes from?
Yes,
okay.
is the extraction modality proprietary?
Yes, I can talk about that. First, again, we don't ever expect to have generic competition. And I could get into a more complicated reason, which it is not absorbed, so it doesn't go into the bloodstream. So for a generic company to enter the marketplace, they would have to do clinical studies. So that's another barrier to entry on top of what is already there with FDA botanical guidance. We have 140 patents, and we have, no, actually 146 patents now issued, and we have 40 patent applications. We're also well protected. The source is the Amazon. Croton lechleri is a tree that grows 60 feet, which is to maturity in about 6 years. We've planted over 1 million trees, and we're prepared to plant as many as it's needed to grow the market. We have private growers that work for us. We've worked in the rainforest for 20 plus years and have great connections there. So I think we have a good, the tree, the sap is extracted, it's put in big barrels, sent to our manufacturer. There they extract crofelemer, and then that's put into that delayed release capsule at yet another manufacturer. So it's 3 steps: ship the barrels, extract, and then delay release.
Okay, we have one more quick question, and I would invite everybody to stand up and stretch as we are listening to the final question before we move on to our next speaker.
Karen, great presentation. Congratulations on your leadership position in the
I'm having trouble hearing you, I'm sorry.
Kind of hold it about 3 inches in front of your face and point it towards you.
My voice?
I can hear you now.
Okay. Congratulations on your leadership position. I think you've done well. What I would like to know, your short,
Keep it in front of you. Yeah.
medium to long term. My voice is pretty loud.
I can hear you. I'm a coxswain formerly, so I can talk without this too.
I would love to hear your medium to long term growth strategy.
Medium to long-term growth strategy.
Medium to long-term growth. So medium term, we also have other indications that I didn't have time to talk about. One huge indication is inflammatory bowel disease. In inflammatory bowel disease, just in the US, 2 million people suffer from chronic secretory diarrhea. 2 million. That's 50% of that population. So that would be a huge market expansion for us. We'd probably do it with a partner, but it is a potential. So that's the next step that I see. And of course, we have our own sales force, so our near term here is to get this approved, fingers crossed with the data, positive, and then move into our sales force with our product.
How does that translate into dollars?
Okay,
Financials.
so CTD, that cancer therapy, is a $1 to $3 billion market opportunity. We've had it independently evaluated, so it's a large market. Inflammatory bowel disease, a lot more patients, a much bigger market. So I don't even want to project there. I haven't done the formal evaluation, but a huge market.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you. I'd like to welcome up now Joshua Park, who's the CEO of Globe Bio. So we're moving from gut health to eye health, different part of the body. So welcome Joshua.
Thank you very much. So my name is Joshua Park. I'm the CEO of Globe Biomedical, and we are building Blink, the first in the world of continuous eye health monitoring. So we're seeking $1 million in a convertible note with 10% interest, and we can get into that a little bit later. So in 2019, we were sitting down with what is now our medical advisory board, and we were trying to understand, why are people still going blind? What is the big issue that optometrists and ophthalmologists are facing? And, sorry, we're actually, this is not going correctly. But, so what we realized is they were saying the real issue that they were having was not being able to understand what's happening to the patient outside of the office. So we thought to ourselves, okay, what could we do with this, right? They need more data. And so we looked at companies like Dexcom that are doing continuous glucose monitoring. And for them, we realized that the more data that you give a doctor, the more that they can tailor treatment for the individual patient. So we were looking at kiosk versions, we were looking at different devices that they could take home, and eventually we realized that most of the patients were already wearing a wearable device, and that was their glasses. And so for the last 4 years, we've made our vision technology invisible and embedded it into glasses, which I'm wearing right now. They have cameras embedded into the frames, 16 hours of battery life, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, accelerometers, temperature, humidity sensors, notifications for the patient. All of that data is collected every single day, about 5,000 images. And then at night, we stream off that data to our servers so that the doctors can understand what's happening to the patient outside of the office. So the first two markets that we're hitting are amblyopia and myopia in this Q4 of 2023. Amblyopia is a very interesting disease in the pediatric space and pediatric ophthalmology because the key to it is patching. It's a completely curable disease that 2% of children have in the world. And yet, you can cure it if you will patch the dominant eye. But doctors don't know if the child is actually in compliance for the 6 months, a year, 2 years that they're requiring them to patch. And obviously, they rely on surveys, which we know are very inconsistent. Children hop on the school bus as a 6 or 7-year-old, and the first thing they do is rip that patch off and throw it out the window, right? And then they tell mom and dad, oh, no, I worked for 4 hours today, I promise, I also didn't steal the candy. And so this issue comes into play 12 months down the road. There's a short window of time that we can attack this disease, 4 to 8 years old for children. So if they waste 12 months ripping their patch off and throwing it out the window, the doctor all of a sudden doesn't know, is it actually the treatment plan that I have them on, or is it that they're lying on the surveys? And even then, the parents will lie on behalf of the child because they don't want to look like a bad parent. So what we do with our tech is because we have cameras built in, we can understand down to the minute how much patch time the child is having on a daily, weekly, monthly status. So then the doctor can call the patient month 1 and say, hey, what's going on? I thought we were going to patch this kid for 2 hours a day. You're averaging 45 minutes. If you want to cure their disease, we need to do it quickly. The next disease that we're focusing on is myopia. It's had a 30% increase year over year since 2020 because kids are spending far too much time in front of a screen and far too little time outdoors. And that ratio is really important. So that ratio, doctors know that if you spend, for every hour you spend outside, you're 17% less likely to develop myopia. And so we're marketing this specifically to children that have early onset myopia, and the parents are wanting to get in front of the disease before it gets far worse. So these are not the only two diseases. Obviously, we're building this healthcare platform. There's over 30 different diseases that we are able to track just by looking at the eye. But these are the first two because they're time sensitive and they're very much low-hanging fruit for us. And you can see the market for just these two diseases is a $5.7 billion TAM going down to a $100 million SOM. And this is just for amblyopia and myopia in the pediatric market, right? And so we've also worked over the last 4 years to develop multiple different patents with our partners at Kenobi Martins here in Irvine, kind of a pillar of excellence in the ophthalmic space. And so from glaucoma to dry eye, from blink rate to myopia management, screen time, and many, many more that are pending. We've also worked with the FDA over the last 12 months, and we're very happy to announce that we are about 1 month away from FDA clearance as a 510K Class 2 exempt device. And so now we'll be able to put that stamp of approval on our device so that doctors understand the quality of care that we are providing to their patients. From our business model for the pediatric space specifically, next year as we go into the adult space, we're going to be doing B2C, but initially we're doing B2B2C. And this is specific because then the optometrist and the ophthalmologist get involved with the patient early on. And this is really crucial if we want to improve patient outcomes, right? We want them to be connected more often, and then it gives the optometrist and the ophthalmologist an opportunity to either rent the device to the patient if it's a short-term disease that they're looking to monitor, or sell it outright to the patient if it's something that they're wanting to monitor in a more longitudinal fashion. And then that patient gets the device shipped directly to their home, and then they pay a subscription fee basically to monitor the data, which then is recurring revenue for us as well as for the doctor. Standard go-to-market strategy, lots of conferences, lots of KOLs, as you'll see when we get to our medical advisory slide, and also doing lots of research at Baylor, UCI, Mayo Clinic, Western University. We're in a very specific class because for us, we collect so much data for the doctor, hundreds of thousands of data points every single day on their patient, that we have very much a clinically meaningful data set for them to look at, whether it's a day, a week, a month, or a year out. But then we also have the ease of use that's similar to other smart frame technology, which is grab your frames in the morning and wear them all day. That's all you have to do. Our battery life lasts for over 16 hours, so you can just wear your frames, and that's all the doctor has to tell the patient. You can see our team, and I'm just going to point out our Chief Medical Officer, who we brought on this last year, Dr. Rehan Ahmed, board-certified ophthalmologist out of Baylor, also has his MBA from MIT. To our clinical team, we have, I will point out, Dr. Arthur Sitt. He's the chair of ophthalmology at Mayo. He's been connected with us from the very beginning. He's very much a proponent for telehealth, understanding what's happening to patients, and he's doing all of our glaucoma research. And then, of course, doctors at UCI, Baylor, Western University, and a few more. To our exit strategy of looking at whether it's pharmaceutical companies wanting to decrease the cost of their clinical trials, optical retail companies wanting to get into tech, health plans wanting to do telehealth, or tech companies wanting to get into the health sector, we see each of them as potential acquisition opportunities. And then finally, our use of funds. So raising the $1 million, we're doing continued development. We're finishing up in our manufacturing, which we're doing up in Spokane, and also getting into a couple different neurobiomarkers at Baylor that we're very excited about. So in summary, we're a data-driven company. We have tons of different biomarkers. Like I said, over 30 different diseases that we're able to look at just in the periocular region, the region around the eye. And we are about 1 month away from being FDA cleared as a 510K medical device. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joshua. Do we have any questions? What a fascinating presentation. Who would like to have the first question?
Are they prescription, and what happens after 16 hours?
So they are prescription. I currently have a slight prescription. My co-founder has a -6, which, if you know, that is a Coke bottle. So we can absolutely put prescription in. We limit it initially to -5 +5. After the 16 hours, the frames just stop collecting data. Technically, my frames have lasted up to 20 hours. We just have proof of concept gone up to 16 hours, and that's what we validated for market. But they can easily go up 20, 21 hours, I've seen. And then at night, you just plug them in and charge them. They connect automatically to Wi-Fi, stream off all of our data, encrypted, of course, and then process that data on our servers. We do lots of machine learning on it, and then aggregate that to the doctor.
Any other question?
No.
What is the market size for the 2% of the children? I think you said in the world, but you're...
Oh, sorry. So that TAM-SAM-SOM was specifically U.S. only.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's $5.7 billion in the U.S. as a TAM, and then getting down to the SOM of $100 million. That's for 2% of the children in the U.S. having amblyopia and 38% having myopia.
And then do you see raising shortly after the $1 million? And basically,
Yes.
what's
We're
in it for the investors?
Yeah, so we're planning on raising a Series A later next year. The idea of that is we're trying to bring on a strategic partner. So we've had some conversations with Hoya, J&J, Novartis, and we're looking at bringing them in, and so that would be part of a Series A round. This convertible note is really just to finish off our manufacturing. Part of our company's strategy is we've been fully funded through the National Science Foundation for many years. Since 2019, we got our first grant, so they've put in $1.7 million in non-diluting funding. And so, but as part of that, the NSF does not pay for certain things. Marketing, patents are the two big ones. So we're using this $1 million mainly to push into those markets, the amblyopia market and the myopia market for pediatrics. And then with that traction, looking to then raise a Series A at that inflection point next year.
Okay, we got one more question
Of course.
over there.
So as a wearable, how does this compare to other wearables, like a wrist wearable? Can you use this in the same way? Does it have to be for something so specific that goes to a doctor, or can you use it for personal?
You can totally use it for personal use. So I love every morning I get a little notification that says my data is ready to be viewed on my phone, and so I get to see all of my health data. We don't just focus on the ocular space. There's a lot of diseases that you can actually see from the periocular region, anterior segment photography, right? Looking at the ocular surface, we can see a lot of other diseases that are non-ocular. So it gets into the neuro space, into the general wellness, into the cardiovascular space. And so those are some different pipelines that we're going through. But for myself, I even just noticed things like my head posture, reducing my migraines by actually working and having better ergonomics when I sit, because we monitor head posture. And so we tell people also, when you have screen time, you start to have eye fatigue after this many minutes. And so I go, okay, well, I need to start taking breaks every 2 hours. I need to take a 10 to 15 minute break so that I can, keep my focus up and keep my attention there. So I hope that
Okay,
answers
one
your
more quick question. One more.
Yeah, okay. Clean, clear, crisp, good presentation. Thank you. In terms of intellectual property protection, how are you doing there? How vast do you have that protection? Is it a trade secret? Is it more patent?
Yeah, so definitely some things that we do are trade secret. Having the 16-hour battery life compared to Ray-Ban's 4-hour battery life is definitely one of our trade secrets of how we're able to do that, right? We have half the weight of any other smart frame and 4 times the battery life. So we keep that internal. There's a lot of other pipelines. So glaucoma is a big one. 80 million people in the world are suffering from glaucoma. We have multiple patents in that route. We have multiple design patents on the shape of our frames as well and how we integrate the hardware, because that's also a hard one. It's really hard to fit cameras, 8 gigabytes of storage, all of that, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth into a pair of frames. And so we've worked very hard to even do, minor design features and all of that.
All right, thank you. Let's warm round of applause. I'm going to do, we have another drawing for an Apollo Neuro device. This is $300.
Is this on? All right. Everybody in the room, please fill out those forms. First off, we have another Apollo Neuro, a wearable. Nice segue after the last talk. First off, how many people would actually use this product if they had it? All right, quite a few of you. How many people have actually worn the Apollo Neuro or some type of a wearable? Wow, that's really great. That's really great. All right, so go ahead and
Yeah, I'm
pull
going to
it
go ahead
out.
with the number 273539. Anyone? 273539. Going once.
There's a
going
display.
twice. I've got another one.
He's got it? Right on.
All right.
All right, there you go.
Wonderful. So I just want to remind everybody to fill in their forms and pass them to the side. And this is in exchange for these tickets. And now we're going to launch into a series of quicker 5-minute presentations.
Actually going to be 10 on this one.
Okay. All right. So 10 on this one, which is Dr. Nancy Gaines-Dillard. She's the CEO of Dr. Nancy's Integrative Medicine. So welcome, Dr. Nancy.
All right, so that's the, Well, good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Nancy Gaines-Dillard, and my presentation is Uberizing the Med Spa Service. Beauty Moves of Arizona, the future of aesthetic medicine in Scottsdale. Okay. Today, I present this groundbreaking opportunity, an opportunity born from the fusion of innovation, market research, and over 2 decades of experience in medical practice. Beauty Moves of Arizona, the expansion of Dr. Nancy Gaines' integrative medicine practice, is poised to redefine the face of aesthetic medicine in the bustling heart of Scottsdale, Arizona. Think about this. Scottsdale boasts a robust population of over 242,000 people, with an impressive median household income of over $138,000. Yet, despite the affluence and desire for self-enhancement, there remains a gaping hole in the market. A lack of convenience, on-demand aesthetic services. Ladies and gentlemen, in today's fast-paced world, convenience is not just a luxury, it's a necessity. That's where Beauty Moves Arizona steps in, heralding a new era and introducing a revolutionary hybrid location mobile med spa model. Imagine this. We're not just premium storefront in a prime Scottsdale location. We are Uber of med spa. Whether you are world-class facility, whether you're at our world-class facility in Bell location in Scottsdale or my McDowell office location at McDowell Ranch, or you desire services brought to your doorstep, we are there. With the expansion of Mobile Med Spa, a luxury-fitted Mercedes-Benz Sprinter, we bridge the gap between demand and supply, offering services across 18 to 30-mile radius. This isn't just about bringing a spa to the doorstep. It's about redefining service delivery in an aesthetic machine sphere. Now let's talk numbers. How do I go back? Okay. The anti-aging market is valued at $44 million in 2022. It's projected to soar to $64 million in 2026. Not to mention 7 million Botox injections were administered in 2022 alone. The market's appetite for minimally invasive treatments is insatiable, and we are here to cater to that demand. Our services aren't just diverse. They're top tier, from cutting-edge non-invasive laser treatments to the finest of fillers and injectables to in-house nutracosmetics and a range of therapeutic massage treatments. We prioritize convenience, superior quality, compelling pricing, and distinct brand identity. Our approach is simple, yet potent. Seize market share by addressing the unmet need to the local spa market. Projected revenues. A conservative estimate places us at 542,000 our first year, raising that to 659,000 in our third year. And these projections are based on a modest spa utilization rate and an average client price of $125 per treatment. There's potential here, vast and untapped. We are seeking $150,000. This will judiciously be allocated across digital assets, store design, equipment deposits, mobile spa deposit, digital marketing, and working capital. To sweeten the deal, our mobile med spa and state-of-the-art laser equipment machines are fully paid for and leased within the company. So we actually have a Mercedes-Benz Sprinter that's equipped with all of the lasers that's set to debut at McDowell office in Scottsdale, Arizona, October 27th. So we are actually physically doing this. At the helm of the venture is me, Dr. Nancy Gaines. I am family medicine board certified integrative healthcare practitioner. I've been practicing medicine for over 26 years now. And then my partner, the chair. He is Dr. Mark C. Barron. He's a JD, MBA, a seasoned entrepreneur with an uncanny knack for market innovation. In conclusion, I stand before you not just as an entrepreneur, but as someone who genuinely believes in the vision of Beauty Moves of Arizona. With your investment, we stand on the brink of an aesthetic revolution in Scottsdale. I want to show you a little video of the inside of the Sprinter van. Let me see if I can make this play. So skin wrapped, hospital grade ventilation and lighting, medical bed, 65-inch screen television there as a medical director to take orders, to complete the medical treatment plan, fillers, Botox, vitamin drips, skin lasers, so IPLs, photofacials, tattoo removal, hair removal, all on this van, on demand, which is a $1 trillion business. Hours of operation 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. You schedule online, we come to your front door. Thank you for considering this unique opportunity. Together, we can and will redefine the landscape of aesthetic medicine. I'm here for any questions, and I would love to answer any that you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Nancy. And remember to fill out the feedback form for her. And can I take the first question?
Yeah, just right here. So the cost per service is lower than you going to the clinic?
Yeah, so we are all about quantity in this instance. The average package, though, is about $536. So a skin, like a laser hair treatment, you really time that with the hair follicle growth. And it typically is about 4 to 6 treatments, depending on the body part that you're lasering for hair. So yeah, we can sell the package initially at one price, or the service, but it's a package deal. And then, of course, once we have them, we can upsell with certain services, other services that we have as well within the van, and the sales team is right there on the telemedicine consult part, and the esthetician is right there to talk to the patient about the treatment plan, protocol, and then set up the package deal.
You know, I love the convenience for the mobile services. The question is, what's the barrier to entry? Let's say if somebody else is going to doing the same thing, I mean, how do you?
Well, yeah, I'll say, well, let's see. So Beauty Moves AZ is, it's a turnkey operation, and what that means is it comes fully packaged. It runs on diesel, and once we come to the location, it all runs on electric. So in the back is all electric and generated. We supply the personnel. When I say it's turnkey, we do the scheduling for them as well. So there's not a lot of people out there with this type of on-demand service that can provide a turnkey opportunity like this.
Yeah, to drill down a little bit more, so what's the barrier, let's say, to prevent somebody else going to do the same thing as you do? It's a great idea. I'm sure a lot of people are going to jump on it. But how do you do better? I mean, what's the secret sauce to keep you the competitive advantage?
Well, that's an excellent question. Well, so typically you sign a lot of non-disclosures with these types of ideas. There is really not a lot that's preventing individuals from doing it. It's really about the company that does it first.
First mover advantage. Okay, so we got another question here.
Thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to ask about your goals for scalability here. Are you planning on staying in that geography? Are you franchising? Like, how are you going to scale? And what investment opportunities will there be later?
Excellent question. Yes, absolutely. We do actually have short-term goals to scale this Beauty Move Sprinter vehicle to 10 vehicles outside of Scottsdale. So we want to take over Maricopa County, which is the 5th largest in the country as well. So we start with Scottsdale. but we are extending into California. I'm licensed in 8 states as well, but we will saturate that Maricopa County because, Scottsdale, Greater Phoenix, East and West Valley. But yeah, definitely scalable. And the investment is $150,000 is what we're asking. That would get you this opportunity to buy in what we're doing.
Okay, one final question.
Couple of comments and one question. Some of that has been covered. You have the beauty of first mover advantage. You know what? So aim big. And there may be an option for you to also, protect your IPR, intellectual property. You may want to look into that. And the market sizing, I think, you're underestimating the market sizing.
Yeah.
And the ask, this is my friend Rami's feedback. And I'm, taking, basically credit to him. You should also look into the ask. So I think, you have a chance to put a brilliant idea, think big, look for bigger capital. And once you have scale, nobody can replicate it.
No, that's excellent. Actually, we did scale down the numbers initially, and we have been very conservative with the numbers in terms of what we're going to make from year 1 to year 3. But we do realize that it's really going to take off, and we're quite ready for it. But coming here today, we really wanted to make that ask palatable for investors.
Thank you, Dr. Nancy.
Of course.
Thank you. One more. Okay, I'm going to do a quick raffle. We've got another VIP bag. So, dare I? Here we go. I'm going to keep things moving. And we're giving these things if you fill out your form. So, 273502. Anyone? 273502. Okay. Oh, you know what? Yeah, 273502. And then we've got 436-3616. 3616. Okay. Here we go to the lady in the center. It's off to you. I'm not driving anymore. I'm not drawing anymore. Okay, so I'd like to introduce our next guest. And we got some feedback forms over here. We're going to pass them down. I'd like to introduce our next guest, next speaker, Al Pernia. He is the CEO of EverHealth. And this is a quicker presentation. We've got 5 minutes, and look forward to hearing. Yeah. Go forward, yeah.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Thank you for listening and being here. My name is Al Pernia. I have been, for many years, trying to change our healthcare system to more of a proactive instead of a reactive one. And I want to show you our blueprint of how we think we can actually make this happen. I'm not really here to raise money. I'm more here to collaborate, see if there's any channel partners or people that want to work with us. In terms of, is this going to move? Susan? Is this going to work? What's that? The green one, right? So, my background, I've been half my life professionally in the corporate world, financial industry, the other half starting these health companies to change our healthcare system. We all know why we need to do this. I'm not going to spend any time talking about it. How we've been licensing thousands of healthcare practitioners on technologies that I'm going to show you right now that at minimum gives people control over blood sugar and body composition. We want to go beyond these practitioners, we call HPs, to also partnering with health and wellness professionals. And we have a lot of different channels. One of the most exciting ones that I'm going to talk about is corporate. There's a huge opportunity in corporate wellness that we are working with. So the program that we started off many years ago, 20 years ago, was a program called Transformations 360. And we started off by establishing what we call people's WICO scores, like your FICO for health. It evaluates 15 functions of the body based on symptoms. And the beauty of this concept is when practitioners use this to have a consult with the patient, what happens is they start understanding there's two types of healthcare in this country. We can wait until we're diseased and have somebody manage it, or we can try and be proactive. What this basically says is that, look, why you can't lose weight, keep it off, blood sugar, blood pressure, cholesterol, all these issues many times has to do with an imbalance in the function of your body. So in just 10 minutes, by people wanting to find out what's their WICO score and why do they have a bad score, it matches their FICO numbers. A lot of people think it's the same company as has their FICO score, so they're intrigued. Oh my gosh, I have a wellness score. What is it? In that 10 minutes, they start understanding we got two options. Let's wait until we're diseased or work with some practitioner that can prevent these from becoming serious conditions. Then what we do is we take them through a mild ketogenic elimination diet, dramatic change in their symptom profile. Then we redo this WICO after 5 or 10 weeks and then give them what we call a health recovery plan. This is how we started many years ago, and I have thousands of clinics that are using this with amazing success. We added these other devices and literally in 10 weeks create a new person in how somebody looks, feels, functions, and thinks. That's been our past. What we're now doing is we're taking these, what we call HPs, and partnering them up with technologies beyond what we offer. We started off with what we call the 360 process. Now we're introducing the Health 100. 100 technologies changing healthcare. Many of the technologies being presented here today could be a Health 100 company. Now clinics that use at least 25 of these Health 100s become a top technology HP and get from us the 4x4 matrix. 4 ways we drive patients into their clinic and 4 ways we educate patients on these technologies. Because that's the biggest challenge right now for clinics, is who's going to take the time to spend with every patient explaining these technologies they have to offer. And then in certain areas, we put a rep on the ground whose job is to create this community around the clinic. We call it the carousel of wellness. We partner the clinic with up to 25 other health and wellness professionals. And together they start referring to one another. We put on events for them, physical expos, and we put them onto the metaverse. We have now just launched the Metaverse Clinic and the Metaverse Expo. It's just an online 3D virtual platform that allows us to engage and educate people in ways that's even more effective than an individual trying to explain to them one-on-one. And this is how we can really create a mass movement and get society to understand this other alternative approach to healthcare. So our objective right now is to take this into corporations. We're actually exhibiting at one of the biggest HR conferences next week, and we want to get them excited to put on these expos in place of their health fairs, in place of their lunch and learns. And we all bring everybody together once a year to a conference in Dallas. You're all invited to come. We get about 2,000 attendees. They're primarily healthcare practitioners doing functional medicine. And we introduce at this conference what we call the Health 100, 100 companies changing healthcare. And if the clinics use at least 25 of those technologies, they become a top technology HP. So this is all part of the Love Your Health movement and part of what we call changing healthcare in America. I think my time's up. Thank you very much. Any questions? I'm here to answer them.
Thank you. We got a question right here.
Thank you. Great presentation for 5 minutes, not enough time. So one of the things come to my mind is that the customer for this type of risk score, if I call it, are more primary care, internal medicine, or a specialist, or how do you see the trend in the next 5 years?
You mean the patients?
From what kind of doctors can take advantage of this more, and what is the percentage, let's say maybe you say primary care or internal medicine or the specialist? Thank you.
Yeah, the kind of practitioners that we work with are functional medicine practitioners. So they're typically practitioners. They could be medical, they could be chiropractic, they could be naturopathic. We don't care about the type of license. It's more about them deciding to be integrative, proactive, using a lot of nutrition, using a lot of testing. And they usually try to become, in terminology, a functional medicine practitioner. And what they're trying to do is become proactive with the patient, getting them to understand the root cause, getting to the reasons why they're having imbalances, and trying to correct them before their disease conditions.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions for Al Pernia?
Yeah.
Hi, does your tech require lab tests?
Yeah, we do. A lot of the clinics will do a lot of lab testing. We usually try to do the lab testing after they go through that phase of getting rid of the food issues. We believe that if you don't get the food right, everything else is Band-Aid. In this country, the food's killing everybody. So what we try to do is take them through that elimination ketogenic diet where they're eating non-inflammatory foods. We're doing it in a way where they don't have any kind of discomforts, they don't have cravings, they don't have any problems, but most importantly, they learn food. And we get rid of a lot of the food issues and the fat issues and the blood sugar issues through that 5 or 10 weeks. And then we start addressing the other issues. That's when a lot of the lab testing takes place.
What's the cost to the provider and what's the cost to the patient?
Well, the clinicians, with our program, with a 360 process from that second slide that I showed you, it's very inexpensive. I mean, we licensed clinicians when we first started with $3,000, and the kit they use with every patient costs the clinic about $200, and it has a value of about $1,000 to $2,000. They price it wherever they want to. But it's very inexpensive, very affordable, most importantly, gives people control and understanding of how to make better food choices, and gives the practitioner the ability to get to the root cause because they get rid of the food and those other issues instead of right away trying to address everything when it's got nothing to do with that thing they're thinking, but it's a food problem.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Al.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to welcome to the stage right now Mike Manu, the CEO of Oxygen for Life. So we're taking a turn back into the cardiovascular space, and we're going to have powerful 5 minutes. Someone's saying, oh, I guess we have 5 minutes. We've got a 5-minute break. All right, so I welcome everyone to stand up now, have a bit of a stretch. As I said before, sitting is the new smoking, and I guess we're going to do a raffle too.
All right, if anybody's in the room, we're going to do 4 VIP bags. So, all right.
Here we go. First one, 273514. Anybody got it? 273514, raffle ticket.
All right. I think we're going to give this to Al. Al, here you go. You're the winner. You're the winner. Right on. Okay.
273532.
They put in the wrong slide.
273.
All right. We're going to just we got a number of these VIP bags. We're going to move along. Good chance for you to win.
I would say dedicated judge up front here.
He just sat back down. He already gets a VIP bag.
Oh, okay.
But we'll give him another one. There you go. Josh came in. Tell everybody where he came in, Josh.
Hey, Alan. I'm on.
Good.
I'll try one more. Look, let's go for 273535. 273535.
All right. This gentleman in the blue
I
tie,
am already
aqua,
on.
he looks like a winner to me.
Listening to the presentation now.
Yeah.
All right. There you go. All right, we got another one here.
Are we all sorted for the slides now?
They'll let you know. All right.
Now, they got back up. So then we have Mike Manu, and then we have a guy filling in.
All right, you're going to pull another one now?
He's on now. He's on so we're like 15 minutes behind.
All right.
Okay, I'm standing by.
In the back of the room, diligently sitting through the whole thing. Here you go, Christine. All right. Big winner. Whoa. All right. Thank you. All right, we'll get this thing, get the new slide up here in a second. So Mike, before we go on, you just got a big contract, didn't you?
Yeah, we did.
Is that something you can't talk about?
No, I'm going to. Yeah, we just got our cage code. For those of you that knows anything about dealing with the U.S. government, the government services, the DOD, the VA, FEMA, Indian Health Services, which is a huge market and underserved that we as taxpayers fund. And we now have the right to sell for the next 5 years. And then we're actually going, we have 2 of our medical devices that are getting ready to be listed on what's called the Federal Supply Schedule, which means the price is guaranteed, the contract's 5 years that we execute. Anyone in any area of the U.S. government can just go online like eBay and buy our product, it gets shipped, and we get paid.
So in this room, we have a number of people trying to get healthy. You've got a product for all of them also, right? What's the best one that you'd recommend people start off with in the beginning?
Well, for the over-the-counter, the PEOs, all organic plant-based oils, are patented for cancer, cardiovascular disease, and chronic inflammation. And 2 years ago, we released the medical food that treats the impaired delta-6 desaturase pathway, which is the cause of all chronic inflammatory diseases within the human body. It's right there in the medical textbook of physiology, and we've proved it clinically as well.
You've been selling products, supplements for quite a while. Tell us how long.
30 years. 30 years, yeah. Subject matter expert, I think.
So not only do you have good products, you are an individual that knows how to do marketing.
First and foremost, for 45 years now. And we were in some of the same industries in the 1980s, so.
Right on. Yes, so we both have some background in infomercials, supplements, and so forth. So this is good. We get a little more time. We're going to get that back on track here. So tell me, what is the what's the market potential just for the Indian? Or let's talk about the vet first, because with that you really are tapping into the vets and helping out the vets too, right?
Yes, that's the number one cause of death in the VA is lower limb amputations from diabetic foot ulcers. The survival rate's 3.5 years once an amputation occurs. And they're not battlefield wounds. They're from neuropathy and diabetes because they won't change their lifestyle.
So that is very difficult, and obviously the VA and the government tries to help do it. They offer these services to, I have quite a few people that are using these services, and some take advantage of them and other ones don't. So how do you help educate the vets that this is something they should do?
Well, the big issue that I got a light bulb on 2 months ago was the fact that in the commercial marketplace, most physicians are required to sell drugs, and they don't care if you get better or not, most of them, because they're getting paid through insurance, Medicare, Medicaid. And the light bulb went off with my government advisor. He said, in the VA, it's different. They have a salary. They don't want you coming back, because if you're coming back, it looks bad on them.
So Al, do you think he's a fit for your alternative medicine over in your event? Did you talk a lot about your event? You did not. You wanna come up here and talk about your event? Because I think there's quite a few people here that should know about your event. I think he's one of them. I've already been telling other people about your event. So why don't you talk a little bit about your event you got going on?
Yeah. Yeah, Dr. Brian has been coming to my events from when we first started in 2019. It's a 3-day event in Dallas, April 12th to the 14th. We celebrate 100 technologies that is changing healthcare. And when I say changing healthcare, I'm not talking about curing cancer. I'm talking about more our preventative, proactive approach to healthcare. If you go to our website, changelifetesting.com, you can watch the videos of practitioners, exhibitors. Literally everybody's first word was, this is the most amazing conference we've been to. One of the reasons is that as part of this conference, we launched the Love Your Health movement, a movement to get society to become proactive with their health. We explained that without health, we don't have anything. And the only way is to become proactive using technology.
So that's why at this conference, our whole focus is to say, here's 100 technologies, so that on Friday, we just have workshops to understand the technologies. Saturday, Sunday, we have the exhibitors showcasing those technologies. So most of the people who attend are practitioners doing functional medicine. They want to learn about these technologies, and they do that on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. They can actually talk and learn and experience the technologies. And then we show them how we can help them educate their patients, because now with all this technology, who's going to take the time with every patient and say, look at this, look at that, and ask 2 hours of questions? We've created the platforms, one of them being the metaverse, that does that for the practitioners. And that's really going to be a paradigm shift in how we can get society to realize, one, they got to make health a priority, and two, they got to do it with technology, and three, with practitioners who understand technology. That's what happens at 3 days in Dallas, April 12th to the 14th. Hope you all can come.
I want to bring up one more thing, because he actually showed it to me, and we're just going to take 1 more minute, and then Mike is going to be doing his talk, is he's actually created a metaverse. And so you want to, is that available they could see now, or is that something we'll be able to show shortly? Well, let's do it out later, but come see him, get access to this. This is pretty amazing what he's developing. It really ties into everything Dr. Jacoby's doing, what Dr. Bryan's doing, what Mike's doing. He's creating a system for all of this, and he's been doing this for years. So it's something very worthwhile that we all should think about, and you know, that's why he goes to Texas, because it's less expensive than Newport Beach, which I like that idea. So, all right. So we ready for Mike? All right. I'll just have him come on, Susan. You want to get him on there?
Does the clicker work? Does the clicker work today as opposed to 2 months ago?
Yeah, no, it works. And I've already introduced you, but again, this is Mike Manu from Oxygen for Life. Let's give him a warm welcome.
Oh, I have to move. Right here?
Oh, you got it. Okay.
Okay. Wow, that's small. Anyway, you already heard who I am. You heard a little bit about me, so I can be able to go through a lot of this stuff. So we have FDA-cleared medical devices for early detection of cardiovascular disease, DFUs, diabetic foot ulcers, inflammatory diseases, and we also have the treatments for them as well. Sorry, I forgot you're recording. And what I'm going to try and do here in the short time that I have is not bore you to death with all kinds of medical technology stuff and lipid membranes and textbook of medical physiology and the delta-6 desaturase pathway. I'm not going to get into any of that stuff. I'm going to talk about what you can do to actually start making money today with our company, because we're actually out there in the market doing it right now. So some of the traction, as you heard, I've been in the health and wellness industry for 30 years. For over 45 years, I've been growing and scaling companies as a business coach and executive, starting with my father's construction company when we built Warner Center in the San Fernando Valley here, just a little bit north of here, back in the 70s. We just were approved by the U.S. government with our cage code that we have right now. We had to go through FAR checks and background checks and where our products came from and who was officing in the same building as we are to make sure there were no terrorists or anything like that. So we now have the ability to sell for the next 5 years. We have 2 FDA-cleared medical devices. The one that the military and the government's most interested in, we'll talk about in just a minute, called the thermal lens. We have the patented medical food that I'm the exclusive distributor now to the U.S. government and all agencies. Over the past 6 years, I ran the over-the-counter supplement product as a sole proprietor on a part-time basis, because I made all my money coaching businesses. And we did about $1.6 million with no ad spend at all. So we have doctors, we have resellers, we have all retail stores that just buy the product every month. I have a warehouse in Iowa that ships it out, so I have no inventory requirements. We have proven research. We've got 3 medical textbooks that have been published by my patent owner. We got established customer base. And we've currently raised about $125,000 through an equity crowdfunding raise since January of this year. We're getting ready to close out tomorrow and increase the company valuation and restart the raise again next week. That came with no ad spend either. Those were all existing customers that knew us, believed in us, and have been buying our products for years. So here's where we're going. I talked a little bit about it earlier. More soldiers have died in the last 22 years because of amputations, because of diabetic foot ulcers, than all the wars since World War I. And they weren't, as I mentioned, they weren't battlefield wounds. So it's a very high mortality rate, 3.5 years. We knew in the commercial space it was about 5. The VA keeps much better records. They don't have a solution, okay? They do not have a solution for the problem. And correlating with that, with the DFUs, the circulatory, cardiovascular, all the rest of it are tied in together, and they're all caused by the same thing. So I'm going to go through this. So we have, oh, I don't know what they did here. My slides are all screwed up. There should have been images here. Anyway, we have a suite of FDA devices. Oh, you can see them. I can't see them. Better go over here. So the ones they're interested in, the big one is a full scanner for a hospital. The other one would be for a clinic, and one that the military is really interested in is the small one on the tripod that could go with every battalion or whatever, the Navy, all that kind of good stuff, so that they can do instant scans using infrared heat thermography and know where the trauma's at, where's the chronic inflammation, and then know whether they need to send them somewhere else for an MRI or whatever they need to do, so they get an instant result, and it's non-invasive. So they could be scanned every single day, okay, which is cool. And then we have the over-the-counter product, which is the PEOs, patented plant oil. It makes up your 100 trillion cell membranes because that's where the problem starts. The medical food manages the Delta-6 pathway. That's what's blocked and leads to chronic inflammation that goes on for years and years and years. All this comes from the medical textbooks. We've been published all over. These are our products. In 2010, we were able to show the reversal of arterial stiffness in the arteries in as little as 90 days on the over-the-counter. And then at the University of Miami Wound Treatment Center with hyperbaric, they weren't getting results. They were going to need to do amputations. They put them on our product, and in 90 days, all the DFUs healed. Okay? We got a complete team because I come from the coaching space and owned a digital media agency. We have a complete team. We've recently added, that's my patent owner. That's our contracting officer with the U.S. government. He was 21 years in the military. The last 10 years, he's been selling ammo, oil, and medical devices to the government. And when he saw what we had, they said, this is exactly what the podiatrist and the VA is looking for, what you have. The ability to detect before it shows up and a solution to fix the problem. That's my attorney right there. I'm not going to talk about it. I'm running out of time. So we have 3 methodologies to go to market. We got e-commerce that runs automatically. We got the commercial side of things, and we got the government, which we're focusing on now, because the checks the government writes always are going to clear, and they have a never-ending supply of patients for us. Again, so here's our use of funds. We've already brought in about 125. We're looking for the rest of it. That's what we're using it for. So it's not to prove whether it's work. It's actually for marketing. That's what we're using it for. And then those are other markets we can treat. And then basically we have the crowdfunding raise going on right now. We have a 506c4 accredited. If you go to investin04l.com, you can get a lot more information. You can get access to published works and published papers and get a hold of me from there. So anyway, I'm getting beeped to death. Yeah. If I go forward, which one?
The red button goes back.
Oh, I have to go all the way back.
So do we have a question? Okay, first question here.
Is the raise for the entire company or just for the thermography? And then on the thermography, is that a point of care for like the full body? Like what is being scanned?
Yes,
here?
the raise is for the entire company. So when I was here in June, all we had were the 2 products. And we had just acquired, we didn't have the thermal lens then. We didn't have the government stuff. I just started negotiations. So getting the government contracts has all happened in the last 6 weeks. So we've been moving so fast through this whole thing to get to where we are right now that we know that's where the money's at, is on the government side.
Nice presentation. Is thermography reimbursed, or this particular equipment or service? That's one. And then which specialty would do this? to patients?
Yes, I'm going to answer that, which is going to ask your question. So the thermography has AI and machine learning in it, so it's loaded with data sets as to heat signatures, so that if, let's say someone gets in an accident and goes in, and they don't know where exactly it is, you're not going to send them out and spend the money to get an MRI or whatever you have to get done when you can scan them right there in the doctor's office and be able to determine more accurately what might be wrong, so, and not evasively. So it can be used for everything. With the military, initially with the VA, they're using it for DFUs, diabetic foot ulcers. When they're exposed, they know they have them. But what about heat spots that are developing underneath that haven't come out yet? So we'll be able to tell where those are at and then put them on the medical food and watch the progression of the healing going backwards, which we've already done in the commercial space. So I hope that answers your question. Is it what? Totally non-invasive. No. You just stand, you walk in the room, and if it's your chest, you would take your T-shirt off, and they would scan that part of it, and immediately it would bring it up on the computer, and the technician could then dial in exactly where the issue's at. Yeah, we have. They're both.
Questions about FDA approval.
Yeah, they're all FDA-cleared medical devices for exactly what, yes. And then we have patents on the other ones as medical foods.
One more
so we can make claims. It's not the same as a supplement.
We still have to finish this question back here when you get a chance.
When you do an MRI face-off, how close are you?
They say the machine's about 90%. It can detect breast cancer 10 years earlier
Than MRI.
Than an MRI. It can pick up the slightest bit of heat underneath the breast tissue that is not detectable on an MRI. That's how sophisticated.
Saved my life.
Yeah.
I think here, yeah.
Was there another question?
Yeah, no, I think the question that I had asked was about reimbursement by the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services. Do you have a code? Does this procedure reimbursed? And which specialty, which physician specialty would deliver the care?
It just depends. It can be used by anybody. It could be used for neuropathy. It could be used for breast cancer. It could be used for, MS, any disease. We have, and you can't see it here, but there's a whole section. If you go to the website, you can see it. So there are CPT codes for that, and we're developing more of those codes that would be exclusive for us through CMS, because that's where the money's at for the practitioner. The more they can charge to get reimbursed. So that's part of the money that we're raising right now. That's what that's going for in the commercial space. In the government space, they don't care. You know what I mean? Because no one is reimbursing them.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
All right.
Let's give a warm applause for Mike Manu. Our next speaker, all the way from Irvine, California. We've got Garrett Graycheck, and it's like change of agenda. He is going to be he's CEO of You Attest. And are we good with the slides here? Yep. Think so? You want to?
1, 2, 3, 4. Garrett Graycheck, You Attest. Is that correctly? And as I told her, rhymes with paycheck. Okay, Garrett Graycheck here at a healthcare conference talking about IT compliance and security. Why? Why am I here, right? Team, as you'll see in my prezo, if these healthcare enterprises do not address identity, security, and compliance, they're going to be sued out of business. Straight out. I got some slides, I got some numbers. Just think in your minds, my deck shows this, about MGM, right? MGM got hacked. It was terrible. I can talk to you over a beer over what the hack was. I know this stuff. I know the components that got hacked. So what? 3 days later, after it was announced, they have 5 major lawsuits against them. This is being affected big time on healthcare, because what people don't realize is healthcare has the most valuable identity information in the world. It's called PHI, personal healthcare information. And why would I steal PHI? Who cares about PHI? no one cares about the data. No one cares about your credit card number. What everyone wants to do, well, at least the people I know, what they want to do is take your information and make 100 credit cards, apply for 100 mortgages. They want to become you. That's why these institutions are all stealing PHI. Let's get started. Garrett Grayjack, you attest, big green button. Look at that. As I talked about, there's MGM, straight out, right? 3 days after the attack gets announced, 5 lawsuits on them. What about the healthcare industry? Okay, look at, and I'll give you the math on these. What the institution of the governments and the regulators have said is you are responsible for every single record you hold. And if those records, if they get proven to be stolen, you are liable for damages. Okay? So what am I? I'm a 30-year IT veteran that was pretty much told after my last product, Garrett, no one is addressing this space in the real world. We are the company that can go into, healthcare is my biggest field, can go into any enterprise and start an audit today with my product. That is today. That's not 6 months, that's not 12 months, that's not 18 months, that's today. Because I have all this concepts and patents around how to work with existing technology. Okay? Garrett Grayjack, 13 patents in identity. I'm known as an identity guy. If you guys heard of Silence, when they wanted to find an identity guy, they looked me up. Had a lot of fun there. Okay? That's who I am. But let's talk about the company and what I built. Okay? I'm sorry. Beep. No worries. That picture was this morning. I'm kidding. That's like 4 years ago. Right? There you go. Okay. Extremely important. Who in this room was it ever an SC, sales engineer? That's what I did for a living. I was an engineer for 20 years of my life. When I started, 20% of the industries have regulated data. Now, team elementary schools have regulated data. That's called PHI. They have to meet compliance measures. Okay? And this is the way the game is played. And I hate to use that word when it comes to hacking, but team, it is a game. The hackers, think of them as like a natural event, earthquakes, etc. Fine. The U.S. has a wonderful agency called NIST. Love NIST. Bender presented to them. They are fantastic. They create standards. They don't create regulations. Now, what happens is the industries go out and the lawyers go out and say, we're going to put regulations on these enterprises. All these regulations have identity handling regulations. And guess what happens if you don't do those regulations? The lawsuits come in. So do you get the game? The hackers are out there, right? The government has said you are responsible for this data, and when you get hacked, days after you hacked, they start filing the lawsuits on you. That's the real world, and all the industries are up in this right now, okay? So how's the world going? Think of all these solutions. I sit here and go, man, that's a great solution. Man, that's a great solution. Spending $3.5 million on compliance is not helping anyone get healthier, okay? Let alone the lawsuits. And as I say, PHI is what people want. So I was in a conference like this, and it was a weird conference. It was lawyers and IT people. And this side was lawyers, and that side was IT people. And I said, okay, IT people, straight out, who has to do this compliance? They all raise their hand. How you doing it? They go with spreadsheets. And I'm looking at the lawyer side, and I go, would you understand this? You got the smartest people in the room here, and I'm IT, I'm biased. So I get the smartest people in the room doing the dumbest job, running spreadsheets to prove that the people of access should have access. Shouldn't someone automate this? Isn't that what we're told to do? And the problem with that is, look at the bottom right, best company in the world on hacking. Palo Alto says 99% of cloud permissions are overly permissive. My post today on LinkedIn, I post every day, was our fine Russian friends are saying they're offering $20 million for hacks on iOS and Android. They don't want to get in your phone. They want to get into what is after the phone, okay? That's where you need privilege, principle of least privilege. Are there solutions today that address this? Yeah, they're damn good. I'm a big SailPoint fan. I'm from Austin, Texas. I took 2 weeks of training. It's a great product. It's too big. It's too hard for 99% of the companies out there. I'm not making it up there. It's just too big. Okay? So what is this? Okay, pardon me, y'all, and I'll send the deck out. What is this today? That's what I did. I said every company, all your companies, over 50 employees, have what is called an identity and access management system. Why doesn't someone build a governance system that plugs into these existing ones? That's what I did. I said, there it is. I'm not even going to do it. It's a thing. Watch this. This is every call I'm on. I go, what do you got? They go, I got one of these IAMs. I go, great. I'll plug into that. How long does that take? 5 minutes. Really? Yes. Let me take any other data you have. Now, getting wonky here, but stay with me. The new role in IT is not the IAM, it's the risk manager. They're supposed to create the evidence that says, when they get sued, it says, I was doing the right task. I built this product for him and her, the risk manager. He clicks a few buttons, it does a review for all these users, and looks what gets created, the evidence report. My customers have gone from doing this task of a user expert from once a year to once a month. All of them. Why? Because it cleans up their identities and it makes them more compliant. Okay? Is there a market for this? There's an unbelievable market for this. I mean, when I'm asked to do IT conferences and Garrett, how do you event stuff? I go, guys, it's really easy. Just look what PwC, Accenture, KPMG do and make money of it and see if you can automate it. They know where the money is. They're not, that's it. They know where the money is. Let me leave it at that, okay, whatever. So what I'm doing is focus on the segment of the market I can win and wait for I go how I win. Okay? First of all, I'm a technologist. We can get lectured later. I focused on getting the product working for the last 3 years. That's all I did. No vacation days, no whatever. And all these are my customers using me for identity management. I got, just finishing up the Mattel audit, 900,000 roles, okay? Big project. Guardian Health couldn't use another product because I built a custom identity word for that works for healthcare. And I talk about a lecturer because one guy's job shopped 3 different companies to bring me in. Okay, let's get to the fun stuff. This is how I scale. Okay, who watches Shark Tank? Who knows who Robert Herjavec is? Okay, good. Do you guys know what he does? No, and I do this all the time. It's fun. He doesn't do technology. He brings on technology companies like UATest on and then gets them as a managed service. He's brilliant. It's a great model. There's not enough IT people anymore. You need managed services. That is the model of UATest. Let me repeat. The model of UATest. I proved it worked. I got this thing running. I got my SOC 2 Type 2. I did all the hard stuff. Now I'm getting into the MSPs, and I am talking to Sideris and the other ones to say, let's go. Let's pour some gas on this fire, okay? I've been working with people for 30 years, and all they ever do is ask me for jobs because I like working, and I work with people who like to work. That's straight out my attitude in life. Work is good, okay? I've worked with all these people for 10, 15 years. Okay, where are we today, right? Product is working. I got my 15 customers. Just passed 3 million attestations. I got my SOC 2 Type 2 or whatever. I got 2 filed patents in what I'm doing. I am signing up now the
MSPs. How can you hear me now?
System integrators. Why? Because I don't
Can you hear me
want
now?
to win one deal at a time. I want to win 20, 100, 500 deals at a time. And that's what I'm here for. I am here for the purpose of
Okay.
Sorry. It's all good. I'll hit another button eventually. There we go. Look at that. Oh, it's right
Okay,
here.
I'm standing by.
One more, friends. I am
Yeah.
here to
Yeah.
raise a bridge fund. I haven't gotten into some of the more technology I'm building. I'm automating all this stuff around AI. but the primary usage of the funds is to get this into the repeatable channel. And a repeatable channel today is the MSPs, managed service providers, and the MSSPs, the managed security service providers. They don't have one customer, two, they got 50, they got 100. They all need this product. And then how does everyone make money? Straight out. And I'll leave it as my last slide. Technology-wise, I can tell you all there's one in the front, how this stuff maps. Okay? You got to remember one thing, and I'll look anyone in the eye, this at IT conference, this conference. Technology companies are great. I built this stuff. They build technology. You know what they don't build? Governance. I ran SecureAuth and IAM for 9 years. I didn't put a line of governance in there, okay? Why? It's just not how you're wired in that space. All of them need my product in that space. But the great multiplier is all these unbelievable number ones of these companies that want to do managed services. They need my product. Okay, I think I'm being beeped, which is cool. Let's be respectful. Garrett Grajek, IT guy, right here in Irvine. I would, love your support, or talk to me, or email me, and we'll talk more.
Thank you. Do we have one quick question here before we're going to be transferring to a different part of the program? Does anybody have a question for Garrett before we move on? Yeah, we got one question here.
Great presentation, but for healthcare, if you can tell us what is the stages A, B, C after the design control, or when we are trying to do the design control for our medical device, where is the steps we need to get involved, A, B, C, if you can make it clear. So you showed AWS, we have AWS Cloud, we have all this AI, machine learning, all this stuff. So where would be the ABC steps that we need to make sure the cybersecurity is part of our design control? Thank you.
It is when you start taking individuals' identity information, okay? If you're taking an identity information, you are immediately under PHI.
We are anonymous. We don't
Okay,
take
well then it doesn't really. What I'm working with is all the companies that taken in PHI, and that could be in billing, that could be in hospitals, that could be in providers. And the other ones which are real regulated are the ones creating the chemicals, creating the pharmaceuticals, like Garden Health and the others, because they have very, very stringent on who gets access to the data, who sees the data.
What's your IP protection?
IP protection, I'm sorry.
No, IP protection, and who are your major competitor?
Okay, I'll take the first one. My IP protection is my workflow combined with the AI that I'm releasing. Does anyone know what zero trust here is in this audience? You rock. Okay, explain to everyone else, okay? Zero trust is a new way we're going to secure people. What matters in AI, that's what I learned at Silence, is the data you collect. What does this goofy little product have that no other product has? It has the last time someone's actually reviewed that account. So what I do is I take the segregation of duties, I take the group anomalies that show you privilege escalation, and the last time someone's reviewed. No one has that. That's why I'm talking to two-factor companies, IAM companies, and the PAM companies. Oh, and what was the other question, sir? Major competitors. SailPoint is a fantastic company. No one's disparage them. They just priced themselves out of the market for 98%. So my major competitor is SailPoint and the like IGA solutions, but they're too expensive for the small market, and spreadsheets.
Audio check, audio check, audio check, 1, 2, 3, audio
Thank you
check,
very much.
1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
So we're now having a handover. I thank you for being the MC for the first half of this day, and now I'm going to be handing over to Mr. Bois.
Can we give her a round of applause, please?
from Marketing Completion Fund is that portion is completed, and the Global Capital Network is taking over. And we also have Dan Barnard for Capital Fit, who's also going to be emceeing as well. So thank you very much. And remember to keep filling in the feedback forms for everybody that presents. And
Thank you so much. All right, guys, so we're going to switch over from MedTech into just general industry agnostic companies. So right now we are going to have BRQS, NASDAQ listed company, technology company. They are going to actually live stream in. They can't make it. They're international right now, I believe. And Alan Stone's going to tell us a little bit about them before they hop on, and we put them onto the main stage. So can we give a round of applause for BRQS and Alan Stone?
Thank you, Josh. Good afternoon, everybody. Everybody should have gotten, my name's Alan Stone. I'm the chairman and CEO of Wall Street Research. We're a 45-year-old research firm headquartered in Los Angeles. We have offices in New York City as well as in Palm Beach, Florida. We are very active in publishing research on public companies, both on the NASDAQ, on the New York Stock Exchange, on the American Stock Exchange, over the counter, and also foreign exchanges, Canadian exchanges, European, and in China. Bork's Technology, and everybody should have a one-page on the company and also a flyer on the company we handed out just a few minutes ago. Bork's Technology is a company that we have worked with for several years, and we just published a new research report on them about a month ago on September 8th, where we came out with a speculative buy recommendation on the company. And we did an extensive analysis on the company through two of our top technology analysts, and they looked at all the public information on the company, all of their filings, all of their press releases, everything online, everything that the company's doing, and we condensed that into an 8-page report, which is available on our website at wallstreetresearch.com. I gave you the first page of it just so you have a little background, and the full report is on our website. Basically, the stock at the time we published the report was trading at about 15 cents. And within a week of our publishing the report and distributing it to our 200,000 subscribers, it went up about 20% to about a little more than 18 cents. So 20% in a week is pretty good.
Hello?
And then the company announced just a week ago that they are doing a reverse split to in order to get their stock above $1 to continue their listing on the NASDAQ. When that press release came out over the weekend, last weekend, resulted in a lot of selling pressure that in the last 3 days knocked the stock down to as low as 10 cents and even below 10 cents, from 18 cents down to 10 cents, like 9.5 cents. And today it finally is on the rebound. It's 10.5 cents today. We think the worst of that news is behind us. And the company is in the process of selling off, and this has all been publicly announced. They're selling off. They have a large investment in a solar company in Hawaii. And that solar company, they've invested $10 million in that company, got a huge contract with Pearl Harbor to install solar installations on the residential Army base in Pearl Harbor, Navy base. And that's like over 6,000 units. That's a huge contract into the hundreds of millions of dollars that the HHE group was awarded that contract. And as a result of that, the government, the Department of Defense, is requiring Bork's, which is Chinese-owned, Chinese-controlled company, to divest their holdings in CHHE, in the solar company. The net of that is when they sell this holding, in the next 2.5 months, they're mandated to do it before the end of the year, they'll probably realize $50, $60, or $70 million in cash from the disposition of that asset. So let's say it's $60 million. all that money is coming into the company. The company's going to be in the best financial position in its history. And that cash translates into about 40 cents a share, something of that magnitude. And today the stock is 10 cents. So in a few months, this stock could potentially trade at 4 times where it is today. So it's probably the best tip you guys are ever going to get in terms of a stock market tip because of this transaction. And we describe it in detail in our research report. But the company Executive Vice President Anthony Chan is going to come in now, go through the PowerPoint, and then take questions and talk about everything you need to know about Borg's technology. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. This is Anthony Chan, Executive Vice President and Director of Finance of Borg's Technologies. Can you hear me? Yes, I guess everybody can hear me now. I have shared the screen, a PowerPoint presentation of the company. Thank you very much, Alan, for making that introduction. I know time is very limited, and I do have quite a substantial story, so I'm going to jump right into it. I'm going to go to this page here. I hope everybody can see this. It starts with a summary of who we are, where we are, and where we started. And you can see that we started in 2007, and today at 2023, something is extremely interesting, which Alan has already started telling everybody. Okay. We are a company, an engineering company, design and manufacture on the Google's Android and Android Wear platform. We started in 2007, and we were one of the very early adapters and partners with Google that we have the Google license, and we're able to design and manufacture Android-based devices. When we were in around 2014, 2015, we picked up 2 very unlikely shareholders. It was Intel and Qualcomm. Both Intel and Qualcomm invested into our small company. Since they are rivals, they very rarely does that. They invest in the same company, hoping for the best. Today, Qualcomm is still our shareholder and also our partner. We do a lot of things. We perform a lot of software services for Qualcomm. We have 250 people in Bangalore, India, and most of them are software engineers. We have 6 persons in China, which is hardware engineers in the supply chain and the manufacture of the products. So let me move more towards that scale, towards the right-hand side, and let's go to the icon of Best Buy. Underneath that icon of Best Buy, there is a tracker. This tracker is about the size of an old-fashioned matchbox. It is to be worn by senior citizens in the United States. That Best Buy is selling this device and a program that has a back-end service 24/7, okay? This product did not exist 4 years ago. We made it to the specification that Best Buy wanted to have. The software capabilities, mainly there are 2. It detects a vertical drop, meaning that the wearer is experiencing a fall. It will call out to a answering service that automatically will contact the hospital and the designated loved ones of the user. It also has a large panic button in the middle of the device. The wearer can press that panic button, and with one click of the thumb, and there will be phone calls made to the loved ones and also to the wearer. Okay, this particular device we've been selling for several years to Best Buy. Best Buy owns this. We designed the software. We also caused the manufacture to happen, and we embed that software into the device. And Best Buy has a backend service that services the consumers. Okay. Then I'm gonna be a little bit brief here with our traditional business and go into the most interesting thing and why you may be interested in our company. On the right-hand side, you see Olohau Energy. Olohau Energy is a US company based in Hawaii. Olohau in the Hawaiian language means new spirit. And we acquired 49% of this company. Why we did that? Because we saw synergy there. The software is actually designed in the United States, but their hardware was sourced from China. We thought that at the time that we met them, which was in 2021, we thought that we can be a better sourcing partner for them. And thereby, after negotiations, we joined them. We own 49% of this company. We knew that they were cooking up a big contract in the state of Hawaii, particularly in the city of Honolulu, particularly at the military base at Pearl Harbor, the most famous military base in the world. Lo and behold, 2 years later, they secured a contract, which Alan introduced at first, a 6,000 unit installation of solar and storage panels, which are the batteries, for the Navy and Army base right there at Pearl Harbor. It is worth way over 9 figures. That contract is to be procured over a 3-year period, 6,000 units of military housing. Borg's Technologies as the parent company. Now, I do need to make a correction from Alan's statement. Alan said that we are a Chinese-owned company. We're not. We are our shareholders base, I believe, is mainly in the United States and Canada. There are a couple of Chinese institutions, meaning they are owned by the Chinese government, that own some significant shares of the company. Now, we know that US-China relations is probably at the rock bottom currently over the last 35 years. CFIUS, if you are aware of that, CFIUS is a government branch in the United States, Commission on Foreign Investment in the United States. They were looking into this transaction, that a company that has ties with the government of China now owns a portion of a company that's doing very large business at a military base in the United States. We knew that CFIUS would put an investigation into this contract. We felt that there will be a workable solution. For example, the US government can put security officers in the company, perhaps put some independent directors on our board to make sure that everything is up and on the table. We went through a 10-month investigation period, and we argue that what we're doing at the military base, we're going to be part of the household appliance system. We argue that a refrigerator in a Navy admiral's home has nothing to do with national defense. It's a piece of household appliance, and the solar panel and storage batteries that we install at the military base is part of the household appliance system. It has nothing to do with the military base in terms of national defense. But CFIUS came back with the final decision that says that, guys, this is too close to comfort. And because there is a Chinese ownership component in the company, Borg's Technologies must divest all of its ownership of Holuhol Energy. And of course, we complied. We tried our best to comply with the CFIUS decision. I myself have been a US citizen for over 50 years. I was born in Hong Kong. I immigrated to the United States when I was a teenager. I'm in my 60s now. I jokingly tell people that I have been a citizen of the United States longer than Tom Brady has been a citizen of the United States. But of course, that's meaningless to CFIUS. And then we have other US citizens and US residents that is on the management team. We have our CEO and founder is a Canadian citizen. Our head of software research is an Indian citizen. He lives in Bangalore, India. We do have 2 out of 5 board members that are Chinese citizens. Okay, but anyways, the verdict from CFIUS is that we must sell. And we have hired the banker by the name of Cantor Fitzgerald to be the exclusive banker in the sale of our interest in HHE. With that contract, we believe, and the interests have come back showing that the valuation for this division is well over 9 digits. And as Alan suggested, Borg's Technologies in the selling of its 49% of Holuhol Energy will get a good amount of cash that will be paid to the company for us to grow our regular business. So our presentation here today is not about raising funds. We believe that before the end of the year, that this divestment of our ownership in HHE in Holuhol Energy will be completed. We will receive a substantial amount of cash. This cash will put Borg's balance sheet in better shape than it has ever been. And we would be able to use this capital, and we would do it wisely to help us with our traditional business and also take advantage of M&A opportunities if those arise. So basically, that is the story that we're telling, that we are a partner with Qualcomm, with Google, doing Android and Android Wear devices. We're also introducing components of artificial intelligence in our products. And because of the sale of Holuhol Energy, without raising funds, we will be awarded a large capital that would enable us to move forward very nicely for the next 5 years. Okay, that is the essence of the presentation today, and perhaps if time permits, I can entertain some questions from the audience.
Hi, Alan. Can you address the profitability of the company so far?
Anthony, did you hear that question?
The sales,
sure.
you know,
the sales
and profitability.
last year were 52 million.
Yeah. Yes.
The company has not been profitable recently, but they've cut their burn rate substantially. As of year end, they had 11 million in cash, and with this transaction and with their current cash position, you know, they could have 60, 70 million in cash by the end of the year, and they'll be deploying that into artificial intelligence companies, and they'll be seeking to acquire great companies in artificial intelligence where they add their expertise in technology and manufacturing and being a NASDAQ company. So one of my jobs going forward is going to be to help them source out acquisition opportunities once this transaction is concluded. And as I've mentioned, the stock just is not widely followed, even though it's on the NASDAQ. It took a big hit last week when it announced the reverse split, and it's a fabulous entry point today at 10.2 cents at the closing price as of the market today. And its market cap is tiny right now. It's only $20-some million, and it could go well into the $70, $80, $100 million, according to our analysts.
So what do they want to become what's their roadmap? Is it like an AI company or?
Oh,
but not right now, they're a manufacturing company.
Yeah, no, I mean, they're going to stay in manufacturing. They just got a big order pending in Africa to manufacture mobile phones in Africa, which is the world's largest growing market for cell phones today. And was there a question in the back that you had, Michael, about that? One more question in the back.
Alan, can you hear me, Alan?
Yes.
Alan, if the audience can hear me, I would like to give another data point regarding how AI will need to be incorporated in our products going forward. For example, the Best Buy tracker, okay, the Best Buy tracker, the most important functionalities of that tracker, there are two. There's a big panic button the user can press and get to someone for help. And the second one is that it detects a fall. Okay, that if you have kept up with our press releases, we announced that we're working on a smart wristwatch to be worn by the wearer that may have similar functionalities. Now, that wristwatch will need a component of AI in it just to detect the fall. For example, if the tracker is worn from the neck of the user, a fall is pretty distinct. What is a fall? But if the device is being worn on the wrist of an arm, there will be many actions that could be falsely detected as a fall, but actually not a fall, because the arm moves a lot more than the neck. There will have to be some kind of artificial intelligence built into that watch to learn the pattern of the wearer so that it can detect a true fall. So as the products become more and more sophisticated, it will be unavoidable to have AI component within the device.
Yeah, one more question, Anthony, because we're out of time, but they're going to allow us one more question.
Okay.
I read your announcement last week about the $30 million order for mobile phones in Africa. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, Anthony, did you hear that question?
Yes. We've been working on this for 6 months. The African mobile users are growing more rapidly than any other region in the world. And it's going to be that for the foreseeable 5 to 10 years. Everybody agreed to that. We're working with a very prominent international financing company. The name, I'm afraid I cannot disclose at this point, to come up with a good leasing program for these phones. They would not be top-of-the-line phones. They would not be iPhone 15s, S22s of Samsung. They would be more moderately priced smartphones. But anyhow, smartphones with the interface that you can install apps and all that stuff. And it will be leased to users and the consumers in Africa. We're hoping that this program can get kickstarted next year.
Yeah, and again, that's a potential $30 million revenue from that market. So I'm afraid we're out of time. I really appreciate the opportunity to present Bork's Technologies here at the GCN event, Global Capital Network, and be pleased if everyone could visit our booth in the next room over. We have more information on Bork's and can tell you more about the company. So thank you, everyone, for listening, and thank you, Josh.
All right, can I have Eric come up here? All right, so this is Eric Belquest of Up & Go. He's going to explain this a lot better than I, but when he first started explaining his company to me, just 30,000 square foot or 30,000 feet up explanation before he even gets into it, over $3 million a year in revenue. He developed a system that multiple different restaurant QR code systems. So not only can you scan to pay at the end of a meal, when you call in an order, they can immediately text you a link to pay. So you don't have to, a restaurant doesn't have to wait for you to hopefully pay and make your food ahead of time. They have several products. He'll explain it better. I was very impressed. You really got to hear about this guy. He's from San Diego. Anyways, before I butcher your awesome company, but I just loved it when I heard it. It's called Up and Go. I'm going to let Eric Belquist tell his story. Yes. Okay. Perfect. All right.
Thanks.
Can we give a round of applause for Eric Belquist, Up and Go?
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Eric. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being here. So I don't know how much you guys know about the restaurant business. You know, growing up, I worked in restaurants. I did 25 years on Wall Street, and I ended up being a partner at a private equity firm that bought and sold lots of restaurant groups. So I knew a fair bit about it. And when the founder of this technology business approached me, what he was building immediately resonated with me. So if we just step back for a second and talk about the restaurant business, I think you'll all agree that the capacity metric for a restaurant is available seat hours, right? The number of seats you have multiplied by the number of hours that you're open. And a restaurant general manager's job is to maximize the available seat hours, particularly during busy periods, but all day really, and also try to maximize the average spend per head that people spend in the restaurant to drive revenue, cover turns, and four-wall unit EBITDA margins if they manage their costs appropriately. But they've got to do this without sacrificing customer service and the customer journey, and without sacrificing any of the food quality. So how do you do that? Well, we think we've developed a way to do that. And the founder of the company, Barnard, started it in 2016. So this isn't some sort of COVID gimmick. He started building in 2016. I became the first angel investor in 2019 after he got in touch with me. And 2019, we started generating some revenue and a modest number of units. But essentially what Up and Go is it's a customer payment and data insights platform, right? So we are directly integrated with 4 POS systems. Did it go? There we go. Can somebody help me with the slide? All right. Okay, it's just not changing down here. There it is, right. Okay, so what we do is we integrate directly with POS systems such that we can read and write data onto the POS system without any middleware, which is very buggy. And what we think is that restaurant customers can waste up to 30 minutes trying to get the waiter or the waitress. They bring the bill, then you want to pay with a card, but you want to split the check. And that whole process can be incredibly frustrating and disappointing, and it also leaves a lot of money on the table for restaurants in America. We think it's $200 billion a year in sales annually that they leave on the table. And I know it says here 75% of guests dislike waiting to pay. I think it's 100, okay? And at the end of the payment flow, we have the opportunity. Guys, this slide is not advancing. Yeah. There we go. Can you go back a slide for me? Okay, go forward 2 slides. Thank you. All right, we'll just do it that way. So we're directly integrated with the POS system such that your phone is now talking to the POS. We print a QR code at the bottom of the restaurant check. You scan it with your phone camera. There's no app to sign up for. You don't have to. You just scan it with the camera. It takes you to a web app. As many people on the table as you want can also scan that QR code, and then you can all split that. You can pay the bill yourself if you want, or you can split the check by item or by amount, because an exact replica of the bill shows up on your phone. You can pay with Google Wallet, Apple Pay, Venmo, and any credit card in your wallet, and you can pay with any restaurant gift card because we're integrated with all the gift card providers like Paytronics. All of that takes about 8 seconds. At the end of that payment flow, there's a little survey that a customer can choose to take. It allows us to do things like calculate a net promoter score for the restaurant, but they can go deeper. We can rate every item on the menu. We can rate bathroom cleanliness. We can rate customer service. You name it, we can rate it, calculate net promoter scores. And that's a very valuable data package to sell back to the restaurants, particularly when you consider that 50% of all the customers who end up using our payment platform leave survey data, which is huge when you compare it to something like Yelp that has less than 1% of customers leaving reviews, and even then, you don't even know if that's a real customer, and it's usually pretty negative. This solves that problem because and we also pull a lot of data from the POS. So we could pull zip codes, we can tell you, where the revenue is coming from, you can target your marketing better, driving more covers, and an increased need for this. The reason I love it is because for management, it drives revenue and cover turns, right? For staff, more throughput equals a bigger tip pot. Staff are getting paid more money. In addition to that, you probably don't need as many front of house labor people because you're taking out a step of service, and the customer gets out of there whenever they want. It's that simple. We think we save anywhere from 6 to 24 minutes of dwell time during busy periods. That's 0.1 to 0.4 available seat hours created out of thin air for any hospitality group to maximize their revenue during busy periods. So that's our pay at table product. I've told you about the reviews. We also have an order at table product. I don't think people really like to order from the table using a QR code, but I do think they love to pay. But if a restaurant wants it, we can give it to them. We also have another product called QR codes, called pay codes, which is essentially a QR code that can be created to make a payment or receive payment for any reason whatsoever. So I'll give you a couple of examples. Some of our customers, like P.F. Chang's, use our pay codes for event deposits. We have a yoga studio that's a customer that uses our pay codes for yoga mat rentals, hourly rentals. The uses for it are pretty much endless. I should mention that normally we're not the payment processor. We just collect our SaaS fee. We do the transaction. The restaurant can use whatever payment processor they want. We're integrated with pretty much all of them. However, we can also be a payment processor. In the case of pay codes, we are a payment processor, and Taraj has built the ability to direct deposit via ACH transfer straight into anyone's bank account. So any of you could print a pay code at home, and have me pay for something. We also have text to check, which allows restaurants taking orders over the phone to automatically text the pay code to somebody's phone, and then they pay for it right then and there, and the restaurant doesn't take the risk that they invest the labor and the cogs into the dish, and then you just don't show up for whatever reason. Oh, that's backwards. Okay. There we go. So I think I've been through most of that. Yeah, we're integrated with NCR Aloha, Toast, Oracle Micros, and Oracle Symphony, and another POS system called Lavu, which pretty much covers the whole POS market. Again, for guests. Oh, here. You turn on
This is
volume?
Up and Go, the best pay at the table solution.
I'm about to show you guys a little video of the system in action. If I press play on the video, are they going to be able to hear it? Okay.
This is Up and Go, the best pay at the table solution, designed to elevate your guest experience while streamlining your operations.
This is
Up and Go is the
customer
quickest and
training
easiest way
video
for guests to pay their
we
checks.
send to
They can
our
pay directly from their phone
customers so
without
that
having to
they can
download an app.
have their staff
It
watch
integrates
it
seamlessly with
and
our
understand
POS
what it
and
does
saves
for them
me a
in terms
ton of
of
hassle.
them
It's easy to
getting
use,
paid more money at the
reliable,
end of the day,
and guests
and
love the
tips.
experience.
To give you an
It even helps me
idea
make more
of how
tips.
powerful
Now I
it
have more
is,
time to sell
one of
another
our
round of
largest-
drinks or
we're
some
in
more food to
1,300
another table
restaurants,
instead of collecting
across the United
payment.
States, Puerto
It even
Rico,
helps me
and
turn
Bermuda.
tables
One
quicker,
of our
so now I can
customers
serve
is
more
PF
parties
Chang's.
during
We're in
my
every
shift,
PF
which
Chang's in
again
the country.
leads to more tips.
Their
That's
operations
why I'm
is
always sure to mention Up and Go
It's
whenever I
driving
drop the check.
revenue for them. So much
Hey,
so
thanks for
that
coming in today, guys.
45%,
You'll notice a QR
probably
code
now
on the bottom of your
50%
check that if you
of
scan
every
allows you to
PF
pay
Chang's
directly from your
payment in
phone.
the country
You can
goes through
even
our
split your own
system
check if you'd
via
like.
NCR Aloha. Now,
And the
when you
best part
consider the
is,
take
once I
rate
drop
on
the
our
check, I don't have
surveys,
to make several trips back to the table,
massive.
and the guest isn't
That's
stuck waiting on me.
150,000
This is especially
surveys
helpful during a
every
rush
month
because now I can
across their
focus on
entire
selling
system,
more, providing
which
better
is
service
hugely
to other
valuable
parties,
data for them,
not only earning more tips,
and
but
other
higher
people
tips.
who wanna
The
buy
process is
restaurant data.
incredibly quick and easy for your customers.
Sorry you guys
They
can't
simply
hear the,
scan the QR code, which directs them to their check in their web browser. Again, no app is needed. Once a guest
See, this
scans
is
the
a
QR
split the
code,
check
they're able to
feature.
review the itemized
So the
receipt,
bill actually
and from
just
here,
shows up
they
on
can
the
either
phone.
pay the entire
So you
bill,
can pay
or if
for
there's
everything
multiple
on the
people,
right,
they can even
or
split
on
the
the
check.
left, you can
Up
split
and
the
Go
check,
even has
it's gonna
built-in
split the check.
functionality where guests can split their own checks. So
That guy's
now I
gonna
don't have to
scan the
remember
phone,
what each guest had,
you
or
select
print
the
out
items you
multiple
wanna pay
checks,
for,
or the
you're
worst,
done.
have a table hand me 5 different cards. There's 3 different ways to split the check: by fraction, by entering a specific
And again,
amount,
you can use
or guests can even
Venmo,
pick their own items.
Apple
Enter your
Pay,
name or
Google
initials,
Wallet,
hit next,
any
and choose
credit
the
card
specific
in your
items
wallet,
that you ordered.
or you
From
can,
here, the guest is taken to our suggested tip
restaurant
screen,
gift card.
where there are 5 high tip options for them to choose from. They can even enter
Automatically
a custom
prorates
tip
tax
if they'd
and
like.
tip.
And because the guest is entering their own tips, I'm not stuck reconciling at the end
I
of
should
my
also
shift.
say we're fully PCI
Finally,
compliant.
your guests have several
which in
ways
the
to
payment
pay,
space is
including
something
Apple
pretty
Pay,
difficult and
Google Pay,
expensive to do.
credit cards, Venmo or PayPal
We are
if
also
your restaurant
integrated
has
with
that
fraud
activated,
prevention
and
parties.
even gift cards if you're using
There's
a
one
compatible
called
gift
Count.
card provider.
I think we pay about 7 cents a transaction, but they
Think
use
I forgot my
AI to
wallet.
say, hey,
It's all
this
good,
is a
man.
fraudulent
You can use Apple
transaction.
Pay.
And it prevents
Oh,
chargebacks
nice.
from
I can even
restaurants
use Venmo.
and the hotels that we work with.
Once the payment is processed, the guest is redirected to our payment confirmation screen, where they have the ability to email themselves the receipt or even leave some
Okay, well, I
feedback,
think
letting
you
your
guys kind of
managers know how great you are.
Get the picture there. Okay. So again, you know, it's for guests, it's an easy to use payment flow. You can split the check, you leave when you want. Incidentally, our most busy restaurant in the country is the P.F. Chang's in the Atlanta airport. We're doing roughly 300,000 payments a month across our whole system. And then you can pay securely with all the digital wallets. For the restaurants, we think they serve 20% more customers. We think guests like it, and it encourages them to return. They get to collect really valuable customer data insights and surveys, and staff is happier because they've got a larger tip pot. So 2020 was our second year of revenue generation. You know, again, Taraj started building in 2016. We did $1 million of revenue in our first year. We've been scaling since then. In 2022, we did $2.2 million of revenue. This year, I think we'll be somewhere upwards of $3 million of revenue. But we just signed a 500-unit group called First Watch. And if I pro forma in all those restaurants for a full year, I think our run rate revenue is going to be between $3.5 and $4 million. Yeah, I think I've touched on all that. We've processed almost $1 billion of payments since we've been around, and over 13 million payments. We've got a lot of great enterprise clients. So we have P.F. Chang's, Hillstone, First Watch, On the Border, Tupelo, Honey. Those are some big brands that you guys may be familiar with. Also Fox Restaurant Concepts, that's another feather in our hat we're quite happy about. These are all serious groups that take your company apart before they sign up with you. So we're really happy with the momentum. We've got very high net revenue retention of around 111%, great gross revenue retention as well. And as I said, by the end of the year, we'll be in over 1,300 restaurants. Our unit economics are great. I'll let those numbers speak for themselves. We can talk about them more in detail if you want to. In terms of the size of the prize, we think just restaurants alone is a $2.3 billion market in the United States for us in terms of revenue out there for us to get. That doesn't include hotels. Globally, we think it's upwards of $19 billion just in restaurants. So that's kind of exciting. We think there's been a paradigm shift in consumer behavior. This is all something now that customers expect. And I think we would all agree restaurants and hotels are going to have to adopt technology to be more efficient and survive in today's market. I'll just skip this, we've already spoken to it. This is kind of the network effect that I really love that we talked about. we've got happy restaurant management team. We've got happy restaurant workers because they're getting paid more money. We've got happy guests because they get out of there when they want to. And it's a network effect that really feeds off itself. And, you know, it also gives the restaurants the opportunity to improve their business, not just financially by moving more bums on seats, but by, you know, understanding who their customer is and what they're really worth to them. If you know who your customer is and where they are and how much they spend with you by tracking all sorts of different things like credit card tokens, that's very, very powerful. So, you know, from 2016 through 2022, we've really been focused on building and, you know, getting as many clients as we can. 23, 24, and 25 is when we're really looking to hyperscale this thing. And we've just sort of started that with signing on First Watch. It's a publicly traded restaurant group with almost 500 locations. This is the management team. Taraj is the founder. He's sitting right over there. He's going to be ready for some Q&A. Scott Weber is our head developer. Taraj runs the dev team, and myself and Eric Luang. Just really quickly, the way we're capitalized right now, by 2024, we think we get to 6.8 million of revenue, 25 to 13.4 million. We think with the $10 million that we're just looking to raise, we think we can get that much higher to 13.7 million and possibly above 40 million in 25. We've got a really supportive shareholder base that has, you know, kept the company going to date. Two very notable shareholders, Erwin Jacobs. He's a chairman and founder of Qualcomm. He's one of our key shareholders. Peter Farrell, who's the chairman and founder of ResMed, which is the largest sleep apnea manufacturing company in the world. It's publicly traded on the NASDAQ. I think at like a $35 billion market cap, is also another one of our shareholders. I am the largest individual shareholder in the business who's not on the executive management team, but we've got deep pockets and a very supportive shareholder base who will look to participate in the new funding round. And that's it. Open for Q&A. Taraj, you want to come up? I'm sure everybody, this is the star of the show. This is the man who actually built the platform and brought the idea. So any questions you have, feel free.
So what's the go-to-market strategy there? You'd have to walk through every single hotels, restaurants.
Yeah, we've
talked to the big hotel chains.
We've done all this with one person in sales. His name is JR. He's based in Florida. There's a lot of inbound that we get, but there's also a lot of outbound marketing emails that we do and cold calling that we do, quite frankly, and networking.
Yeah, you don't have to go into every restaurant. You know, a lot of times we're dealing with enterprise clients, restaurants that have, you know, 30, 100, 500 locations. So you make one sale and you get a lot of restaurants.
So how many like daily active users right now, or in the growth rate?
We have about 450,000 payments a month right now. By the end of the year, when we bring on the First Watch, we'll probably be close to 1 million payments a month.
Yeah, two questions. Seems like you are a software platform. Why do you need to raise $10 million? That's one question. Second question is, there are lots of competition out there. Maybe not exactly direct competition, but you know, like there's some restaurants, their QR code, you just scan it, order, pay, you know, very quick. So why do I have to use your system?
Well, we are actually the very first QR code that you could scan and pay. A lot of people came in after us with COVID and just built products really quickly that are not that reliable. A lot of our competitors often get taken out of restaurants. Sometimes we're the second or third choice a restaurant has tried, and then, you know, they stick with us. And we've been in PF Chang's for 3 years because it works well. You know, they don't have a tolerance for things that don't work well.
I would also say there's not that many players in the market, and none of them are PCI compliant, which is very hard to do. None of them integrate with anti-fraud companies using AI to prevent fraudulent transactions. All of them use middleware. None of them have direct integrations to the POS where you can read and write data directly onto it. So when my transaction is processed, the finance department at the head office of PF Chang's or First Watch they can't tell the difference because we write that transaction onto the POS system just as if it were a manual payment, and it's processed through that night in the normal batch of payments. There's no reconciliation that has to be done. Nobody else is doing that. It's very, very hard to do. Anybody else?
Any more questions?
Well, you know, I think to build something like this is very, very, very expensive. I mean, we've been working on it for years. It's cost a lot of money. Payments are notoriously difficult. And there have been players who've come in the market, raised crazy amounts of money at silly valuations, and they're done now. They're gone, and their investors have lost all their money. I sold a business in 2021 to Olo. I don't know if you guys, Olo stands for Online Ordering. It's a publicly traded company. Went public in 2021 to get capital, make acquisitions. I've got a number of software investments in this sector. And the business I sold was Wisely. And we sold it for $187 million to Olo. It's public information. You can look at the filings. Olo tried to build what Taraj and his dev team have built. They gave up. They couldn't figure it out. They couldn't figure out how to do it without middleware.
Thank you. That's all the time we have.
Okay. Yeah, we'll be at a table out there. I'd love to talk to any of you, answer any of your questions. Bob Blumberg, who's also on our board, is here. So,
Round of applause for Up and Go. Next up, we have ProStar Paige Tucker, President and CEO.
Is this thing working? There we go. Well, thank you everyone for being here. Hopefully you appreciate my presentation. I certainly appreciate you being here. I'm going to be transparent. My goal is to separate you from your hard-earned investment dollars, and if nothing else, I hope you learn a little bit from my presentation. And once again, they were not working. Are you guys getting ready to hook it up? While they're doing that, I'm going to be respectful of everyone's time, and I'm going to get through this as quickly as possible. So I'm actually going to summarize some of my slides so that we stay on track for you. My name is Paige Tucker. I'm the CEO and founder of ProStar. We consider ourselves to be the world leader in the development of precision mapping solutions, and I'll explain real quickly what I mean by that. Probably all of you are familiar with Google Maps. Maybe you use the application to get here. Google Maps is accurate to about 3 to 5 meters. It's based on the GPS chip that's embedded in the device. When I set out to start this company, I wanted to build a mobile mapping system that would be accurate to 1 centimeter in real time, which I told would be impossible. Well, we developed the impossible, and as I go through the presentation, you'll start to see that we're getting adoption by some very credible companies around the world. Our flagship product is called PointMan. It is a cloud and mobile application, and we sell it based on a SaaS revenue model. Obviously, most of you know what that means, but I will reiterate that means that our clients pay us annually a fee to use our software. I do have forward-looking statements. I also have confidential information. I encourage you to go to our website and download our PowerPoint and review that information. So what is PointMan? PointMan is specifically designed to capture, record, and display the precise location of critical infrastructure, both above and below the ground. It's proven to significantly improve the workflow processes and business practices associated with the construction, maintenance, and management of critical infrastructure. And today, our growing list of clients include Fortune 500 construction companies, government agencies, and some of the largest engineering and surveying firms, not just in the United States, but abroad. I'm not going to go into detail about our management team because, again, I'm going to try and summarize everything, but we have a very experienced management team in all disciplines of operation, finance, cybersecurity, SaaS operations, capital markets. I will tell you our platform was built by the former Chief Technology Officer of Sun Microsystems, who's head of their cloud division for over 15 years, managed a $5 billion department with over 3,500 developers. The system is scalable, works anywhere in the world, and is infinitely scalable. Actually, our recent board member that just came on board in May was the former managing director and partner and founder for the merger and acquisition department for Goldman Sachs, so we do have a credible leadership team. PointMan is designed to benefit any industry that's impacted by not knowing the precise location of critical infrastructure, including utilities and pipelines. So that includes Department of Transportation, construction, oil and gas, engineering and surveying, railway, municipalities, mining, as well as utilities. We also have 18 patents. These are issued patents. These patents cover all the methods required to digitally capture, record, and display where utilities and pipelines are buried below the ground, and I'm actually in the process of prosecuting them now. I'll be in New York in a couple weeks to sit down with the company that we are basically suing for infringing on our patents. When I talk about infrastructure, most of you will think of our roads and our bridges and highways because we had a $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill that was passed. There's hundreds of billions of dollars that are actually earmarked for what I refer to as infrastructure, but we all know it's our roads and our bridges and our highways and our railway systems are becoming dilapidated and in serious need of repair and replacement. But there's a whole nother infrastructure that's out of sight and out of mind, and that's the infrastructure that's buried below the ground. And there's also hundreds of billions of dollars that's earmarked to improve our water systems, our sewage systems, as well as expansion of broadband. Well, I want to put things into perspective. There's 2.5 million miles of paved roads that crisscross our nation. That's a pretty vast network of paved roads. There's 35 million miles of buried utilities. Now, these two infrastructures are interconnected. You cannot work on one without impacting the other. So with this hundreds of billions of dollars that's going to be going into this repair and replacement of our infrastructure, unless we can identify where the utilities and pipelines are buried below the ground, there's potential that we're going to have hundreds of billions of dollars of damages that's going to impact the environment, public safety, and of course our economy. This is what it looks like if I remove the pavement in any major city in the United States, Canada, or around the world. I refer to it as a spaghetti bowl of utilities and pipelines that have been haphazardly thrown into the ground over the past 100 years. In fact, the majority of our underground infrastructure was put in the ground between 50 to 100 years ago, well before we had any compliance, regulation, or oversight, and it was never intended to support this level of population growth. 500,000 times a year, just in the United States, we hit a utility or pipeline during construction. That's every single minute of every working day. And when you hit a utility or pipeline, some really bad things can happen. We can have serious flooding, we can have traffic delays, our businesses can be interrupted, you could have dangerous petroleum products that are seeping into our water systems, or if you hit a high pressure gas line, there's a very high probability you're going to have an explosion. And when you do, serious injuries incurred by the public, the worker, or in some cases, you could have loss of life. In fact, the loss of life number is going up every single year. We spend over $10 billion a year, just in the United States, to try and identify where these utilities and pipelines are located, and yet it's estimated that we have over $30 billion in damages. A recent study said, no, it's north of $60 billion. But if it's 30 or 60, that means that whatever we're doing is not very effective. Part of the problem is, and this might surprise you, that in the last 50 years, including today, when we do have regulation, oversight, and compliance, the way that we map the location of where a utility or pipeline is buried is on paper maps. We're in the digital era, and we're mapping utilities and pipelines on paper maps. These are called as-built drawings. These are the original planning and design drawings on how these utilities and pipelines were intended to go in the ground. And yet how you plan for them to go in the ground and how they actually go into the ground are two different case scenarios. And it can be for good reasons. The ground conditions could be too harsh. You could have obstacles in the way. Or where they have permission to place them can be over-congested with current utilities or pipelines. So the contractor will move them over maybe a few feet, maybe a few meters. Sometimes they'll place them over on the other side of the road. Then they bury them. Then they get paved over top. And when the regulators come out, as long as it's close enough to where they had permission to place them, they'll sign off on these as-built drawings, which means that these become the system of record, so they're inaccurate by nature. Another problem, which has been plaguing this industry, is a well-entrenched business practice that's been around for over 30 years. Every state in the United States has a one-call center. Maybe you've heard of 811, call before you dig. By law, you're required to call into the one-call center and let them know where you're going to be doing construction that will require digging activities. The one-call center, as best they can, take all the information that's been provided to them by the utility or pipeline companies, if there is any information, and try and determine who's going to be impacted by that construction. Then they notify the utility and the pipeline company, you have to come out and mark the location of where your utility and pipelines are. They send these contract workers out that use what's called an electromagnetic cable and pipe locating device, which the majority of the time will locate where a utility or pipeline is. The problem is they use a spray paint can to draw on the ground where that utility or pipeline is placed. When you leave here today and you go home, you're going to see these paint marks all over the grass in your house and the neighbors and out on the streets in downtown, and now you'll know what they are. The problem is that at best, that's accurate to maybe about 1 to 2 meters. In addition to that, I don't know if that worker had mistaken a fiber optic line for a power line, which can happen quite often. I don't even know if he even located a utility line at all, because I have no data that would provide that confidence to me. The construction companies, engineering firms, and the excavating companies that take on all the liability, they don't trust these paint marks at all. What they'll do is they'll bring in a big hydrovac truck. The hydrovac truck is designed to drill a hole in the pavement over top of the paint mark, suck all the dirt out through that giant vacuum system in an attempt to verify if that paint mark is actually correct by exposing the utility. The problem with this practice is it's very onerous, very time-consuming, and obviously very costly. But they have to do it because the risk of hitting a major petroleum line, a fiber optic line, or a high-pressure gas line is far too risky. Another issue that's been plaguing this industry for over 30 years is how they actually manage the workflow of the data. So they'll send the locator out there to locate and put a paint mark on the ground, or they'll bring the hydrovac truck out to actually drill a hole in the ground and expose the utility. Then they bring a surveying crew out there that surveys in the paint mark or the hole in the ground. Then they export it onto a PC. Someone has to review that data, and then it's sent back to the office where it's imported into their system of record, which is always either a CAD system or a GIS system. Once the data is finally qualified, it goes back out into the field, so the field crews can use that information to make a more intelligent business decision. On average, that takes about 2 weeks. We've been told it takes up to a month. We were told actually by the Federal Railway Association that can take up to a year. Now, with all the technology that's being embraced by other industries that have gone through a digital transformation, you would think the construction industry would also adopt technology. They're known as a lagger. They're actually ranked number 50 in the world, which also means they're ripe for disruption. That's why we created PointMan. This is a simple mobile app. You can download it onto your smartphone, and we significantly improve those workflow processes, we enhance their business practices, and we even create automation. So how do we do it? It's actually pretty simple. We take the electromagnetic cable and pipe locating device, and utilizing Bluetooth technology, we pair it to any standard smartphone or tablet running our PointMan software. Then we pair it to a precision GPS receiver. So this is not the chip that's embedded in the mobile phone or the tablet. This is an external third-party GPS receiver that provides 1 centimeter accuracy. The one I'm showing you here is a Trimble DA2. It's about twice the size of the hockey puck. Once the data is captured on the mobile phone, we send it up to our cloud, we run it through our proprietary and patented algorithms, and we make that information readily available to whoever needs it in the field or in the office in less than 1 second. This is what it looks like. When they're locating with the locate device that's paired with the GPS receiver, instead of putting a paint mark on the ground, we're digitally capturing the precise location of where that utility is on the mobile device. And then we're also capturing critical attribute data that's coming from the locate device and from that GPS receiver that gives you the confidence and quality level that that is exactly where that utility is buried, which is demonstrated in that little white box, which we call pedigree. What type of locate device did you use? How deep is it in the ground? The currency and frequency will tell us what type of utility it is. If you scroll down, you'll see vertical precision, 1.3 centimeters. How do we know that? Right below that, it says 21 satellites were in view and captured by that receiver. We're actually capturing what's called the NEMA string data, which is the accuracy data provided from each of those 21 satellites. That's what we're running through our proprietary algorithms. In addition to that, this can be viewed in real time in the office. So if I had 100 crews out there collecting data, number one, I don't have to have engineers or surveyors out there. One engineer or professional surveyor can sit in the office and see all the data that's being captured in real time and determine the level of accuracy of that data, and at a click of a button, they can export the data off of that mobile phone into their system of record. In addition to that, the way this construction industry works today, they're using a lot of paper forms. They even do sketches on napkins and then enter the data back in the office. We've taken all their forms that they have and we digitize them, so they're all electronic. So this is just an example of an electronic form. They can auto-populate based on where they are and what asset they're looking at. We've also created the ability, you can take photos that are geo-referenced down to the centimeter. You can also do sketches right on the mobile device, and this is important. What that means is that a professional, an engineer or surveyor, can sit in the office and watch this data coming in from the field from these people that collect the data. As a result of that, last year, the American Society for Civil Engineers just changed their guidelines and standards after 20 years based on our software. Thank you, I'm almost done. It's like a halftime clap, I like that. About 4 years ago, once we completed the development of the solution, I said, let's go get some early adopters that are influencers in the market. One of the companies I took it to is Kiewit. They're the largest infrastructure construction company in North America. They actually made the statement to me that if you have what it appears you have, you could have the holy grail of the construction industry. What do you want us to do? I said, I want you to pay us, sign a contract, and test it. And they said, okay, we're going to put you on the I-70 expansion. It's a $5 billion, 5-year project. We're partnering with the government of Colorado, which is Colorado Department of Transportation. It's an 11-mile stretch of the busiest interstate in the United States. We're going to be moving sections of the interstate. We're actually going to be relocating subdivisions. We're going to have to locate thousands of utilities and pipelines. After 1 year of testing the solution, we almost eliminated utility hits by 100%, which can be tens of millions of dollars in savings. As a result of that, CDOT said, hey, we want to implement this as well. And about 2 years ago, the state of Colorado mandated our software into state law. That means every construction company, utility company, engineering surveying firm, locate company, anyone that owns and maintains or constructs utilities or pipelines on a state right-of-way required by law to use our software, PointMan. Now we have every state in the United States looking to do exactly what Colorado has done, and I'm in serious negotiations with several states. One of the states I've met with several times is right here in California, which is Caltrans. I can say that all 50 of those states at some point will have a system like PointMan, and we are the leader in the world. We're the recognized brand name, so there's a high probability that we'll get some of that business. After we had CDOT and after we had Kiewit, I took it to 3 of the largest engineering surveying firms around the world, one in Canada, one in the United States, and one in Australia, of which all of them have now adopted our technology. And what's happened in the last 18 months, we're starting to see a serious inflection in the amount of customers that we're bringing on, including in every one of those vertical markets that I showed you. And again, not only in the United States, but abroad. Some of the largest mining companies in the world, energy companies, anyone that can benefit by knowing where these utilities and pipelines are buried will see serious ROI by adopting our technology. We also have all the major manufacturers around the world that develop the hardware, as well as including GPS, as well as the locating equipment, had adopted our software. In fact, most recently, Radio Detection, which is the largest manufacturer of the cable and pipe locating devices, signed a commercial worldwide distribution deal with us. They'll be selling PointMan with all their software. In pricing, we sell our software for $6,000 a year. That's disruptive pricing, but it only comes with 2 apps. But we have small municipalities, universities that are using our PointMan software for $6,000 a year to manage all their assets above and below ground. But we can also go into a large organization that might need 200 or 300 apps and tell them to start out at $6,000 a year. I'm projecting to do $3 million in revenue this year. We're on track to be cash flow positive by the end of next year. We need to be around $4.5 million. And here's our cap table. I have over 128 million shares that are outstanding right now. We're at about 146 million fully diluted. Out of those 19 million warrants that I'm showing there, 13 million of them will fall off next month, so it'll clean up our cap table. We have $2 million in the bank, and we have no debt. Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions? Yes, sir.
How did you get all the utilities, the pipes and all these stuff? Like you use a simple device and then you know where it is. Now, can you do it exactly the same thing in a country like China, or
Great
Japan,
question. Yes,
whatever?
yes. Our system works anywhere in the world. We've already proven that. We're in several countries already. We don't have to change anything on the software. In fact, I redeveloped the software. That's why I brought in the former CTO of Sun Microsystems to make sure that this was globally scalable, worked anywhere in the world and in any language. Every country in the world locates the utilities and pipelines the exact same way, and the equipment manufacturers that I shared with you, they're all global.
I'm just curious, your core technology beside the software management part, how do you detect the pipelines, the fibers, whatever utility things?
Yep, great question. So we are a pure software company. We only develop the software, and then we seamlessly integrate with all of the equipment manufacturers that are required in order to identify where utilities and pipelines are. So for example, if it's a fiber optic company, there's a unique identifier that's on that cable, and you dial it into that locate device, and then it's like a metal detector. The closer you get to it, it starts to give you a signal up to where you're 100% over top of it, and then you click the button on the mobile app, and it collects all that data and sends it up to the cloud. If it's metal, then you can just hook up an electrical charge to it. That's actually the easiest one to detect. If it's plastic, it's hard to detect, but they have new devices out there, including what's called ground-penetrating radar, and we also integrate it into the world's leading manufacturer for that
So
as
who
well.
does that work? The data, where the data is coming from those,
Devices. Yeah, that's what I showed you in that little white box. It'll tell you what utility it is, how deep it's in the ground, what the ground cover is.
Those devices are made by other manufacturers.
Correct. That's correct.
Okay.
And historically, they'll locate where a utility is, but they put a paint mark on the ground.
Yeah.
Well, no one trusts a paint mark. And the American Society for Civil Engineers 20 years ago said a paint mark's fine. But based on the software that we've designed, they said that's no longer considered where a utility is. You have to use a software like PointMan. Well, we're the leader.
So regarding the accuracy, so using the traditional approach, you say it's about 1 or 2 meters off, right? So the paint mark. So because your product is purely software, how does it accurate to be so accurate to 1 or 2 centimeters?
Perfect. So once Bluetooth technology was introduced, then what we did is we knew that we were able to pair a precision GPS receiver. The receiver is what gives you the centimeter accuracy. So by combining the data that's from the locate device with the geospatial information that's coming in from the receiver, and we can see how many satellites are in view, and that's how we can come up with, hey, this is accurate to 1.3 centimeters because we're getting data from 21 satellites, and the accumulation of those 21 satellites tells us it's accurate to 1.3 centimeters. No one believed that we could do that, but the fact that we've got the American Society for Civil Engineers to change their standards based on our technology. In addition to that, the author of the new standards and guidelines is also the chairman of our technology advisory board. We're not asking for anything. I'm trying to get your hard-earned dollars from you great investors to buy shares on the open market. We're not looking for money. Maybe one last question, and I'll be respectful to the next presenter.
Sorry, my name is Andrew. Yeah, I'm a finance guy by training. I'm just a bit curious about how you structure the common shares, your warrants, and also your incentive stock options. Is there a thought process to that? Maybe to preserve the existing shares that's held by the existing shareholders, or?
Yeah, so basically, when we were raising money, and we've done 3 financings, then based on whatever we raised at, then we also issued just half a warrant. And we've got, as I mentioned, 19 million warrants that are sitting out there right now. 13 million of them will fall off in November because their average weighted price is around 56 cents. Now, we could get there, but we're only trading around 30 cents today, so I don't think we'll get to the 56 cents, which is actually okay because it's going to clean up our cap table.
Thank you.
I appreciate everybody's time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I want to let
Got some more
everyone know. No, I didn't set up a table down here. We actually just came from another conference in LA, but I'm going to be up at the bar. I'm Canadian, so I'm going to have some beer. And anybody that wants to see me, you're welcome to come up there. I'll be up there for a couple hours, and I'll buy you all drinks. How's that?
One second. Nope, you're coming back up. That, I hope you guys are paying attention. That is an amazing company, by the way, ProStar. So not only do we have Mr. Paige Tucker, and we also have Joel Sutherland, if I can read that right. Joel's a badass New York guy who I've spoken with, and he gets straight to the point. He knows what he's doing. These guys actually are going to be followed by Legible, who also share this super badass shareholder, Tim Weintraut, who I want to shout out. I hope he's on the live stream right now. We're live streaming to about 100 plus people, more throughout the whole day here. You can find them on their ticker is on the TSXV MAPS and OTCQ MAPPF. I've told many of you to watch this presentation. We're going to be dealing with this company for several years, I hope. I'm very excited. Sometimes I like bringing this up quite often in business. It's usually not the sexy companies or this or that you know, where it's where the many say it's the not in the wrong way. It's sometimes the boring, the real, true business models. That's not the sexy, glamorous thing of models. It's like this is a real business. This is tangible all over the planet to look precisely where not to mess up a wire. Because if you mess up that wire, that's a multi-million-dollar mistake, hundreds of thousands of dollars mistake. So anyways, this is a real technology. I just really want you guys to give a super loud applause for Mr. Paige Tucker. And again, his ticker, I want to say it one more time because I want you guys to remember this.
The TSXV under MAPS, MAPS, and on the OTCQX, MAPPF. And I thank you for reminding me of that. But once again, you know, if you're interested in what it is that we present and as an investment opportunity, you can get a hold of us. We're more than happy to sit down with you for as long as it takes and go through the technology, or just come see me up at the bar.
Thank you so much. All right. Thank you, Paige. All right. Now we have Khalid Hainsworth, the CEO of Legible, coming up. I've also been dealing with Eric Leslie, their strategic advisor. So they're also invested into by Tim, badass shareholder. This guy's all over the place with awesome public companies. So I'm glad he's in both these companies. So I really respect his decisions. He has awesome podcasts where he interviews these companies. Anyways, Khalid, come up here, please. Tim does some awesome things like emailing Elon Musk all the time about this company, saying, look, you hate, you know, we all know the founder, Mr. Bezos of Amazon. You want to go against him, huh? You need to get into this deal because obviously Jeff Bezos owns Audible. So these guys have over 1 million plus ebooks in their system, but they also use AI. He'll explain it much better than I how they use Legible. But they have some sort of deal with Stan Lee's library or something. He'll explain it better than I can. But they have an awesome deal. You got to hear about it. I love intellectuals. I love knowledge. I love ebooks and audiobooks. So when I heard about their deal, I was super into it. I really want you guys to pay super good attention to this. This is Legible. And in some of the VIP gift bags, I don't know if you already bought a VIP ticket or if you came as an investor, you get one. You can upgrade. But they're going to be giving away subscriptions to Legible for it. So anyways, thank you so much, Khalid. Please take it away. Cheers.
Thank you. Can you all hear me? Oh, there we go. Well, first of all, it's great to follow Paige, who just offered everybody beer. So it's tough to follow that, but I know Paige. We're both Canadians. All Canadians know each other, of course. But thank you, thank you. So I am here to talk to you about Legible and what Legible is, and I'm really excited to do that. Legible is a globally accessible online bookstore with over 2 million books and 500,000 audiobooks on offer. There are several things that make us very different. We are a bookstore that is built for the 21st century. We believe that we are going to be how the next 1 billion people read. Now, what makes us different is we've taken audiobooks and ebooks and we've combined them into the same space. In addition to that, we're the only browser-based, browser-first ebook and audiobook streaming company in the world, and that's a significant statement for the reasons that I'm going to express shortly. In addition to that, we've built in our AI, which is we've called the Librarian AI, which is trained on all of our titles, knows all of the content, and is able to actually provide integrated conversations and book discovery chats with users, fully integrated into the platform. We've also integrated AI into books, and I'm going to talk to you about that shortly. In addition to that, we also produce multimedia books, which is to say we put in animation, animatics, we've integrated interactivity into books, and of course we've enhanced books with AI integrations as well. Now, to try to explain the whole business model, now earlier somebody said, you know, sometimes business models aren't that sexy. I consider this like book nerdy sexy. So the legible model is very simple. We have our products, which I'm going to share with you in a minute. We have 3 key pillars of revenue that we're launching with. And then finally, all of this is building to our MRR, or a monthly recurring revenue. Now, our bevy of products that we're building our foundation, that we've built our foundation on, first of all, is content. We cannot compete in the world unless we have content that people want to look for. We can't tell people, no, you come to Legible, but we won't have the books that you're there for. We've spent the better part of 3 years amassing titles and publishers globally. We are able to offer books. We have 2 million books and counting. We are ingesting 10,000 books an hour into our system, both ebooks and audiobooks right now. We also have launched with our Unbound subscription, which is a membership program offering unlimited access to those books, unlimited listening to audiobooks, and unlimited use of the Librarian AI. Now, the Librarian AI is really, when we talk about the Librarian AI, what we see as the future is that Legible is going to be the platform you access the content on, but the librarian is going to be experience that you have on that platform. It's going to become the tool that you use to explore books. It's going to become the tool that you use to discover books. It's going to be the tool that you use to engage with and interact with authors as well who are presenting their content. Of course, we can white label this content for EdTech plays, universities, and any publishing organization that wants streamed books that anyone, anywhere, with any browser, at any point can access any book anywhere in the world within 3 clicks and 10 seconds. Because what's really built into this company, I'm going to pause for a second and share something not on script. We are a purpose-driven company. We are driven with 3 goals, and these 3 goals have sustained us through some of the most challenging markets in a generation and building some of the most challenging software in the world. And that is accessibility. Number 1, accessibility. People around the world do not have access to books. People around the world, whether it be for socioeconomic reasons, whether it because they have a reading disability, whatever the reason is, if you do not have access to books, you actually provide a drag to literacy efforts. So Legible is driven by literacy as well. We have partnered with literacy organizations around the world. We work with Room to Read, which is a global literacy organization serving 27,000 schools globally, and we're putting their books, and they know that they can put their entire curriculum into Legible, and their students in Malawi or wherever they're teaching can have access to that as long as they have internet and a browser. And then we have the app for actually making it offline. Now, publishing and living books, 2 other key products for us, and the only ones in the world that can produce this and are producing this, and you'll see the significance of this in a moment. We are producing and publishing globally recognized content, high-value content with high-value authors, but we're not just publishing those books and making them available to a global audience on a globally accessible platform with an AI to assist people, but we're making those books into multimedia books with native video, animatics, animation, integrated interactivity, and of course the AI within the books to help you at any point ask the AI about a particular part of the book, and I'll come back to that shortly. Now, to talk about our three pillars of revenue built on those foundation, the very first thing that very first one I want to start with is transportation, and that's key. We have some significant players. Many people in the world have been trained by Amazon to use the Kindle system. That's why everybody's comfortable with it. You get trained to use software. That's how it goes. It's not just easy. You learn how to do it. So how do we get our product to all those people? And by the way, yes, Amazon is in the world with their Kindle and then their separate device, Audible, and we know all of that. We're perfectly aware of that. But we're not going after those customers. Our customers are Generation Y and Z, and they are not interested in reading books the way their parents read books. And they are certainly not very interested in supporting Amazon for their own reasons. So we built a system driven for those audiences that are coming. Also, somebody earlier in a presentation pointed out a very interesting fact. There are more cell phone, smartphone adoption in Africa right now than anywhere else in the world, and it's going to be that way, they said, for another 5 years. An important point to bring up, which means people are looking for content, and they need to get it, and we're excited about providing that. But the transportation is key for us. So that pillar involves automotive, and it involves our partnerships and discussions with transportation infrastructure around the world. We want to go where nobody is already. We want to go into automobiles, infotainment automobiles, and we want to go into transportation systems around the world. We partnered with Live One, which is a leading provider of music and podcasts, into targeting about 100 million, I think they have 100 million automobiles. We're partnering with them. We're going to each of the automakers and talking to them about integrating Legible, and we're in discussions with them into their infotainment systems, and we're excited about what's to come there. In addition to that, we're also in discussions with the largest transportation company in the world, deployed in land, sea, and air, to something like 700 million people every single day. And they're excited about the fact that we're the only company that can stream our content directly into their infotainment systems around the world on a given day. So we are going full bore into the transportation industry, whether that be automotive or otherwise. Now, our other key revenue pillar, I don't see it changing there, but I'm sure it will in a second. Maybe there's a way to go, maybe I can go back, and maybe there's a lag as well. I'm not sure. There it is. No, it's not coming up. Not sure what's happening, but maybe it'll follow. Now, the other key pillar, there it is. Now, the other key pillar here is our Legible Unbound membership. That allows everybody in this room to have unlimited access to audiobooks and unlimited access to ebooks, as well as giving you unlimited access to the Librarian AI in order to begin your conversations and book discovery experiences, and it's fully integrated with your experience as well. We are layering, we just launched this on Friday, by the way. We are layering on kids memberships, student memberships, family memberships, and Bard access, which is total access, uninterrupted to everything for a solid year. We know that every 100,000 members gives Legible $1.3 million in monthly recurring revenue, and we're very excited about that launch and very excited about all the places we're launching into. Now, the third key pillar of revenue for us is that we hold worldwide exclusive publishing rights to 12 never-before-seen Stan Lee properties. That means Stan Lee spent the last 12 years of his life creating another character universe. We all know about the Avengers, we all know about the Marvel universe, we all know about the DC universe, and we all know Stan Lee's intimacy in creating many of the characters that are icons for us today. Legible was chosen over Marvel, DC, and Dark Horse to hold and publish the next 12 never-before-seen characters, as well as franchises. This is a billion-dollar franchise that we get to publish. We have spent the whole summer assembling the finest writers from anywhere in the world, showrunners of major programs. We're talking A-list writers in Hollywood, who have every single one of which I can't tell you their names because we're going to announce them soon, and we're a public company. But nonetheless, these writers are going, and illustrators are going to drive this brand new Stan Lee universe into the world. And we're so excited. And now when that universe goes out into the world, we're able to build in the multimedia in it. And how did Legible, an unknown actor, get hired for a big budget film like the next Never Before Seen Stan Lee properties? How did we do it? Well, the fact is the board of directors, for the people who hold the rights to the Stan Lee properties, they said to me in a meeting, they said, we chose Legible because we know that if Stan Lee knew what you were doing to books, and if Stan Lee knew who you were, he would have chosen you himself. So we are very excited about what we're going to do in this field, and we can talk about the economics of it in just a minute. Now, the other question is, who are we working with? Well, this is just a small selection of the team that has gathered around us. We are working, obviously, as I mentioned, with some of the best writers in the world and illustrators on the Stan Lee projects and publishing side of things. But we're also working with the executive producers, for instance, of the Hollywood big budget Batman franchise and godfather of comics, Michael Uslan, and his son David Uslan as well. We're working with Vyomesh Joshi, who joined our advisory board because he was so excited about what we were doing and said to us last week in his weekly meeting with us. He, by the way, built Hewlett-Packard. He was the president of Hewlett-Packard, built the printing business up. He also sat on the board of Yahoo and the board of Repro, and he said, you guys, he said, we have to go big, and then we have to go bigger. And he's very excited to work with us. Yes, 2 days ago, I had lunch with David Newman. He's a former president of Disney. He's also former executive at CNN. He discovered Anderson Cooper. It's a really interesting story how he discovered him. But he looked at me, and he's joining the team, by the way, to help us out with these Stan Lee projects and the whole project itself. And he said, you guys are going to be Marvel 2.0. So I want to offer one other thing here because we've just launched on Friday. Now, I just don't go out giving these things except to this conference and this conference only. We're giving away a 6-month free membership to Legible, which give everybody in this room who wants to take it and sign up and download the app and use the service, 6 months of unlimited ebooks, unlimited audiobooks, and unlimited use of the Librarian AI. I think, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, send me an email, I'll write you back an apology to say if it's otherwise, if you say it's otherwise. I think if you download our app and use it 3 times, you'll be a Legible ambassador for the rest of your life. So with that, I'm going to give you this, and you can go ahead and you can get your, you can go to the website, sign up on legible.com for the brand new Legible Unbound membership. You can put in the code HERO23, and you can enjoy that access and everything you want. I personally have been falling asleep lately to the audiobook of The Boy, the Mole, the Horse, and the Fox. It's an absolutely beautifully read book. I hope you enjoyed as well. So I'm going to pause now and take any questions. I want to finish off by saying this. We are in a process of finishing a $1 million private placement into the company. We're offering it for 9 cents US with a full warrant at 11 cents US. If you want to speak to us about that, we're at the table where Paige is buying everybody drinks. And you'll see us standing there, and so you can go get your drink, and then you can come talk to us about books. Seems kind of cool. And you can talk to us about that private placement. Eric Leslie is our Strategic Capital Markets Advisor. He's here with me as well, helping me talk to you guys and share the magnitude of this opportunity. I look forward to seeing you at our table and through the evening. Thank you for your time. Are there any questions that I can answer right up front? I think I only have time for a couple of questions. Yes, may I? Oh, there we go.
It's really incredible. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I have a two-part question that's connected. So one is, regarding the book collection, how big is it compared to Amazon?
That's an excellent question. It's also a nuanced answer that I have to give you, unfortunately. So, on parity, we have basically on parity. If you of books that people want to read. If you go to Amazon, just in their general buy book section, you're going to be able to buy one of 13 million books. Of those 13 million, I'm guessing 13 million books or so. Of those books, probably 1 million are readable. The rest are just whatever. So we have 2 million. We have it in about 15 languages at the moment. We books in those languages. We're just onboarding French, German, and Spanish in the near future here. We look forward to all those others. There's a couple other things I want to tell you about with our AI text-to-speech dynamic language translation experience that we're bringing in that will translate any of our books into 33 languages instantaneously and highlight each word as it's translating or speaking it to you to help with literacy. And that comes back to our purpose-driven nature. Everything we build is accessibility and purpose-driven. So,
very nice.
Yes.
Second part.
Oh, sorry. Okay, go
just
ahead.
very
Yeah.
quickly. So,
Yeah.
what kind of usage will make you lose money?
What kind of usage, what?
Will make you lose money.
What kind of usage will make us lose money? That's an excellent question as well. We've gamed that out quite strongly, as a matter of fact. And you lose the game unless you know how to work with the publishers and have the right contracts. And that's the key. So we've spent the last couple years building relationships with our publishers, building those contracts in, ensuring that we can give people the best experience and access to it. So we lose money if, in certain cases, if somebody reads like 10 books a month, we'll lose a bit of money. On average, however, people do not read that much. On average, people will go a whole month without accessing anything. But you know what? All that content is there for them when they want to go to it, and they might enjoy 2 books in a month or 3 books in a month. That's up to them. But we have it covered in that way, and just the economics of it for everybody who wants to know. Our publishers send us the books. We have relationships with over 1,000 publishers, largest distributor in the world, and we're just growing and growing literally every single day. So, and we just launched as well. So we have a compelling offering for our publishers. Now our deal with the publishers is they provide 60%, they provide us the books on every sale and every subscription. We give them 60% of the subscription rate, $12.99, or 60% of the sale price, and we keep 40% from there. So we have a 40% margin. Yes?
The model for writers, right? If you publish your own book, there's a 70-30 split with Amazon. You're saying 60%, but that's on the monthly. How does the individual get paid?
The individuals, it's on a pro rata, so of that 60%. And by the way, on the Amazon model, you don't get 30%. Generally speaking, and just let me say, I built and then ran for like 7 or 8 years the largest ebook conversion company in Canada. There's a huge percentage of the Canadian books came through my company, were produced by my company. And I'll tell you right now, we produce those books for Amazon, certainly. A lot of authors, they get 30%, they don't get 70%. Amazon games the system against them. And that's why Amazon isn't getting books anymore. If you try to use Amazon's unlimited catalog, it's not unlimited, and there won't be many books in it that you'll find. And they have a problem, and that problem is bad relationships with publishers. Nothing we can do about that. But what we can do about that is provide great relationships. Any other questions? Yes.
Final question.
You say you're public, so which stock exchange and how can I find your ticker? And secondly, do you have like textbooks for the educational sector?
Absolutely. So I'll answer the latter question first. So to answer the latter question, we certainly have textbooks. We have 2 million books. There's going to be textbooks on there, but that's not to say we're done yet. We have a keen play for the EdTech market. We can white label, as I said, our entire system for any of the universities, and I'll tell you what, we are talking to people about that already. With regards to those books, look, we've got Scholastic, we've got dozens of education publishers, and we're only growing as well. So in the very near future, if there's a book, you'll find it on Legible. If you're on Legible now and you're looking for a book, just keep in mind we just launched, and we're just putting all our books on there. Give us a few days if the book isn't there. We've got 2 million to get on the platform and 500,000 audiobooks. To answer your first question and to finish my presentation, our tickers are on the CSE under READ, R-E-A-D. We are in Frankfurt, if you happen to be in Germany next week and just be filled with buying stock, we're found on the Frankfurt Exchange. And then, of course, here in the United States, we've made our entrance on the OTC QB under the ticker LEBGF. Thank you.
All right,
And-
everyone, put your hands together for a fantastic purpose-driven presentation. Up next is TrueFire, Justin Grant, CEO, Aaron Warner, President, and Joel Manzanera, COO.
All right. There we go. So weapons safety is one of the most important things in our world today. Anytime an event happens, everyone wonders, what happened? Why has this happened again? Well, over 100,000 people are shot in the United States by improperly used or misused or misstored firearms. And we ask ourselves, what is the weapons community doing about that? Well, CEO, Mr. Debney of Smith & Wesson, says nothing. They're not in a position to develop the technology or to put together a product that's going to resolve this problem. Now, law enforcement is our go-to-market strategy here. And we might ask, well, law enforcement takes good care of their weapons. They don't have a particular problem with that. Yet in a 5-year period alone in the Bay Area, over 500 weapons went missing or lost or stolen from law enforcement. And this is where TrueFire steps in. The last major innovation in smart weapon technology happened in the early 1980s when Glock released the polymer weapon. There's not another industry out there that has had a major innovation in the last 50 years. TrueFire is that major innovation. We're the only company in the world that manufactures an integrated smart lock system. And what that means is we have a product that works on almost any existing firearm, your rifle, your shotgun, your pistol, your taser, and you can add it to the weapon in less than 15 minutes. Has no deficiencies in design, requires no permanent modifications to that weapon, and it works on 99% of existing firearms today. And that's what our solution is, a universal integrated smart weapons lock. We don't create new firearms. We secure the existing 1 billion firearms on the market today. We're not just a smart lock, we're an integrated smart lock. So the TrueFire ecosystem right here, as you see on the screen, we didn't just create a smart weapons lock. What we did is we created the entire ecosystem. So you go and approach the law enforcement. Let's say the Los Angeles Police Department. They have 16,000 officers. Well, how do we manage the credentials on every single one of those weapons? How do we manage 16,000 officers? If you think about it, each officer has a taser, each officer has a pistol, sometimes they have a shotgun in their cruiser, as well as a rifle. Well, what we're able to do is we're able to manage up to 100,000 officer credentials on 100,000 weapons simply and easily through our secure docking station, secure enrollment station, and our cloud management solution, making the allocation and the tracking of the law enforcement version of these weapons a simple and easy endeavor for the allocation. Now, our consumer-related version, you might ask, will say, well, consumers don't want their weapons tracked or used, and that's perfectly fine. Our consumer-related version doesn't have that option at all. So they can opt in, they can opt out. So we have an entire ecosystem around this. Now, you may have heard of BioFire in the market today. BioFire made a big splash last year. They raised $27 million without any sort of revenue whatsoever and without any sort of product that has worked. TrueFire is a product that is 90% complete to this day and is the result of 6 years of manufacturing success. So what we did is when we approached the market, we outlined up to 30 different parameters that needed to be successful in order for us to create this product. And that one of those parameters was that we needed to create a product that did not change how you use that weapon whatsoever. And what you see here is all the pros and cons of us versus creating another pistol. So we don't have an integrated pistol. We retrofit onto existing firearm systems. Let's see. And that's what we do. Secure 99% of existing firearms today. So as you see, we have a list of advantages here. I'm not going to go over them. I have a very short, limited time window here, unfortunately. But our advantages in the marketplace today compared to our competitors are extreme. So we don't have any disadvantages in comparison. We meet all of the marks, whether you're sitting on the left side of the table or the right side of the table, whether you're a gun enthusiast, whether you're concerned about weapon safety, etc. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a short video here of the TrueFire in action. I did. There we go. You have audio? This is a live view demonstration of the TrueFire prototype. TrueFire prototype was started 5 years ago as a way to take most any existing firearm and turn it into a... I guess we're having technical difficulties on the audio. Should we move on from the video, guys? 1 second. Good? I assure you our smart weapon technology works the first time, every time. Yeah. So you want me to move on? Well, the video is on our website, and it's a live demonstration. Demonstration of the TrueFire prototype. TrueFire prototype was started 5 years ago as a way to take most any existing firearm and turn it into a smart weapon, without permanently altering the weapon, without having to buy a custom weapon, and with no deficiencies in design. What that means right now is, with this lock right here, you don't have to permanently alter this weapon to put this lock on. It takes about 20 minutes to put on. It's built to mil spec. It's built out of built aluminum. It's sealed, watertight, dust tight, vibration resistance, the whole EMP, EMI proof, etc. As soon as I pick up this weapon, I have one of 3 ways to unlock this weapon. I can either unlock it with my fingerprint, I can unlock it with an RFID ring, or I can unlock it with a mechanical key. The battery lasts for about 2 to 3 years, and as soon as I unlock it, it stays mechanically unlocked for the entire time I'm holding that weapon and powers down. And it does so to conserve battery power so it lasts as long as possible. There's docking stations. For the tactical version, we have secure docking stations, secure enrollment stations, management, the whole 9 yards for police. We prioritize the database in the police versions for A, B, C, meaning that the most common people are going to be able to fire this weapon, they're going to be able to unlock this weapon in under half a second. And then we go to the next generation of B, that would be the entire police department. The database in C could take a couple seconds longer, but that'll store up to 100,000 officers in it. So, what we're going to do now is we're going to do a demonstration of this. Michael is not credentialized to fire this weapon. He's going to pick it up and try and fire it. As you see, it won't fire. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to put my earplugs in, and I'm going to fire the weapon. We set the weapon back down. And now Michael's going to try and fire the weapon again. Michael? And as you see, the weapon will not fire. And this works like this. Currently, we have this implemented on AR-15 platform, AK platform, and we're currently deploying this on the X-26P tasers. We will have, by Q1 of 2022, we'll have this integrated on the most common pistols as well. I hope you like the presentation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. We've put a lot of work and thought to this, so we'll try and get through the rest of this pretty quickly if my clicker works. There we go. So our market to commercialization first is law enforcement. And the reason why this is the gun community has specifically said that let the officers use it first. And unfortunately for us, law enforcement and the international market is a very large opportunity for us. So where we're at today is we have a minimally viable product. We are 90% complete to commercialization, meaning the only thing remaining for us to get the TrueFire product on the market today is custom seals, springs, and gaskets and batteries, and third-party testing and validation. We've already put forth a lot of hard work to get it there. We spent the last 3 years attending SHOT Show. It's the world's largest firearms show, trade show in the world. It's in Vegas. Everyone internationally attends it. We walked away from these 3 years not only with positive feedback from pretty much everyone that attended. I think I get, what, 3 more minutes? Okay, thank you. All right. We have over 1,000 interested law enforcement agencies nationwide and around the world. Ministry of Defense of 5 different countries, Chief of Police of Mexico City, Air Marshals, etc. So this is the proven demand we've received from that. And our business plan to commercialization, obviously, is within 6 to 9 months we can get this in the hands of people, law enforcement agencies, trialing and testing this particular product. We have a 1-year ramp to POs. So you may ask, well, law enforcement already is facing a tight budget. Well, law enforcement never needed tasers or body cameras, but the public demanded them and allocated funding for that. Our pricing structure for this particular product is not only on the sale of the product, but also on the service providing the management solution to manage all the credentials on the weapon. This gives us reoccurring revenue and also that service fee structure, and also gives us the data to geofence the weapons, define hours of operations, and make sure the weapons don't go missing. Cost analysis here. This gives you an idea of what our cost to manufacture is and what we intend to sell it for with our reoccurring revenue. Again, I'll have to move through this pretty quickly. Our ask is $10 million to become the market-defining leader in smart weapon technology. Investment terms are here in the deck, but we really are a unicorn opportunity here. There's no other company in the world that manufactures or does what we do, and this is a new market, and there's not many sectors that you could say that's for. You can see right here, 1% of the U.S. law enforcement market, if we capture that, is $68 million. And if we capture 1% of the global law enforcement market, it represents almost $2 billion in revenue for us, and we haven't even touched the consumer market. Now, what you're investing in is a team of individuals here who are already successful in aerospace manufacturing, security and access control, and electrical manufacturing. We've been in the business of manufacturing these components for almost 20 years now, and we don't have to go out and hire people and build a company to put this product on the market today. We're currently organized for growth. The parent company is OffGrip, where we have roughly about 8 patents already issued on the interface of the weapons and also on the management solution, as well as international and U.S. patents still pending. And with that, I guess we'll take 1 or 2 questions, hopefully, right? Behind you.
What's your valuation at 10 million, ask?
Pre-money valuation is about 35 million, based on everything that we've put forth right now. And we have around just over $2 million in cash invested in the company already to get it to the point where we're at.
Got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yep. One more up front. Oh, in the back.
Well, we got a couple of questions. So you had 2 companies. You had TrueFire and OffGrip.
Yes.
Where is that $10 million going? Is it going 50-50? What's the distribution?
No, so TrueFire is the brand that we propagate in the market. All the patents and IP and technology is owned by OffGrip Inc. OffGrip has an exclusive license to TrueFire LLC to propagate the product. Okay, and that's for asset protection.
So OffGrip owns it. Okay.
Yes, correct.
One other question. So, there's a lot of pro-gun enthusiasts in this country. We have a
huge division. You have anti-gun people. Do you think the NRA would endorse this?
It's actually interesting you bring that up. The NRA knows of us. We've had really good conversations with the NRA and their legal team as well. And we're not pushing for mandates. And because we're pursuing law enforcement first, they're actually all for it. I could tell you that we had less than 5 people at each year of SHOT Show tell us that they would not use the product whatsoever. And it happens to be someone that lives in, like the middle of Wyoming in a town of 200-300 people, and his nearest neighbor's 5 miles away, and he gets off shift and he puts his pistol on a counter and no one knows it. So, yes.
I wanted to know a little bit more about your identity verification to unlock.
Yeah.
You said it was a fingerprint, I believe?
Yeah, so we have a biometric sensor.
Let me finish. I haven't finished my
Okay,
question.
sorry.
Because if it is a fingerprint, that is the most easy thing to commit fraud with for identity verification tech that I've seen. So I was just curious if you're doing some kind of triangulation as well of identity, because it was very rapid, and I was thinking it would be pretty easy to fake somebody else's fingerprint, perhaps.
Yeah, very good question. So there's a level, so we use a capacitive sensor that you could see that on the video was quite large. And that capacitive sensor senses ridges, valleys, and it also has the ability to determine if the finger is alive, connected to something, someone who's actually breathing still. So with that, while it's still possible that you could potentially fake that, what we're trying to do here is prevent immediate access to the firearm. If that weapon gets wrestled away from an officer, if you come home from shooting or whatnot and you forget to put it in your gun safe, etc., or you're dealing with a home break-in and you lose control of it or whatnot. So we're preventing the immediate access, much the same as a gun safe doesn't prevent me from getting into it. If I have 30 minutes and a concrete cutoff wheel, I can get into your gun safe, but I can prevent your immediate access and use against you, which saves your life. If I may, we had the Mountain View Police Department came to us and said, if you had these on our tasers, we would buy them today. And we thought that was very interesting because tasers don't kill people. They said that we are losing in altercations 1 to 2 tasers a month that are getting wrestled away from us. And then we have to use lethal force to defend ourselves because the second we lose that control of that taser, it becomes a lethal situation. So if you take that and think that's roughly 25 incidents in one agency, and if they had the TrueFire on them, that would prevent them from being used against them. Yes? We actually, our closest competition is BioFire. And BioFire, they raised $27 million last year on a seed round without a product that works. And they are only doing, they're actually creating a pistol themselves. So they're manufacturing the weapon, and it's a single 9mm pistol, and it does facial rec, and biometrics, and it only could unlock with 5 people. So we can do 100,000 people. We can retrofit to almost any existing firearm. So we're not creating weapons. We're creating weapons safety. Yes, it'll be there soon. They've already failed on video once, and they blame the weapon that they created. They said the technology worked, but the weapon didn't. What good is it, right? Well, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Justin. A round of applause for TrueFire. It actually made me think about Surefire. All right, up next is M&M Partners. Mr. Mark, help me out with this last name. Is it Putney? Oh, okay.
So I was saying this, real estate and guns is like the America Hour at Global Capital Network. I think next it's oil and gas too, so it gets even worse, right? So I'm Kyle McCrite. I'm the business development director at M&M Partners LLC. So essentially what we're up to, in a nutshell, is buying multi-tenant office and multifamily property in the Bay Area, specifically in San Mateo County and Santa Clara County. So in a bit, we'll explain why that is exactly. Just in a nutshell, a little history, right? The company is 17 years old. It was founded actually by one of our co-founders back here in the corner, Mark Putney, and his partner, Michael Anthony. Michael Anthony was a broker in the Bay Area for 40 years. Mark Putney was in venture capital. They joined resources, right, to create this real estate firm, and we'll explain why that is. So you may be wondering, why is it that we're focusing on the Bay Area, right? Not necessarily the easiest place to do business. Some people have certain qualms with it, but why is it? So what we figured out was that essentially on the peninsula, which is south of San Francisco and San Jose really up north, there is a severe supply constraint, right? You can't build anything new there, and if you did, the replacement cost is $1,000 a square foot plus, right? But there is a lot of very old buildings there that are 40, 50, 60 years old that nothing's been done to in that amount of time. So you essentially have a built-in marketplace if you know it well. As you can see here, right, about 80% of it was actually pre-1976. So if you find these buildings that are between, let's say, 30 and 100 units, or about 30,000 to 100,000 square feet office, it's too big for a mom and pop to take on a project, and it's too small, let's say, for a big REIT or a big, you know, institutional national firm to take on. So who's going to do that? And who's going to rehab those buildings? So the most important thing, though, that makes us a bit different here is our structure. So people think, okay, we'll invest in the Bay Area, there's a supply constraint, the values will rise, but then aren't we giving back all of our gains in taxes, right back to the state? Not under our structure. So we leverage a tenant in common investment, or a TIC as I'll refer to it for the remainder of the presentation. So essentially what this allows you to do is, right, we have a managing LLC, right, which is us, Eminent Partners, and then we create a special purpose entity LLC for every single other investor that we have. We do that for you. So when you invest with us, you actually are buying a pro rata share of that property and have a grant deeded interest in it under your own individual SPE. So not only does that allow you to take, right, depreciation, right, your piece of the debt, participate equally to your pro rata share in the cash flow and the appreciation, but you can also, upon exit, 1031 individually, irrespective of what anybody else does in the deal, into your next project. So typically what will happen is 75% of our investors will roll forward with us to the next deal, right? But let's say you wanted to go off individually, you found something else you liked, or you just wanted to cash out, you just need the money. That's okay, and the IRS allows us to do that under Revenue Procedure 2002-22. So unlike a partnership, which we'll discuss in a second, and let's actually take a look at this here. Unlike a partnership where everybody has to roll forward together, or other formats where you don't really own actually a piece of real estate, you're coming in and out of a REIT or whatever it is and paying the taxes, under a TIC, right, basically in any scenario upon exit, you can avoid them. So we modeled out actually a bunch of scenarios versus a GPLP, and we find that in basically every one, you're making at least 40 to 50% more as an investor doing the TIC as opposed to a GPLP. So it's a very different structure, but we find for our investors, right, which are typically, let's say, individuals or family offices and such, they can take advantage of these things. Our structure ends up being more positive. So I have this deck as well with a lot more information. If you want to review these numbers in greater depth afterwards, please feel free to follow up and we can get you this information. So what are we looking for in a deal, right? That's important to discuss as well. So as I mentioned before, right, we're looking for things that are 4, 5, 6 decades old. Generally 40% under market rent, oftentimes been held by the same family the whole time. But the most important thing is that we have the off-market relationships through the brokerage community in the Bay to actually find these deals before they hit the market. So our proprietary deal flow is really important. So right, as I mentioned, one of our founders has been a broker in the area for 40 years, right? And then a few of our other guys are brokers as well. So through these relationships, when they want to double end, which means they want to represent both the buyer and the seller, they'll give us a call when something that fits this, this description, you know, is they've heard it wants to, you know, the owner wants to sell, or maybe there's talk about it, they'll give us a call first so we can get a crack at it with our investors before it hits the market, which keeps the cost down, obviously. If it was to hit the market, it would go up to a number that wouldn't pencil and our investors wouldn't like. So this is really what we're looking for. The second component here is that we only take 50% leverage as well. So we were profitable right through 2008. As you can imagine, I wasn't around at that time. The company was also profitable through COVID, surprisingly. We had no capital calls. We actually didn't lose any money on any deals because of this low leverage, and we raised enough equity. In addition, our rehab that we do, which I'll discuss here in a minute, we don't raise that, we don't take that loans or construction loans or things of that nature to do. We actually raise that as equity up front, so we don't have to dip back into our investors' pockets to finish the rehab work we want to do. So, interesting format. So the other thing I'd like to discuss here about this is the vertical integration with us. We are not just owners, we are also operators. So we actually have a subsidiary property management company that not only with an in-house general contractor, not only performs our renovations, but actually also manages the day-to-day operations and maintenance, et cetera, on the properties. So by keeping that in-house, right, obviously we care more, right? We're gonna do a bit better job. But typically we'll save about 30% actually on our renovation work because we have an in-house guy. If we had to contract that out, right, you know, we'd be paying 30% margins and premiums. So that allows us, one, access to more deals that pencil, and two, actually we save money for investors and we can return that right back to you. So just a couple examples of what we've done. If you look over here, we even have some 3D tours that I can send you afterwards, but the left of these pictures is a really great example, right? We're buying stuff in this just perfect 1970s condition, right? Horrible cabinets, nobody wants it. These units are renting, right, 40% under market. After renovation, not only, right, do we get it up to market, but we're generally getting a premium because we're providing essentially a Class A interior in what we'd say is maybe a B+ level building, which was previously a C-. We've seen rents as much as double, right, after these renovations are completed. But when we pro forma, we're only performing to current market rent, right? So if we're looking at 3 years from now after doing these renovations, obviously we're probably gonna get more rent than you get today, but when we're projecting out for a deal, all we wanna do is get today's market rent in a few years from now. So quick history, and then we'll begin to wrap up. Our average exit multiple is 2.3x, right, which is pretty good for a 1031 perspective into rolling forward. You know, we've had a number of deals, right, that really, you know, when you get them, it's like everybody's curious. I mean, how are we gonna possibly, right, how are you guys possibly gonna renovate this? It's really old, right? Usually our magic takes about 2 to 3 years to do, right? So for the first couple years, the cash flow is minimal, for sure. But about year 3, we wanna see 5 to 10% delivered back to the investors every month, right? Every deal we've exited upon thus far has had an over 20% IRR. We're living in a different world right now. We'll see if that continues, but thus far that has been the case. So our current portfolio, we generally try to keep 5 or 6 buildings at the same time. Usually totals up to about 150 AUM at any given moment. When we find a new one, we'll trade one out, right, and 1031 75% of those investors into the next deal. So right now, just to give you an idea, right, we have 3 multifamily buildings and 2 multi-tenant office buildings. Believe it or not, one of the multi-tenant office buildings is our best cash flowing property right now, so we actually are signing up a lot of commercial lease deals. But I want to draw your attention actually to the building on the far left there. That is one that we bought back in, I believe, 2013. 60% of the principal was returned back to the investors through a refinance 5 years later, and now is kicking off about 10, 11% cash flow every year. So while we're looking at a 5 to 7 year hold generally, that one's going on 10 years because no one wants to sell, right? Where else are you gonna put your money right now and collect 10% a year? So a couple final thoughts before we open up for questions. Our general idea is, right, we're just trying to make not investing in real estate, but co-owning real estate easy for investors, right? Again, we have a grant deeded interest that goes to you. We manage that. You are an owner of real estate with us into a larger property, right, which in theory should reduce the risk there. We want to make that as simple as possible. We actually have a project that we just found out about last week. We've been tracing this deal down for a while. 76 units, amazing location in the Bay. Worst building on one of the best streets, and we couldn't be more excited about it. And we ran the numbers, and it actually looks pretty good. So we do have a booth over in the other room in the corner. It's lit up like a Christmas tree. You can't miss it. Be happy to talk to you about it in more detail, or even now if you have any questions about it. But just want to open the floor. Went through a lot of information very quickly. Any questions that I can answer? So generally, the minimum will be somewhere between 150 and 600,000. The IRS allows us to have up to 35 investors in any deal. We're 1, so that's 34. That never happens, right? Usually the number is between 10 and 20. Now we're starting to see single-digit investors in our deals. But basically, we're taking the raise, dividing it by 34, and there's your minimum. But that oftentimes ends up being $150,000 to $600,000, depending on the size of the deal. Anything else? No. Okay, yeah, come see us over there. We're right by the bar, so I'm sure we'll see you anyway.
Fantastic presentation by M&M Partners. Up next, we have High Gravity Resources, Mr. Doug Shea, President. HGR focuses on investing in the oil and gas industry. Maybe he is not. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. How you guys doing? All right. So my name's Doug Shea. My company's High Gravity Resources. We're based in Bowling Green, Kentucky. Started it in 2012. Oil and gas company. We basically raised capital for drilling wells down in Texas and some other states, but that's the primary business. The reason I'm here today is I have made some pretty fantastic connections in the industry, and one of them has made available to me two tremendous projects that are avoiding the kind of middleman markup which is typical in oil and gas. And not only that, the gentleman that is going to be leading the operations and consulting on one of them has tremendous experience in the industry. He's been involved in probably 2,000 wells, either as a geologist or engineer, or you name it. His background is tremendous. The first project I'm going to share with you is Magnolia. Whoop. One at a time. Okay, so this one is the one that is going to be spearheaded and led by a gentleman named Thomas Bowman. You can look him up on LinkedIn. We have his biography in a packet that I have at the booth. But this is a 19-well project in East Texas. Okay, it's $6.5 million. There's 4 wells in production presently. One of them's doing about 300 barrels a day equivalent, oil and gas combined. Total probably about 600 barrels of oil and gas equivalent. The intentions are, or what's going to happen on the project, is we're going to go in and re-enter 12 wells that just need work to be recompleted. Okay, there's 3 wells that were drilled. The company went bankrupt. They never completed the wells. The well logs look great, and so it's really just a matter of going and completing the wells. The other 4 wells take it to the 19, so those are currently in production. In about a 2-year period, it should generate enough to generate 100% cash on cash. Okay, that doesn't include the tax benefits that are associated with oil and gas. We don't give them to you, the government does, but you can write off up to 80% in the first year, or you can take 0 in the first year and amortize it over the next 5. So all the tax strategy thing for everybody involved. But it's the first of 6 phases, and so the 6.5 goes to the 19 wells. If the group or entity or individual that does the 6.5 wants to continue on, the next phase is $45 million, and that's a lease bank, and that's discounted at about 50% of what the normal lease is. The next phase is 5 new wells that gets leased at $3,000 an acre. And so the individual who came in at for the lease bank makes good money right away. And then the revenue from, you can see up there, the revenue from, phase 3, phase 4, new additional wells, all the way up to phase 5 and 6, much more money, but 57 to 65 wells. And so this is full field development, and then at the end of the day, we can sell it to a major, mid-major, easy flip. Thomas Ballman, that's the gentleman that I mentioned with the years of experience. Again, I mean, he's been all over the world. He's consulted for many, many companies, very esteemed in the industry, and he's our partner. He's the partner of the gentleman that I stumbled across that had this opportunity. So it's very, a beautiful thing. Here showing the map of the area. It's in, very East Texas on the border of Louisiana, but still in Texas. On the bottom right-hand corner, you can see where it's pointing to the well, 300 barrels a day. To the right up is the lease where the 100 barrels a day. So, there's existing production. There's actually quite a bit of oil in the tanks that we can sell immediately and get the cash for. But that's the field, and so it's got the list of variety of wells that will be reworked. This is the list of all the wells that will be reworked right here. So as far as an investment opportunity, leadership is great, experience is tremendous. His team will be part of it, which are all former engineers, geologists, geophysicists for the majors, Shell, Mobil. The second project is a little more simpler. This is in Louisiana, close to Alexandria. And what this is it's a 7-well lease, okay? The wells were drilled in the 50s, okay? But all the wells in this area have the same problem. The sand piles up at the bottom of the wellbore and covers up the perforations. And so over time, your production, which they come in doing 100 barrels a day, slowly is less and less and less. And the wells also produce about 3,000 barrels a day in salt water, okay? So the problem is the sand blocking the perforations, and then you're dealing with water. Well, if you're doing 100 barrels a day and you got to get rid of water at $3 a barrel, it's not as painful. But if you're doing 5 barrels a day and 3,000 barrels of oil, 3,000 barrels of water, it's uneconomical. So what we're essentially doing is coming in and putting a gravel pack, which was pioneered a company called XTO, which is one of the major oil and gas companies just bought by Halliburton a couple of years ago. They pioneered a strategy where you come in and put a gravel pack at the base, and you put a screen in there. The screen keeps the sand from building up. It also helps with the water flow. In our case, we have 2 saltwater disposal wells on location. So the water is just going to come up and flow directly into the disposal wells, and our cost to dispose of the water is 0. A beautiful thing. So, and this is the first 7 of about 350 wells like this that they have under lease throughout 4 states. So we come here, do this one. The opportunities are endless to continue. So what are the economics? The project for all 7 wells is $3.85 million. If we just get 50 barrels a day, which the well tested at 96, at 50 barrels a day, it generates $2.6 million a year. Okay? The wells should, they were drilled in the 50s. They will likely be around for a long time, probably 20 years plus. So it's really it's not an oil well, it's a water well. And so we're really in the business of water management. And so the water, the oil is a cut of the water. And so on each well, we'll have a high velocity pump to get the water out to increase the volume of the oil. And separates at the wellhead. We get the oil, the water goes into the formation designated by the state of Louisiana. Everything's good. So again, 2.677 million, that's 25% of the net revenue that the partners get. And with your tax benefits, you're really whole in the first year. The tax benefits are a nice thing. You never want to include them as far as like, you're getting your 100% of your capital back, but it is real, and you do realize the gain. So this is just an example that talks about the water coning, which is talking about the sand building up at the perforations, but the map at the bottom shows the distance between us and an adjacent field that came in like 2.5 years ago, put in 10 new tanks, and they got out there and they perforated and produced. They had some of the wells doing 300, 400, 500 barrels a day, which is fantastic. But guess what the wells started doing? The wells started building the sand up, and their wells went right down. So they haven't figured out the whole remedy for it. And they also had a row of 16 tanks that stored the water for the people to come and pick up and take to the saltwater disposal facilities. So we've got the remedy for that. That's the 7 wells in the program. Okay. And then this is Tom Bowman again. He's going to be consulting on us. He's got vast experience to help us do whatever we need to do. That is it. Any questions? Well, we're open to selling one at a time. That's not a problem. You can buy 2. You can get all 7s, 3.85. So it really is up to you. We're open either way. If the rate of return is the same, it's nothing different. So one would be $550,000. $550,000 for one well. Yeah, so that gets you covered. That includes the pump. The pumps are $120,000. That includes any other questions? I'm next door. I have a booth over there. Come by. I've got the literature to give you. But thank you.
Next presenter is going to be Flip POS.
Good? Okay. Good evening. My name is Jason Lehman, and I am CEO, founder of Flip Point of Sale Software. I've spent my life in the restaurant industry and the hospitality world. And in my mid-20s, I had the opportunity to own a restaurant. By the time I was 29, I realized that I needed to work 60 to 80 hours a week, all weekends, all holidays. I'd have very little family life if I wanted it. And the monetary compensation didn't seem to reflect on the amount of effort that I was putting in. So I left that industry and I started a aggregate dealership. I need a clicker. There we go. Sorry. I started a cost control aggregate dealership, essentially. We took the best of the best systems in the U.S., We implement them into restaurants and the hospitality world, trying to affect a very low net profit margin, a very high failure rate. Net profit of a restaurant is typically 3 to 5%. The failure rate is upwards of 80% in 5 years, and 60% are no longer in business after the first year. So, in my experience in the aggregate dealership, as an expert in the field, I spent 20 years trying to increase transparency, trying to affect the metrics when it came to the lifeline and the sustainability of restaurants. And at the end of the day, I realized that we didn't really remove a problem. So all the solutions in the market today, they're essentially affecting symptoms of an underlying issue. And because they're only affecting the symptoms, those metrics never change. So I started targeting that issue in 2018 when there were a very widespread consolidation of acquisitions happening in my field. Credit card processors, banks, they were buying up all the point of sale software for restaurants, which were typically built by software companies, not processors or banks. And what I realized was now the banks were targeting a very low margin industry because they could make a lot more money. They could reduce the attrition on their credit card payments revenue. Payments are important, but it's a net gravy scenario where, you sell somebody credit card processing, it costs the business money to take that processing, and that dollar amount is upwards of 10% of the revenue of the business. So really quickly, the economics of a restaurant look like this. 40 cents of every dollar goes to buy food. 30 cents pays the staff. Then you've got some operational costs of rent and utilities at another 10 cents. And before you know it, a credit card processor comes in and takes 3 to 5 to 7 to 10% of their revenue, and they didn't have any revenue to take from in the first place. So when I was looking at the issue, my world is about preventing problems. Good management prevents problems. Poor management constantly solves problems. And I realized that restaurants themselves are inherently ran in a way that is poor management. They essentially use a best guess decision-making process. They have very little amount of information to make a tremendous amount of decisions on a daily basis, typically by 5 o'clock, in order to run their business. And they do it based off of their own experience and maybe some historical experience from a store. So I thought, well, why do restaurants fail? And when I talked to the market leaders, these are the solutions on the market today, what I realized is that they can't come to an agreement on what the problem is. Some say it's location, some say it's real estate, some say it's just bad management, so on and so forth. And I knew from my own personal experience and any other restaurateur that I speak to today, their answers are always the same. We don't have any time and we don't have any money. The problem's very hard to see because when you're inside the issue, when you're in the business itself, you can't see it. You're too busy putting out fires. And you start that way from day one. When you're outside of the business, you don't fully understand the problem because you're not inside the business and dealing with the problems. So I wanted to look at the market leader, and Toast is a very prominent private equity company that went public a couple years ago. They evaluate very high, upwards of $12 billion. And their platform characteristics are identical to the way they were in 1980. So there's a segment of restaurants that are running point-of-sale software that it's archaic in nature. And the variable cost structure, the hyper-variable cost structure, the things that affect restaurants and their revenue, these are things like war. These are things like politics, economy. It's not one-to-one ever. I can't just buy a book and sell a book for a price. There's far too much variable included in here. So their characteristics emulate every other product that's on the market, whether it's revenue intelligence, they don't have the ability to look forward and staff appropriately, which affects our customer service, or after the fact reporting. They get a report showing them how much money they lost yesterday. Well, that's not how I want to run my business. So they were kind of the umbrella, the unicorn that was coming out that was going to save the world. And now all of a sudden they're doing the same thing that everybody else does because they're stuck behind processing. Their cost of client acquisition is far too high, and they can't recoup that, so they need to take it from the customers. So since 2018, I've been building a software, and I've spent over $5 million hard cash in doing so. And this software is a completely different dimension and platform for restaurant management. Essentially, it's a management operating system. It does, this platform here is just a snapshot of the feature set that we are utilizing in our software, not a feature-to-feature comparison, because there is nothing to compare this to on the market. We are using data, large data, big data, to provide more information in an insightful way to the operator. And we're doing so, and we're delivering it to them in a way that has never been done before because they don't have time to go find a report. So we tell stories through the data. We deliver, okay, we tell stories through the data, and we've done a lot of research in how the brain absorbs information. And if you think about it, it's like car wrecks. You know, if we're in a car wreck, we know who we were with typically, the time of day, you know, the car we were in, whether it was sunny or not. We can remember details that we could never remember before. Yet a lot of times, and myself personally, I don't know what I had for lunch last Tuesday. So we've utilized how the brain will store the information and how it deems that information is relevant, because the brain automatically does that for us. When we're born, it automatically knows there are certain things that are happening around us that are important, and it makes decisions for us until we have enough experience to do so ourselves. This software is targeted and meant to empower the operator through better decision making with the use of more information that's relevant. We monitor that information, so we will send suggestions basically through 2 AI engines, good known suggestive practices to the operator. It's benchmarked, and then it's verified for efficiency and for effectiveness. So there's a lot to this, and the problem's fairly deep and fairly complex. My firm here, this is who we have currently on the team, and we're very fortunate to have a couple of C-level execs that have vast experience in bringing aboard startups, maybe complex ones. And our Scrum manager is regarded as one of the top 5 lean process experts in the United States. And he's built stuff like this for Exxon and for Honeywell. We are going to bring it to the entire SMB market, and this is not necessarily restaurant specific. It's not hospitality specific. It's where we're starting because that's where my experience is. It's a complex business sector, and I know it like the back of my hand. So where we're going to take this product, currently we're 60 days with funding from market. The product itself is developed very well. It's more infrastructure and scaling in our firm that needs to happen in order for us to be effective. And we are utilizing all aspects of anything that's Internet of Things, the IoT, plugging into coolers, plugging into additional third-party, enhancement softwares. Our U.S. market is the first start, the initial market we're going to be targeting, but this will very quickly move into Canada, and our model is open. It's open architectural, means we don't, we're not telling the customer what they need to use for credit cards. We're not tying them into any sort of hardware or software scenario. We are allowing them to make good choices for their own business. These numbers here, these are factual numbers, and they're the numbers that I'm running in my dealership. So I do still own a reseller dealership. I have 7 targeted resellers in the United States that we are going after to help deploy into the market. And yeah, and we've got very low cost of client acquisition costs because we already have those relationships already built, and a pipeline of 400 pending clients waiting to install the software. So these are the 7 dealers. It's a very large market in the US, and it's going to get more aggressive. Our investment opportunity here, this is a unit deal. Essentially, we've got a min-max of $750 to $5 million. This is what we are looking for. $750,000 brings us to market and gets us 150 customers based off of the market traction that we get. However, I know this industry like the back of my hand, and anybody that I've talked to about this says it's exactly what the industry needs. So I believe that the market traction is going to be much faster. That's why we're looking for investments, because we're going to need to scale faster than typically. So I will close it up for questions, and would appreciate your comments.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for?
Hi, Greg.
I guess we got the. Yeah, that's right. I forgot about there's people out there. Hi, Gary Spain. I know you're watching. So I want to say you've really shortened your presentation, very much more concise than the last time we talked. You took every single suggestion I gave you and put them to task. I feel partially responsible. No, fabulous job, and it's a great opportunity. So I didn't put it in the form of a question, but this is in jeopardy. So I want to congratulate you on the maturation of your presentation. It's very well done.
Thank you so much.
Real quick before Brad asks a question, we're actually live streaming as well. So if anyone on the live stream has questions, please ask the moderators right now, so we can ask Jason while he's live, because we're broadcasting live around the world right now, a question. I do want to say that Jason's software is not just restaurant related. While it is focused on the restaurant industry, I've been in several of his speeches and been empowered, because I'm a tech guy, that it can actually be used across industries. So it has ERP focuses, it has checkout focuses, e-commerce focuses. Can you touch base on that again real quick, on how it can be used?
Yeah. So for example, we'll do it like an automated workflow. So exception-based management inside software. We monitor and benchmark everything that's happening in the restaurant itself. And employees, they all have certain behaviors. A lot of them like to steal. 80% of bartenders steal from restaurants, and that's an industry fact. So in order to monitor that and capitalize on the revenue that's coming in from the consumer, we have set up this exception-based management tool that will flag, it'll flag certain steps done in the software. If I choose this function and this function, this has to be done before somebody can pop a cash drawer and take some money, or put some money on top of, remove some sales and put some money in the drawer and take it at the end of the day. So it kicks off an enhanced auditing workflow, and will lock a cash drawer so the employee no longer has access to the cash drawer. It will alert an owner in Guam or on an island and a manager in the store to go over and do a till pull, and then it hands that manager the exact dollar amount that should be in that till, and allows that operator to fire them or keep them aboard, stopping the loss before it even leaves the business.
Hi, Brad. So I think you didn't quite answer my question. So Jason's software cannot just be only used for restaurants.
Right.
I think there's also patents in play as well.
There's a patent application. We are copyrighted and trademarked, and we, from a licensing perspective, this engine, this style of management, any business needs. We all want to make better decisions with the information we have. We just have to have better information. So it's not just a restaurant play. It's certainly a global play. It's just, this is where we started.
So I really encourage you to go through his site, talk to Jason. There's like 40 or 50 plus features of his software. Like, I just know as a company where I've had companies come to me willing to spend millions of dollars on building software because they were spending so much in licenses that when you find a company that's willing to repurpose their software across industries, it really makes sense to look at them, and you could be a strategic partner and invest and potentially have licenses paid. So I mean, some of the companies that were trying to hire me were, they're spending $30,000, $50,000 a month on licenses, and they had partners doing the same thing. So it's like, okay, it makes a very valid sense to spend $500,000 or $1 million developing something. So you have someone that, even though it's restaurant focused, maybe 25 of those 50 modules could be used even in a corporate setting, whether it's health or something. So I just ask you to think creatively about all the modules and things you've heard about today, not just e-commerce, or think about restaurant theft, even though it's a powerful feature of what you do. Think about how it can be repurposed. Anyways, tell them how to find you and where you're going to be here all night now. So he got here a little late, so I wanted you guys to be able to talk to him all evening here, but now Jason is here. Tell them how to find you guys' website.
www.flippos.com, FLIPPOS.com.
And POS for purchase of sale.
Correct.
So FLIPPOS.com. And Jason, you can find him all evening. But anyways, he's just a little nervous. He just got here. We're throwing him into the mix here. There's a lot of people on live stream, but he has an awesome product. I really want you guys to think about this. Can we give him actually, Brad had a question for you. Thank you, Sarah.
So I've worked at, I have an experience similar to what Josh is saying, where I work with a manufacturer, and they just bought all this software, and they got sold the software, then they had to hire consultants to actually run it. They were not qualified to analyze, so they were sold something, but they didn't really know how to operate, and they weren't willing to pay the people that actually have knowledge to run it. And what I'm hearing is you're saying this is going to be a solution, but again, with that company, they were sold all sorts of things and layering and spending a lot of money.
Right.
And it was just completely inexpensive. And then they're, $15,000 a month to bring an outside guy to try to run it, and it's still not being done because they're still paying people $15 an hour internally. So is your target audience really more, we'll call it larger, at least in the restaurant? Would it be people that own it's a franchise business, might have more units, that might have a layer of, can pick up this cost? Because this isn't really for an individual that doesn't, maybe it is, but I don't, you already said they're so busy. How in the heck could they, first of all, be qualified to even analyze what you have?
Right.
And then number two, how are they going to run it?
Right. This is targeted for the SMB market, not necessarily the enterprise market. Enterprise is going to understand the value of this. They understand the value of ERP software, and they have the finances to be able to support that. What's important is it is user-friendly, configurable from the normal person, not a super tech, and it can be deployed very easily. It makes so much sense to them that they don't have to rely on anybody else to configure that for them. We're starting our platform is currently running on iOS, and everybody knows how to program an iPad, and it's the exact same way. It's just toggles and switches. Our experience is we want to enable them to be able to do some of the things that they've always required very large companies or very expensive people to do.
One thing I want you to touch base on. So it's not like he just runs Flip POS. So can you touch on how you kind of have a holding company that's above this? So you are really focused on the technology, not just on Flip.
Correct. Yeah, and the investment would be in the company itself. It's anything that the company patents or any IP that is built, that is where the investment is going to start at and stay at.
I'm sure we have a few other questions before we go, but I think it's a testament to his technology, how much Jason's invested in himself into this company, that he really believes in it in the future. Can you tell him a little bit about your personal, what you've done to push this company and how much you believe in it?
So there was never a choice on whether I believed that this would work. I've always had an idea in my head on what a point of sale solution should look like, or what would be better. There's been a few pretty good softwares that have come out that do have kind of their core team has an experience in the domain, and you can tell because it flows better. It makes more sense in so many ways. I didn't know what to call this until only about 7 months ago, because it does things that point of sale's never done before. And we've essentially started calling it a point of intelligence sales software, because it is, it's going to replace the point of sale market and that platform itself. The second the US market starts to understand that there's a software out there that does the things that they need it to do without them having to implement more time or energy to do so, that helps their margin, it's going to take off like wildfire, and it has. They're lining up already for the software. I just don't have the finances to be able to carry it forward the way that it needs to be carried forward into the real market. So there's no doubt in my mind whether it'll work or not. I didn't think I'd run out of money, and I didn't really realize that the game would get this big when you're building an enterprise level software. It was, about a year ago is when I had the realization that I better do something here to keep this thing going, because it's a shame if it doesn't get to the market, because it's exactly what they need.
Do we have any other questions for Jason? Well, you can find Jason on globaldealflow.com, our dealflow platform, after the event, so you can message him. This is also for everyone watching in on the live stream. Thank you so much. Can we get a round of applause for Jason? Thank you so much. And Jason will be available throughout the rest of the evening, correct? He came a little late, but he will be here. So please reach out to him, and we'll be introducing him to investors outside. So if you're interested in talking to Jason, just come to me or go directly to him. He'll be here all evening. All right, thank you, guys. All right, thank you. All right, Sarah, who do we have next? Oh, can we please fill out the sheets in front of you for any interest we have in Jason? You'll also be receiving raffle tickets. We're going to do a raffle prize at the end of the night. Any interest you have or questions you're having, please fill the forms in front of you. All right, next up.
Great, thank you, Josh, and thank you, Jason. So the next presenter up is going to be Thumbs Up. CEO of Thumbs Up is going to be presenting, Robert Steele. Oh, there we go.
So I'm actually a shareholder of Thumbs Up, so I really hope you guys listen to Robert very well. We have a lot of people going into this. He's going to explain, we have this interesting program going on right now. We're about to go, once we hit 300 shareholders, he'll explain.
Thank you, Josh. Yes, I am Robert Steele, CEO of Thumbs Up. Thumbs Up is a publicly traded company. Woo! Thank you very much.
Right.
The stock symbol is TZUP. So the most recent trade is $6.69. You can buy the stock right now on our website from us for $4.50 and be up 44% on day one. Not often you hear something like that, okay? So Thumbs Up is democratizing social media marketing and advertising. My clicker is not advancing the slide. I need help with the clicker. Okay, so similar to how Uber created tens of billions of dollars of value by democratizing ride sharing, and similar to how Airbnb created tens of billions of dollars in value by democratizing hospitality, Thumbs Up is in the process of creating billions of dollars in value by democratizing the $200 billion social media marketing and advertising industry. So what that means, if I'm explaining it to my mom, is I say that Thumbs Up is the only platform we know of that makes it really easy for a brand or business to pay people cash to post about that brand or business online. So there's several ways that someone might learn about Thumbs Up. One way is they might have seen us on CBS Channel 9 in LA. We did a 4-minute piece on Thumbs Up about how you could get paid to post at 170 different places in Los Angeles. Another way they might learn about it is from our billboard on on Lincoln Boulevard in Venice, California. Get paid cash to post about select businesses and brands. The user points their phone camera at that QR code, it puts Thumbs Up on their app, and they can see 20 businesses within walking distance of this billboard that will pay them to post about their business. The other way it might work is they might walk into one of our clients. So this is a picture at Hallowed Ground, Crystal and Meditation Store in Venice, California. So they walk in, it's a cool store, they see this promotion, they can make $10 to tell their friends about the store, they point their phone camera at the QR code, it puts Thumbs Up on their phone. The other way that they can learn about it is if they did an e-commerce purchase from Hallowed Ground online, they're excited about their new crystal that comes in the mail. There's a postcard in the box that says get paid to post. Same idea, they use the QR code to put thumbs up on their phone. So it takes them to the Apple App Store or the Google Play Store, real easy to onboard. They just give us their phone number. Next, they're in the app. So in the middle of the app screen, it says businesses around you. So they gave us permission for Thumbs Up to know where they are, geolocate them. So the store they're standing in it's a tile right in the middle of the screen, says Hallowed Ground. So the bottom part of the user interface scrolls up and down with your finger, and the opportunities for our advertisers are listed in order from where you're standing. So the new user quickly sees all kinds of places in the neighborhood where they can get paid to post. In many cases, they already like these businesses. So they can get a cup of coffee, they can get a piece of pizza, they can get their hair done in the neighborhood where this business is. So the other way that it works is the upper part, the left to right scroller, is for the e-commerce opportunity where they learned about it from a postcard. So in this example, this is the brick and mortar example. They tap on that Hallowed Ground tile, and Thumbs Up takes them to their phone camera. They take a picture of something they think their friends will be interested in on their personal social media, in this case a crystal ball, and then they put a caption in, just like any social media post. So then they hit share at the bottom of the screen, and that crystal ball picture went out to their friends on their personal Instagram. So then in the upper right-hand corner of the app, there's a dollar figure. They can tap on that dollar figure. It brings up this little screen. And on this little screen, they can see that in this case, this user has $62 in approved posts that they can cash out right now by hitting Pay Me on Venmo or PayPal. It shows $10 in the pending. So here we give the advertiser this screen. This is the Thumbs Up dashboard. So the advertiser can see the phone number of the user that made the post, the Instagram name of the user that made the post. That Instagram name on the left-hand side is a hot link. So our advertiser can click on that and see how many followers the user has, see the quality of their posts. Also, our team can monitor and make sure that it's a real account, that it's not a bot. The two photos, the left photo is the actual picture they took in the store. The right photo is what it looks like right now on Instagram, so that the advertiser can make sure they're leaving the post up so they're getting their value. And then on the right-hand side of the screen, there's a button for approve or reject. If they approve, then the $10 moves to the approved account. If they reject, then the user's not going to be paid, and the advertiser can communicate with the user on an Instagram direct message or on a text message and say, thank you for participating. If you put up a picture that features our brand, we'd be happy to consider it for payment. So here you can see the money has moved from the pending account to the approved account, and this user can cash this out to their Venmo or PayPal by hitting Pay Me. And we have users right now that are making $1,000 a month, which is great for them and great for our businesses because it's advertising from people who really love the business, who live in the neighborhood, to their friends who live in the neighborhood. So the value to our advertiser is right here. So this is Adam Sands is the Instagram user here. So Adam Sands' friends now know he likes our advertiser, Hallowed Ground. And Nielsen says that 92% of people trust recommendations from friends and family above advertising. So if digital advertising is a $200 billion a year market, how big is the business for scalable recommendations from friends and family? We think that it's huge. So when the advertiser signs up for Thumbs Up, it's really, really simple for them to sign up. So they just tell us whether it's an e-commerce campaign or whether it is a brick and mortar campaign. They tell us how much they want to pay each person per post. They configure how many posts they want to buy. So in this example you're looking at on this screen, this customer is paying $10 to post. They're buying 100 posts. So our business model is very simple. We charge a 30% markup. So for this campaign, this advertiser would pay $1,300. $300 is our revenue, and $1,000 stays in the system. And once 100 posts get made, the 101st post, the user will see a message in the app that says, this campaign's been so popular, please try again later. And then our salesperson will call the advertiser and say, we see people want to tell their friends about your business. Why don't you buy some more posts? So co-founder in the business, Danny Lupinelli, was a coding manager at the Rubicon Project, at Hulu, the online TV streaming company, at Honey, when Honey got bought by PayPal for $4 billion, and then Danny went and worked on the software for PayPal. So Danny's used to working on systems that are used by hundreds of millions of people that can never go down. Myself, this is my third public company that I've been CEO or president of, so I've been designing software for quite a while. This is probably the fifth piece of custom software that I've built and brought to market, and I'm used to doing business. I've done business with GMAC, FedEx, Warner Brothers, Sony, Amgen, many, many large organizations. So the problem that we're solving is that influencer marketing has been the fastest growing segment of digital advertising. It's growing 29% a year, double digits. But in that marketplace, it's actually really hard to recruit an influencer. If you've ever tried to do it, it's not the easiest thing to do in the world. And once you recruit an influencer, you find that professional influencers actually have lower response rates. Real people, all of you all, who don't consider yourself a professional influencer, have much higher response rates than a professional influencer. But without Thumbs Up, there's no way for a brand or a business to get all of you aggregated so that you can post in a way that's commercially beneficial at scale. We solve that problem. So big industry. I said 200 million, but the latest forecasts are that digital advertising is forecast to be 354 million, and that's what drove the stock market for much of the last 10 years was the FANG stocks, Facebook and Google. So we are competitive to Facebook. We have a lower cost per reach and a lower cost per like than Facebook, and our ad has a real person telling their people about a product. So 30% is our business model. We're very excited about the fact that in the US there's 31 million small businesses. On average, 45% buy digital ads in any given year. When they do buy digital ads, they pay $500 a month. So if we get 10% of those businesses and 20% of their ad budgets, that's 1.8 billion in volume on our platform, and our 30% would be 500 million in revenue. So right now, similar to Uber, where Uber started in a small portion of San Francisco, we're focused in a small portion of Los Angeles, but we're raising $9 million. This is registered stock. We're selling the stock for $4.50 a share. We've sold 1 million of the 9 million with 8 million left available. Once that round is completed, that will allow us to expand to 3 to 5 other cities. It will allow us to uplist the company to a senior exchange like NASDAQ. I believe we will then have quarter-over-quarter revenue growth reliably with that raise. So right now, everybody in the room can buy the stock on our website, thumbsupmedia.com, directly from us. You can do it on your phone. You can pay for the stock with a credit card or the debit card. And what Josh was talking about is that we have 200 shareholders right now. And for us to be able to file for our NASDAQ uplisting, we need 300 shareholders. The minimum investment is $1,000. Help us get to NASDAQ. Thank you for listening. Does anybody have any questions? Sir. The current raise is $9 million. So we've raised $1 million with $8 million left available.
You need to hit that threshold to expand beyond Santa Monica and into...
No. The use of proceeds includes probably getting to 5 cities. It includes being able to uplist to a senior exchange. It includes being able to have TikTok on our platform and to have Instagram Reels, Stories, Twitter. Robust product roadmap gets implemented with that capital and reliable quarter-over-quarter revenue growth.
And what about expansion beyond Santa Monica?
That would be part of this raise. Yes, so we're in Venice, Santa Monica, Culver City, West Hollywood right now. By the end of the year, might be in our next city, and then after the raise is completed, probably be in 5 cities by middle of next year.
Okay, thanks.
Anybody else? Thumbs up, symbol TZUP, Tom Zebra Umbrella Paul. Thank you very much for listening.
What did you say your share price was now?
On the market, it's $6.69. Buying it directly from us, it's $4.50, and that's registered free trading stock.
Thank you.
All right. Our next presenter is logging in actually all the way from Colombia. She's sponsored by Google, Heineken, Red Bull and some other companies. So give her a minute or two to hop on. She's on the phone with me right now. WhatsApp, should I say. Very awesome. We're actually going to play a local video first while she joins the Zoom as a panelist to answer your questions. You guys are going to love her. Her name is Camila. Can we play the video, please?
Hi everyone! Can you imagine carrying your own bottles of your own personal cellar with you wherever you go at all times and drinking them shot by shot in the best places and events in the world? Restaurants, discotheques, pubs, gastros, events, hotels, even airplanes without paying any corkage fee? Can you imagine sending shots, bottles, beers, cocktails to your friends or whoever you want by WhatsApp or Instagram DM? Can you imagine being able to meet anyone in the same place that you are and send them a shot? Would you like to take a good portion of each transaction made in the best places and events in the world? Not only for digital drinks and bottles, but also for entrances and consumption? Well, with Clubbing, this is now possible. Let me introduce you to a game changer, a new digital product category that, just like Uber and Airbnb, has come to totally transform an industry, in this case, the liquor and entertainment industry in the world. Welcome to Clubbing, the very first digital seller in the world, and the best app for going out. My name is Camila Paredes, and I am the Clubbing's founder and CEO. Clubbing is a digital seller and 24/7 digital sales channel for gastrobars, pubs, discos, and events. We developed a robust platform composed for 2 mobile applications, one for end users and another one for allied sites, plus a 100% transactional web app, also an administrative web dashboard for allied sites, and also a super web manager dashboard from where we control everything. Through our app or web app, we show our allied sites, events, and products. End users make a purchase through Clubbing and receive a digital product, which is a QR code that will be redeemed in our partnered sites or events venues. The model that we are about to explain allows us to generate high value to all 3 sides of the same industry. For the end user, we offer a better experience when going out for drinks and events, more options to explore, and savings in time and money, which means freedom and fun. Our partner sites, we offer an increase in their average ticket, greater visibility and reach, which means money and recognition. For liquor companies, we become a much more powerful sales and marketing channel and the most important data provider in their industry, which means money and power. In our feed, we show the most trendy places, events, and products of each city. We are a high-traffic showcase that receive users from different places, products, and events. All the information in our app can be seen worldwide. We show a special visibility to tourists that are about to visit the city, giving them the most complete information about where to go and selling them products that can be previously purchased. Users can use the search bar, can watch multimedia content of each site and product, map location, and much more relevant information. All the products have been strategically created to sell non-stop, while making a great contribution to the whole industry. With our digital seller, sites and liquor houses increase their bottle sales per shots, and users enjoy the freedom to consume their own bottles wherever and whenever they want, without paying corkage and without paying more for buying just one shot. With combos and digital menu, we sell the entire site's menu and special combos created for sites to secure a higher ticket. And we also sell events tickets and consumption. The digital seller is a unique model worldwide, where users buy a digital bottle, keg, or pack of drinks. If the user buys a 16-shot bottle, then the user will receive 16 shots, which means 16 QR codes. Each drink will be redeemed at Clubbin's partner sites that offer the reference that Clubbin's user purchased, whenever they want and wherever they want. So a user can scan 6 of his 16 shots tequila digital bottle tonight in a business dinner and scan another 4 in a party in a new bar in downtown on Saturday, and send 2 to a nice girl that he met in the sides bar. He still has 4 shots left in his Clubbin app. With digital seller, sites deliver an innovative experience, increase the sale of premium and super premium bottles shot by shot, attract customers, and encourage the consumption of other products on their menus. With the digital seller, site will be in the minds of customers and will be on people's top actions when going out, because they have already purchased the liquor that can drink on those places. So with our digital seller, sites are multiplying the amount of bottles that they usually sell. Then we have clubbing events. Of course, you will also be able to redeem your digital drinks in the most important events, because we are more than a ticket seller. Events producers sell their tickets. Through Clubbin, reaching more people, people will find the trendiest events in town and buy tickets. But not only the tickets. Users can also buy the event's consumption through Clubbin, avoiding long waits at the event's bars. And this one is a pretty fun part. We create features that everyone loves, just like sending products by WhatsApp or Instagram DM. Soon people will be able to register when they join our partner site. That way, they can chat through Clubbin and send digital drinks to people in the same place. And we also create the spill the bill, or baca, is how we say in Colombia. So say goodbye to improvised and messy bills. No cash, no cards. Clubbin features group payments, like splitting your bill in Uber. For our partner sites, have an operation with Clubbin, it's great. We offer maximum convenience. Working with us is super easy and fast. All the operation is live, and they can access to data whenever they want. Our business model is performing-based commission. We charge the 12% of each transaction made through Clubbin. We receive the payment, discount our commission, and we pay site weekly. Of course, we have a great team. My name is Camila Paredes, and I'm Clubbin's founder and CEO. I'm 32 years old, I'm an industrial engineer, and I have been working in this industry for more than 10 years. I'm the visionary, I'm the dreamer, I'm the creator. Then we have Mario Galan. He's our CMO. He was the Postobon's CMO. Postobon is one of the most important beverage companies in Colombia. He has also worked as a business and innovation advisor for Colgate, Kellogg's, and Coca-Cola in the whole world. Then we have Claudia Martinez. She's a full stack, smart girl leading our tech team. And we also have Valerie Morales. She's our COO, and she's the one in charge of taking care of every single stage of every process in Clubbin. And we are a few more. Hard workers, intelligent, and with good values. We started to hire people 1 year ago, and we started our bootstrapping operation 8 months ago. Today we have more than 150 partner sites, and we already achieved the 20,000 downloads. We have made more than $300,000 in sales. We accept all credit cards, and we are sponsored by Heineken, Red Bull, Google, and Asobares, which is the Colombian Bars Association. We're here because we're raising money to take this model to the whole world. Please remember that this is a billionaire industry that sells billions every year in massive transactions, but with high tickets. This is an industry that sells more when recession hits. So please, if you want to keep making billions, this is a good opportunity. This is a great chance to do it while bringing people joy and celebration. Cheers, and please have a wonderful night. Thank you so much for listening. We will talk again.
All right. Before we ask for some questions, can we get a round of applause for Camila? That was a pretty awesome presentation, I think. That was a very engaging video. So you guys saw Google, Heineken, Red Bull, other sponsors, 300,000 in sales, strong team and leadership, young founders. What questions do we have? I know there's got to be some questions here for this international play. Are you in the U.S. at all, or are you only in Colombia? Camila.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I cannot put my video on, so here I am in the microphone.
You're streaming through the room's audio.
Okay. We are now, for now, only in Colombia. But yeah, this is all for taking this model to US and Europe and also Mexico. We have been documenting every single process because we are now in 3 cities in Colombia. So we have been documenting everything to expand and open new countries and new cities. We are all tech, and it's the same platform that will be operating in other countries and other cities. So that's the beauty of develop technology.
They're in 150 venues already, and they're trying to expand. So strategic partners are always welcome. What other questions do we have? I know you guys have some questions for her. Perfect. Don.
Clarify the terms. I'm sorry.
He's saying, could you clarify the terms?
Yeah, valuation, how much they want, and a little bit of the revenue ramp. How long is it taking them to get to their level?
Camilla?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Well, we're raising millions now. We are accepting from 20 million. The vehicle that we want to use is convertible note, but this really I prefer to talk about it with the person that want to invest because we can explore safe or another vehicles. What we are looking for 350 millions to take it to US and Europe. But okay, we're going step by step, right? So it depends of the negotiation and the terms that we set for convertible notes. And we are looking for, it depends of the money that we receive that we can calculate a break-even point. But for this 350 millions, we are calculating a break-even point in 4 years. It's a pretty fast expansion. This model has an exponential growth because it's pretty much viral. So we have these features where you can send drinks. And for example, if I'm going to a meeting with you and I'm 5 minutes late, I can send you 2 drinks, 2 scotch, and that makes you to download the app. That makes you to get into our web app and sing in because you already have 2 shots to drink. And this is a viral factor that we have that can allow us to have a fast and exponential growth. That's just one thing. But yes, hopefully what we want to do is to make it fast because we don't want to take long in expand this model. It's working so fast right now in Colombia.
All right, we have time for one last final question. Oh, we have one in the back here.
Hi.
Thank you.
Thank you for presentation. Could you tell, do you have a roadmap, regulatory compliance roadmap for legal start in the US and the most complicated state, California?
a legal roadmap, legal terms.
Roadmap. Do you have a plan of steps which should be implemented to start legal business in the U.S. and in California?
Yeah, the roadmap is we start opening cities, of course, because we do this market study where we see it's pretty important to have it in the cities that have more movement in clubs and restaurants. Of course, California is there, also Florida, also New York. And the main thing, the time to spend, is the contacts. Are the contacts that we can have. So for example, if I know a guy that can lead the process in Miami, and he knows more contacts than the guy that I have in California, then we will start first in Miami. So it all depends of the team that we find and in each city. Sorry about my English. I'm sorry. I don't know if I was clear. Like the roadmap it pretty much depends of the people that we can find in every city.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Camilla. Can we get a round of applause for Camilla from Clubbin?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And you'll be able to find her deal pretty soon. We believe we'll have it up on Global Deal Flow, our Deal Flow platform, along with the other presenters this evening, so you're able to follow up with her directly.
Thank you. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, everyone.
You guys.
Bye.
All right, next up, we have Mr. Michael Wang, the CEO of iSpire, which is on NASDAQ as ISPR. And for all those tuning in from around the world on Zoom, please also prepare your questions for the end of his speech. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Josh. Good evening. I know it's been a long day, and I appreciate everybody spending time with me tonight. So, like Josh said, iSpire is publicly traded on NASDAQ. We went public in April this year. So I think based on that, you may say, what's ask? I heard that question several times today. Why are you here? So on one hand, obviously, we want to continue to keep the momentum going in terms of growing the business and growing shareholder values. Obviously, I want to make sure everybody pays attention to this stock because I know it will skyrocket in the next couple of years. So that's number one. Number two reason why we are here is inevitably, over time, we'll raise a follow-on or a secondary offering. I hope everybody here is interested in the stock enough to participate. But in the meanwhile, if you want to reach back out to me, obviously, I will be here after this to talk to you. And also through Alan and Josh, you can get a hold of me as well. So, okay, so we'll get to it. I don't know if you can hear the audio. No, okay, we'll skip ahead. So what is iSpire? First of all, iSpire is an innovator in the vaping space. Obviously, everybody knows the world has changed quite a bit in the last 10 years. On this tobacco nicotine side, the world has moved more and more toward e-cigarette, right? And most recently, with the legalization state by state of cannabis, cannabis vaping has become more and more a way of consuming cannabis. I'll share a couple data points. When cannabis first got legalized in some states a few years back, 7 years back, only 5% of all retail sales in cannabis came from vape form. And last year, 2022, 30% of cannabis retail sales came through the vaping form. So it really tells you how fast that sector of the industry has grown. And on top of that, the cannabis sector by itself has grown a lot. So the vaping segment grew even faster. By all indication, in 3 to 4 years' time, vaping in cannabis will account for more than half of retail sales. Why is vaping so popular in cannabis? It's partially because as you smoke the flower or smoke a joint, as you know, you can be smelled, you can be literally, you can show yourself from far and away, right? Everybody will point you out because of the smell, because of the, some people would call it skunky smell. But with the vaping, you can take the terpenes out of the oil. There you go. There's one. Yeah, you can take the terpenes out. So when you use vaping devices, you can really do it in a discreet fashion. So you will not be sending out some message that you are using cannabis. And a lot of people really appreciate that. I think especially people with children, they don't want their children to smell them, right? And more importantly, as cannabis becomes more and more popular, young consumers and also, relatively speaking, female consumers are more into this space, and they demand actually more discreet and trendy-looking devices instead of smoking a joint. So that's why vaping in cannabis has grown so fast. Now, of course, cannabis vaping is just one area for vaping devices. E-cigarette in the last 10 years has fundamentally exploded. Globally, e-cigarette retail sales last year was a $100 billion industry. Legal e-cigarette sales last year worldwide was well over 30 billion, close to 40 billion. But quote-unquote black market e-cigarette sales accounted for almost $60 billion last year. All in all, $100 billion worth of e-cigarette was sold last year. So that was the industry that didn't exist literally 10 years ago. So on one hand, it indicates where the vaping device industry is headed. On the other hand, obviously, it will continue to grow. As we all know, the trend cannot be stopped. It's just so much easier using vape versus smoking a cigarette. And obviously, cannabis side is seeing the same trend as well. So why is iSpire unique and special in this fast-growing space? I highlighted 5 points here. Number one, it is the first and only publicly traded company in this space in any of the US stock exchange. We are on NASDAQ. Why is this important? It's important because we have the public platform to leverage. We have a public capital to access in order to help us with our further growth, further development. So it does give us a unique, advantageous situation here to play with, because nobody else in this industry is publicly traded in the US stock exchange. So that's number one. Number two, like I stated, the industry, or industries we are in is absolutely the right one. Both e-cig and cannabis vaping will continue to explode globally, especially as developing countries get into this game as well. As European countries get into the cannabis legalization game following the US and Canada. So to that point, we are in the right place at the right time. But being in the right place at the right time alone wouldn't make us success. Part of the reason that we became the first and only publicly traded vaping technology company is because we have been the pioneer in the vaping space. Our company, our founder, actually created world's first commercially available e-cigarette 14 years ago. That kick-started the whole e-cig revolution. And along the way, we never stopped innovating. We actually set the standard for much of the e-cigarette industry's products. Our own brand, Aspire, A-S-P-I-R-E, was once world's best-selling e-cig brand until Juul came to the scene. Yes, but still in Europe, we are ranked #1 across the whole EU market and much of the Southeast Asian market. So it's not an accident that we are where we are and we are traded on NASDAQ. So of course, along the way, point number 4, along the way of selling our own branded e-cig product worldwide, we developed a worldwide infrastructure. So now with cannabis being part of our portfolio, we can leverage on that infrastructure in North America, in Europe, to benefit from the rapid growth of the cannabis industry. As we all know, European market will open up very soon. The German government has pushed really hard to legalize cannabis. If it weren't for the pushback from other EU countries, Germany would have legalized adult use by January 2024. So now with the pushback from France and Spain, because they both want to benefit from the legalization as well. They don't want for all consumers to rush to Germany. So they are slowing Germany down a little bit so that they can all go live almost the same time. So regardless, the cannabis legalization is going to be a global movement. It cannot be stopped. So we are going to ride that wave. So of course, point number 5 here is really about the management team, right? As investors, you are not just looking at the right product, the right market. You are more importantly depending on the management team to manage your money, to grow your money. So our leadership team, I will show you later on, is simply the best in this whole industry, not only from technical point of view, but from strategy, from operational point of view as well. So here I just want to point out the chart on the right side. The green bars represent our e-cig revenue worldwide, wholesale revenue. Remember, we only sell hardware. We don't sell field devices because we don't want to get into complications with the regulators on e-juice or cannabis oil. So we are not oil touching, we are not plant touching. Especially on the cannabis side, we only sell hardware to cannabis brands. We launched our cannabis business 2.5 years ago. As you can see, in the first 6 months, we did only $2 million. In our first full fiscal year, we did $20 million in hardware sale. In the fiscal year that's just ended in June, we doubled that revenue to $40 million. At the pace we are going, this current fiscal year that will end in June next year, we think our cannabis hardware sales would double again to somewhere between $80 and $90 million. So that really represents our growth engine. We view our e-cig business as our engine number 1, the cash cow, so that it can fund our growth engine number 2, that's cannabis and CBD. So we think this setup is going to work really efficiently for us in the years to come. So a very quick introduction of corporate structure, very simple. We are Delaware Incorporated. We have 2 operating divisions. The US division is really driving global cannabis and CBD hardware sales, and our Hong Kong division is driving our global e-cig sales. Like I said, all the way in the last 15 years, we have been the leader in innovation. Much of the e-cig industry's common technologies were largely all introduced by iSpire to the world. You pick up any device you see out there, essentially everything inside the device is commonly available worldwide have iSpire design in it. Okay, so with a
I don't mean to interrupt. I'm so sorry. So on that last slide, it said you will own a total of, or own or license 200 plus patents issued across China, US, and Europe. Can you explain that a little more?
Yeah, good question, Josh. You know, in any industry, companies could have thousands of simple design form factor patents, right? But iSpire developed and own over 200 core technology patents. Literally in the vaporization space, core technology patents worldwide could be accounted for roughly around 350 to 400 patents. And we own more than 200 of those, largely because we developed and introduced most of them. So obviously, it goes without saying, the cannabis industry has been a topic of conversation for a lot of investors in the last decade. Many investors got burned between 2017 and 2019 at the early stage of the cannabis explosion. But the momentum of legalization cannot be stopped. As we all know, state by state, more and more states are getting adult use legalized. Right now in the US, 42 states legalized cannabis to some degree, including 22 states where adult use is fully legalized. And this slide really shows you where everything is going. As most of you know, just a few weeks ago, HHS, under Biden's instruction, asked DEA to reevaluate and considering to deschedule cannabis from Schedule 1 drug to Schedule 3, which will be literally something doctor could prescribe anytime for any reason, right? So that will be a fundamental change to this industry. So when that happens, obviously that will be step number 1 towards the next stage. That is, some of you heard about the safer banking bill that the Senate Banking Committee just passed, and they are handing it to the full Senate to vote on. That will further enable the cannabis industry to explode. Obviously, from that point of view, we are truly in the right place at the right time. So I just want to quickly skip a few slides. Legalization, like I said, is becoming a momentum. And the cannabis growth, you know, I personally witnessed a few major, I would say, revolutionary industries in the last 20 years, starting with the dot-com boom. We all knew what happened there. Followed by 10 years, actually 7, 8 years later, the solar industry boom. And I feel the cannabis industry will be the next one. Obviously, the last few years have been chaotic to the industry because of the federal level restriction, but that will change very soon. So that's one thing I do want to point out, just in case not everybody here is aware. So I'll skip that. So this is a management team that investors will count on. Mr. Liu is a guy who invented world's first commercially available e-cigarette. And he continues to be recognized as an innovator. And in the industry, he's called the godfather of e-cigarette for a very good reason. And he continued to lead innovation for us. And this team, once again, I bring a lot of strategy and operational experience to the company. Previous to this, I was a co-CEO of a cannabis company. Prior to that, I worked in Silicon Valley for John Doerr of Kleiner Perkins, running a e-commerce company called Zazzle. And previous to that, I was at Honeywell. I worked directly under Larry Bosty, the then CEO, and I became the youngest general manager in Honeywell history. So with my past experience and the whole team's experience, we certainly stand much better chance than anybody in the industry to benefit from this exploding industry. So with that, Josh, I'll open up for questions.
Perfect. Can we get some questions for iSpire? Again, NASDAQ ticker ISPR. Over 200 patents there. Oh, here we go.
We went public in early April this year. Yeah.
One second, I'll have you repeat that for everyone on Zoom.
Has your tobacco products or your e-cig products, have they started to plateau, or are you going to continue to try to grow that side of the business? Isn't there some regulations on, not allowing so many of those to be sold with the flavors and all that kind of stuff?
That's a great question. We will continue to grow that business. In fact, we will expand. With the FDA's involvement in regulating e-cigarette in the last few years, it made the US market far more challenging. So right now, we are the largest e-cig brand in Europe, and we want to continue that journey, partially because the European governments are pro-e-cig. And they want to use e-cig as an off-ramp for smokers, unlike the US situation. So obviously, we have been developing technology along that way to make sure we have a precision dosing control as a condition number one. Number two, we provide Bluetooth and app for such devices so that doctors could monitor the smokers' consumption of nicotine. And they can actually regulate the percentage of nicotine.
You mentioned that on the marijuana side that you're not touching any of the flower or any of the crystal or any of that. Is that the same on the tobacco side? You're only selling the hardware to the, or excuse me, not tobacco, the nicotine side, you're only selling that to the manufacturers?
On the nicotine side, we have two different product lines. The so-called open system is sort of refillable. We only sell hardware. But we are now getting into the sale of disposables and pod systems worldwide, except for the US. For the United States market, we are also positioning ourselves for more e-cig sales, but we have to apply for the so-called pre-market tobacco application, PMTA, with FDA first. So we are starting that process now. Once we get that approval from FDA, we can then offer that hardware to multiple brands in the United States. So I think from that point of view, that represents the best value added to investors in the US. As we probably, most people know, Altria, one of the big tobacco players, years ago paid, I think, $4 billion for Juul, when Juul only had about $1 billion in revenue. Now, last month, they paid $3 billion for a tiny company in Phoenix called Enjoy, with only $280 million in sales, 10 times of revenue. Altria clearly, like all big tobaccos, know e-cig is here to stay. E-cig is going to take traditional tobacco business away from them. So for that, we will apply for PMTA ourselves to benefit from the eventual unavoidable. But on cannabis side, great question. We decided not to touch oil, partially because plant touching is federally illegal. We don't want to get involved. Partially too, we have a clear strategy there. With the cannabis side, we feel it's a gold rush taking place right now. We all know during the gold rush of the 1800s, gold miners never made much money. Who made most money? The picks and shovel makers and Levi Strauss. We want to be that pick and shovel maker for the cannabis industry. That's why we can sell in all 50 states. There's no limitation.
Thank you. All right, again, they're on NASDAQ, ISPR, and they will also be on globaldealflow.com, our dealflow portal, so you guys can communicate with them after the event, not just tonight. You guys have a booth here? Don't have the booth here, but he will be available, and you also have his partners here as well, one of his associates. So you guys can reach out to him throughout the rest of the evening. Again, they are talking about licensing over 200 plus patents. Licensing or owning over 200 patents. So strong play in a market that's not going away. Give it up for Michael, please, guys.
Thank you all.
Again, ISPR on NASDAQ. All right, next up, we have Dr. Walter Schindler of Transformation, company which I'm going to be a shareholder of shortly. This is one of the companies I've been actually sponsoring and promoting for quite a while. You'll actually see Transformation on the Global Capital Network press wall and the red carpet in the other room. Walter's actually been working on having one of the Rockefellers live come in our Zoom. It's pretty soon here to talk about impact, among others. It's a long history. We're going to get you on stage here. We're on a Zoom here. We have people around the world tuned in. Oh, we got you, Walter. Here you go. So we're going to go through his deck.
Get a microphone.
Amazing team. Some of the biggest people out there. We'll stay concise, but just on a high level, he runs an impact fund, which means they are trying to help support, buy and own and grow companies that change the world, which is part of my underlying core ethos, vision, and mission of Global Capital Network and my Dealflow platform. So it's a proud honor to bring Walter Schindler up here. He's keynoted for many Global Capital Network events over the years. Can we please get a live, nice round of applause for Walter Schindler?
Thank you very much, and I'm honored to be here. And I really appreciate the vision of Josh in seeing the value of what I bring. And what I'd like to do, since I don't have a lot of time, what I'd like to do is focus on things that you probably haven't heard from anyone else. I will start with November 16th, 2016, a date that will live in my memory forever because it was the date that Princess Anne received me in a private dinner. And it was begun with a 2 to 3 hour reception followed by a 2 to 3 hour dinner. And the reception and dinner were attended by the most powerful people in the United Kingdom. Aristocrats, noble people. And when I got a chance to have a few moments with Princess Anne alone as we were walking into the dinner, I looked at her and I said, "Why are you doing this?" And her answer was simple: to encourage you. And, you know, the more I've thought about it, the more profound that comment was, because what she was saying is, remember, this is 2016. Princess Anne was basically saying, I realize, Walter, that you feel isolated in America, that nobody there really cares about sustainability. Of course, things have changed, obviously, as witnessed by this conference.
Except for GCN.
Yes, except for GCN.
We care.
But it's amazing how Princess Anne was able to say, I'm going to use the power of the British aristocracy to help Walter. Now, why the hell is she going to help? She didn't even know me. But she was not helping Walter, she was helping the cause of sustainability. So that's one thing that's not common knowledge. The second thing that's not common knowledge is that I was really helped a lot. I know this is going to be a surprise to some of you, but I was really helped a lot by the U.S. military. The U.S. military saw what I was going through and having the trouble I was having with sustainability, and they stepped forward and they created a requirement that all of the military forces justify themselves on the basis of sustainability. And that's something that didn't get published widely or anything, but I experienced it and it was real. And it started, well, I wouldn't say it started, but the third thing that you probably haven't heard is that the emphasis on the viral, what do you call it, the cures for viruses, that all came from a meeting that I happened to attend by accident. I was literally trying to just drive from San Diego to Newport Beach. And in the course of driving from San Diego to Newport Beach, I stopped in La Jolla because I needed to take a break. When I stopped in La Jolla, by accident, I ran into the people who started La Jolla Pharmaceuticals. For those of you not familiar with pharmaceutical history, La Jolla Pharmaceuticals was the beginning of all of the work done to look at viruses and cures for viruses, and so much came out of La Jolla Pharmaceuticals, including the cure for viruses from Pfizer, and many of the more famous cures originated in La Jolla based on the interaction of La Jolla Pharmaceuticals and a client of mine. And the only reason that even happened, to include me, was that I had to stop somewhere in La Jolla to use the restroom. And when I stopped in La Jolla to use the restroom, these guys at La Jolla Pharmaceuticals said, oh, Walter, what's your background? Oh, maybe you can help us figure this out. And I became involved with the cure that ultimately passed along to Pfizer. So a lot of things, I guess, I wasn't planning to talk about this, but a lot of things in the world happen through divine accidents. And we don't like to think that way. We like to think, oh, everyone's, intelligent and they're figuring all this stuff out. But the reality is, a lot of these things are accidents. And I already mentioned, my meeting with Princess Anne, and she finally, when we were one-on-one, she finally said, Walter, I'm here to encourage you. It's got to be lonely to be an advocate of sustainability in America. This is, by the way, 2016. So the reality.
I don't want to interrupt because we just only have so much time, but I
Yeah.
actually want Walter real quick to have
No,
you
no.
go through some of your board.
Yeah.
Real quick, and some of the people involved, and just because we don't have so much time, I'd love for you guys to hear Walter's story. He has a lot of amazing
No,
stories.
no.
But if we could just advance a slide or two, please.
Yeah, this is a good idea, actually, yeah. This is my company now.
Let's go another slide forward. We're going to just kind of quickly, I just want you to show them a little bit about kind of the depth
Yeah.
of expertise and leadership that you have
No, you're
attached
right.
to this. If we can go another slide, we're going to start just going, maybe to touch maybe 30 seconds about some of the people. We're just going to keep going until we get to the people.
Yeah.
Some of the people involved. Next one. Next one.
That's a good idea.
Let's keep going.
Yeah, let's keep going.
Major strategic partnerships to the past. I'm just going to help them co-pitch here a
Pretty
little bit.
significant.
From JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley, BP, among others. But we're just going to keep going to the next slide here. The
Okay,
team.
the
Perfect.
team.
Keep
Okay.
going.
Yeah, keep
Walter's a badass, but we're going to keep going past him.
Yeah. This is one of my partners, Bill Brooksbank. And then Jim Rollins was number 2 at Fluor. He joined my advisory board. Lee Tashin was high up at DuPont. At DuPont, sorry. And all these people, David Franzen was very high up in Canada.
The Consul General of Canada.
And then David Franzen at HERS was important in energy. Keep going.
MBA at Yale.
John Hoffmeister was the president of Shell Oil. And then there's a prominent
An MA
New
from
Yorker.
Oxford.
Yeah. And then this is a woman in Germany that helped me with Germany. Now, look at this. Lieutenant General David Deptula, right? He was one of the highest people ever in the military, went to the Naval War College, and he's on my board. What the hell is that about, right? So keep going. Omar Habel is in Paris, helps me with Middle East. And then keep going, Jim. Keep going, yeah. And then this is a good slide. But what you see here is, this is my partner in London. I've essentially built, Khalid Mirza is in the Middle East. He used to work for the head of the Saudi royal family. But what happened is all these people weren't joining me because they thought I was special. They were joining me because they didn't see anybody else doing what I was doing.
There you
There's
have it.
Morton Irvine Smith, our friend.
Keep going.
So now, when you get to this is interesting. I can't see everything here, but okay. Rear Admiral, U.S. Navy, manager for Defense and Security. When you go through the website, you'll see that I have some of the most important people in the U.S., particularly in defense. And what the hell are they doing supporting me, right? It's because I stepped forward and declared that it was important for people to understand what is going on in the transformation from basically zero energy policy to a particular stance on energy. And so I created Transformation Holdings, and then there's a website at Transformation Holdings. And what I started doing was devoting my life to working on things that led to a transformation of the energy policy. And You can find all this on my website, so it's not a mystery. And I believe very much that you have to kind of put things out there in order to be appreciated. But, and the strategy worked, because why on earth would Princess Anne of England want to see me? It had nothing to do with me. It had to do that I was one of the few people in America talking about climate change and sustainability and the need to get control of it. And it's still more or less the same today, although things have improved a little bit. But it's very, very important for people, particularly in America, to understand the importance of this. In Europe, I have to tell you, not because Walter's important, but I've been a guest at private dinners of the royal family of Liechtenstein, the royal family of Luxembourg, the Swedish royal family. I've been to private meetings of the Saudi royal family, Qatar or Qatar. It's not because I'm important in any way. It's just they're searching for people who understand the importance of the human race getting control of climate change and pollution. And that's the message, and I didn't think I'd still be working on this today. I thought by now everyone would get it, but it hasn't happened. Thank you.
Oh, Don?
So could you give us just a little more on the specifics? Do you get behind companies, you know, Save the Ocean, you know, conversions to, you know, electric cars? What is it that you do with your powerful group?
Well, we bring attention to things that people are trying to ignore. That's the big thing. What I mean by that specifically is, for example, before I got involved with the oceans, everyone considered it perfectly acceptable to have a massive amount of pollution in the ocean.
Now I got it, yes.
And now it's not. But the net impact on the oceans has not been as good as it should be. And I am by nature an optimist. I inherited that from my father, but to be honest, I'm concerned that we are not moving fast enough to deal with the problems of climate change.
Well, there's a lot going on in the oceans that is really positive, and it's fragmented, which
Yeah,
is difficult.
it's better than it was.
Yeah, but there's a lot going on.
Yeah.
That I think wasn't going on 20 years ago.
Well, I was involved in the very first attempt to penetrate the South Pole, and the South Pole was really, really dirty until we took charge of it. And so things are relatively better. My concern is I'm not sure we're moving fast enough.
I saw a program yesterday on the Hudson River, and it was a debacle, you know, 60 years ago, and now it's really clean and people are swimming in it, which was never conceived of before.
Yeah.
And, you know, I mean, the Hudson River was the worst.
Actually, one of my, I don't like to brag about it, but one of my partners is a Rockefeller.
Oh, yeah,
And he's working with me, but he doesn't like to advertise it because he doesn't want to look like he's doing anything. But he's very committed to it. What the hell is that? Oh, I got
All right, well,
Yeah.
appreciate you, Walter.
I'm done.
Thank you, everyone that's watching on live stream. You'll be hearing a lot more from Walter. Again, this is something that we've been repping for quite a while here. Love to have him dive more and more into the impact that they're working on and the impact I'm working on, how we're going to partner up to do it together, bring powerful people into our circle to change the world, impact billions of people. That's right. My biggest focus. Anyways, thank you so much, Walter. He's talking about the South Pole, and now we're going to talk about something a little further away. So many of you know that I'm very passionate about space, launching some of my own space ventures and planning on it. We're going to have Megan Crawford of Space Fund, someone that's one of the VCs that early investors into SpaceX, among other 100+ space ventures, I believe, and Rob Lauer, the CEO of Space, the first spaceport that's privately owned in the U.S., and he's the CEO of the Las Vegas Spaceport. So I'm going to have both of them come to the stage, introduce themselves, not only for everyone in the room here, but also for our live viewers on Zoom. So if I could have you two on stage, please. Woo! They've both driven quite a ways. I think it's far from Vegas here, so we appreciate you guys coming. So again, you're also talking to everyone that's on Zoom from around the world right now. So this is a global audience. So you guys can both have your own mic if you'd like, talk. We have a rendering of the spaceport.
With that, let's start with the rendering of the spaceport.
Yeah, so there's a video I have uploaded for you to play, if possible, before we get into the deck. Okay, well, maybe we'll start with the deck while I'll go figure out the video. If you guys could just start explaining what you guys got going on.
There was a second deck that we were going to start with if we didn't start with the video. But we can, Rob, I'm just going to hand it over to you because this is your deck.
Next slide up. Space tourism sucks.
Okay, could we maybe go back to the beginning and let Rob just start with his deck since my deck is here? Okay, perfect. Go ahead, Rob.
My name is Rob Lauer. I'm the CEO of the Las Vegas Spaceport. What is a spaceport, right? People ask that. There's 14 licensed spaceports right now in the United States. Those facilities are licensed, the only facilities licensed to allow vertical, horizontal vehicles to go to space, deliver people, cargo, so forth. The Las Vegas Spaceport will be the only one in the entire country that'll be private. All the rest are owned by county governments. So let me start with this. This is all about people. This is critical that people will help make this a reality. And so I'm going to talk about myself real quick. I was born here in Southern California. I went to school at USC. I got my license to fly at Van Nuys Airport, and I joined the military in 2008. I became a military police officer in 2008. I went to Fort Dix, New Jersey to train to go to Iraq. And just to tell you about myself and how I think. So we were given strict orders that we were not allowed to leave base ever while we were getting ready to go to Iraq. But there was this Taco Bell right off base that I really wanted to go to. And so this is 2008, 1 million troops had gone through the base, going to the war, and no one thought of this but me. They had a Chinese food delivery guy that was allowed to come on base and deliver food. And I went up to him and I said, hey, I'll give you $20, will you deliver the Taco Bell for us? He said, sure. So I was able to get around the rules, within the rules, not break the rules, and get what we wanted. So this project, it's critical to be able to get the right people to get it done. And that's and so in 2020, last year, when I bought this property in Las Vegas, which is 15 miles from the Strip, 15 miles from 42 million tourists annually, where they drop $1 billion every month in gaming winnings, we have an opportunity to build this spaceport, but we need to get the right people. So the first person I brought on board was Dave Roble. He's the former director of the spaceport in Colorado. He actually got a license for them. He's on our senior advisory board. This facility, at the end of the day, comes down to airspace. Airspace is critical. Right now in Las Vegas, it's called Class B Bravo airspace. It's all controlled by International Airport. And then you have Nellis Air Force Base, and that facility controls 2/3 of the airspace in Nevada. So in Clark County, we have the last little corner of airspace available. So you could have $1 billion and try to build another spaceport in a few years. You can't. There's no more airspace. So it makes it one of the most exclusive pieces of real estate in the world. So one of the people that I brought on board, the next person I brought on board was General Rob Navati. He was the commander of Nevada, Nellis Air Force Base. Colonel Dagger was the commander of Nevada Test Range, which controls that airspace. And then, of course, Megan Crawford, who's just been amazing. She's a managing partner of Space Fund. She's been a huge asset for our company. I just can't tell you enough about her. She's been great. So one of the things that I've learned as a self-employed person, since I was 21, I've worked for myself, and a couple of lessons I've learned is, one is I want to have multiple sources of revenue in whatever I do. And we have built into the model several streams of revenue. One is tourism, of course. We're going to be offering, starting next year, fighter jet rides to the edge of space, zero gravity flights. We're creating a facility with a planetarium and a heliport right near the Strip to bring tourists on a helicopter to the spaceport. We're going to be targeting the 100,000 satellites that are going up over the next decade. We're going to be providing horizontal launch. So that's like, right now in the next few years, they're coming out with space planes, and by the end of the decade, they're going to be a reality. What that is a vehicle that will be able to take off like a plane, go to space, and come down. The cost to deliver light satellites and cargo and people will radically change. The space shuttle costs $19,000 a kilogram to put a person or cargo into space. Elon Musk has got that down to $1,700 a kilogram. The space planes will bring it down to $300 to $400 a kilogram. So that's going to open up a whole nother world, and it allows us to operate within that airspace. The other part is, what's Las Vegas really about? It's about an experience, right? And so, like I said, there's spaceports around the country, but who wants to go to the desert out by New Mexico where Spaceport America is, and there's nothing out there. There's no restaurants, there's no hotels. Well, here in Las Vegas, we have the best hotels, we have the best restaurants, we have high rollers, and so our project for those folks, it's about creating the experience of a lifetime. That's our focus. So with that, I'm going to have Megan come back up and answer some of your questions when I'm... Can we get the video going?
Thanks, Rob. Do we have actual slides here? Or do they... Okay. All right, so, I'll do some dancing or something, keep you guys entertained. We are from Vegas. No, I'm teasing. That's not my style. I can barely be in high heels for this long, much less dance in them. All right, so let's do a quick show of hands. How many people in the room are investors? Okay, most of you. How many are entrepreneurs? They're not mutually exclusive. Okay, fantastic. So how many of you have heard of Elon Musk? Ah, there you go. That's the whole room. Okay. So how many of you are familiar with SpaceX? Yay, big rockets go to space. Everybody's happy. Fun, fun, fun. Okay. So I got into the space industry some many years ago. I'll date myself here a little bit by talking about this. before Elon had ever had a successful launch, okay? So everybody still thought he was, pardon my French, batshit crazy, okay? They're like, you can't do this. The only people who have ever launched anything to space are, you know, national governments, like some of the biggest governments in the world with these huge bloated bureaucratic programs. That's the only way you can get anything to space, right? Everybody knows that. This Elon kid, yeah, he made his money at PayPal and he thinks he knows things, but no, he's not gonna get anything to space, right? First launch, fails. Second launch, fails. Third launch, all of it's on the line. There's no more money. Elon's invested all of his PayPal fortune in this, and money from Peter Thiel and all the other names you've heard of. And they're coming up on their third launch. And if this doesn't work, it's all over. The idea of private space doesn't exist if this launch doesn't work. And it worked. And then the next launch worked, and then the next launch worked, and then the next launch worked, right? And so he completely changed the paradigm. And that's the story that most people know, okay? That's how most people think the space industry changed. But what I'm gonna talk to you a little bit about today is about the non-launch technology. The technology that's behind why there's a market for launch. The question most people don't ask is, what is being launched? Okay? Why is SpaceX now launching better than once a week? Better than once a week. They've averaged almost 2 launches a week this year. Who are their customers? Why are people paying for this? Why is SpaceX finally profitable? How can a launch company turn a profit when the US government used to spend billions of dollars a year keeping the space shuttle program alive? How do we now, 30 years later, live in a world where launch is profitable, right? That's a concept that I don't think anybody could have grasped or believed really and truly 30 years ago. And so sometime soon I'm gonna get some slides. All right, we'll keep having fun in the meantime. By show of hands, how many of you here are for the MedTech side of this event? Okay, versus the just kind of general tech side of the event. All right, I want to make sure I'm talking about the right things, because space hits both of those in a very serious way.
Hey, by the way, Megan, we just got your deck. It was 15 megs, okay? So it took a little while.
No, sorry, the big pictures, because it's pretty. Okay, let me test real quick and see if we don't have click yet. No worries, no worries. And so, while we're figuring this out, are we good? Are we good? We got clicks? We got clicks. Perfect. Thank you. So, most people have this kind of common misconception that space is about humans. You know, Elon likes to talk a lot about humans settling Mars, which is great and a wonderful future that I want us all to work towards. But let me tell you something about humans. They're squishy, okay? They're absolutely awful to try and keep alive in space. Like, it's really difficult. It's really, really difficult. And so, for the foreseeable future, for the investment horizon that every one of you investors are looking at, whether that's 7 years or 10 years or 20 years, the investment horizon of space isn't human. We are going to need humans because robots aren't quite as advanced as we want them to be. But the future of space for the foreseeable investment horizon isn't humans, it's technology. It's technologies that all of you in this room are familiar with, whether you're a MedTech investor or a general technology investor. There are technologies that are driving the space ecosystem right now that are also quietly driving everything that you're doing. And that's what I would like to talk to you about today. Okay, so people think about old space and new space. I don't know if you guys have heard these terms. Old space is the aerospace industrial complex that we've been warned about since our grandparents were young. The Boeings and the Lockheeds and the Northrops, no offense against them, I love them. They're great acquirers of my portfolio companies. We love you very much, big aerospace companies. But that's very different than when we talk about new space. New space is the startup ecosystem around space. Can we turn space into a Silicon Valley success story? Can we move fast and break things? Can we actually make a company investable on a venture scale timeline that's making profits in space? So for some context, I'm tracking more than 5,000 of those companies. Companies that are moving fast and breaking things and changing the way space is done. Companies that are two guys in a garage buying stuff from Home Depot that's going to end up on the ISS. That's a really fun story that I can tell you about one of my portcos if you come talk to me later. And so there's plenty of companies. When an investor looks at a sector, they want to make sure there's enough companies, a big enough sample set for them to choose from. I'm personally tracking 5,000 companies. That means there's many more than this out there. These are just the ones I know about. Of those 5,000 companies, 600 of them have had what we call a reality rating published on the Space Fund website, where we do a deep dive onto the company and evaluate how real they are. Do they have a real team? Do they have a real product? Do they have real technology? Etc. So 600 of those are published on our website, spacefund.com. You can go look them up right now, download spreadsheets. It's super fun. If you're a spreadsheet nerd like me, that is. Anyway, so deals reviewed in the last 12 months, over 500. So that's 10% of the companies I'm tracking have hit me up for money in the last year. We have invested in 21 companies so far out of 2 funds, and are obviously tracking quite a few more, but we've only made 21 actual investments so far. So 21 companies across 2 funds. Those of you who are paying a little bit of attention and slightly nerdy will notice that this slide contains a 4x5 matrix of exactly 20 companies, not 21. One of those companies is not listed because it's still in stealth. And so this was mentioned previously about this kind of disruption in launch cost. This is one of the biggest drivers of this industry, but I think it's very impactful to see it on this very simple black and white graph, right? We go from $19,000 a kilogram per kilogram to get things to space to less than $2,000 a kilogram. I mean, that's a step change, right? That's an order of magnitude. That is an absolute driver of economic fortitude, okay? And so now we get things like this. William Shatner in space. Who'd have thunk he'd actually get to go? Bless his heart, okay? Love you, Captain Kirk. So he actually got to go to space aboard a Blue Origin flight. It was a short suborbital flight, but still, you know, when Bill Shatner gets to space, that's something to talk about. Here's something, though, that's a little bit more serious. This is the inside of a Dragon capsule, a SpaceX Dragon capsule that is sending ISS astronauts to the ISS, because this is so astronomically more economical than NASA building their own bloated spacecraft that costs $20,000 a kilogram instead of $2,000 a kilogram. This is a sea change. So here's the other half of it. I told you, launch is half of it. Launch is the exciting part. I mean, what boy in the room doesn't like a good phallic-shaped rocket going vroom all the way to space, right? Who doesn't love that? That's fun. Okay, boy or girl, you know. That's half the equation. The other half of the equation is this. This is what satellites have always traditionally looked like. And look at those humans for scale there, right? That's huge. These things are the size of a school bus or bigger, and they cost $1 to $2 billion to make. Well, if you're going to spend $2 billion on a school bus, you're going to make sure every single part of that is over-engineered. Because once it's out in space, you can't fix it. There's no diesel mechanic to come up to the school bus at the bus station and fix it. That doesn't exist. So you have to over-engineer everything for this $2 billion investment. And then Silicon Valley said, wait, guys, I got you. This is the size of a satellite now. This is the size of a satellite today. This is called a CubeSat. This is a Planet Dove 3U CubeSat that is constantly taking pictures of the Earth from orbit. There's thousands of them in orbit, like right now, that are this size, okay? So when you think about that decrease in cost, plus that decrease in size, now how many more satellites can you fit on a launch for even decreasing cost? So we're talking about a 20x decrease in cost to launch and a 20x decrease in size of what's being launched. Now you've got a 400x profit potential. That's where Space Fund comes in. So, oh, this is another great chart. I really love this chart. Again, human for scale, right? But you can see clearly the evolution here, all the way down to that Planet Labs Dove satellite that is about the size of a loaf of bread. So some quick numbers. I am an investor. I live by numbers and spreadsheets. Total humans that have been to space to date, 656. There is an asterisk there because that is the US Air Force definition of where the line of space is. There are different definitions of where that line is. But 656 have been to space according to the US Air Force, which I tend to trust them. So humans currently in space. There are 10 humans currently in space. Who here knew that? Ah, there we go, a couple. But there are 10 humans currently in space, all of which are aboard the International Space Station. So total number of objects launched to space is almost 16,000. Obviously, this started in the 1960s, and we've been just constantly kind of launching things into space. 16,000 objects in space. Almost 9K of those are still in space, and here's the scary number. Only 7,000 of them are operational. So, you know, we're constantly dodging the ones that aren't. So that's the environment that we're living in now. And if you think about, okay, so a big portion of these are government satellites doing government things. But why are there 8,000 satellites operating in space right now? What are they doing? Well, let's take a quick sample of the Space Fund portfolio and find out. So, obviously you know these guys, SpaceX. They're one of my favorite pictures, this beautiful double booster landing. If you remember the space shuttle, they used to drop those double boosters into the ocean, never to be seen or heard from again. One of the huge portions of this cost reduction in launch is the ability to reuse these boosters. And so watching one of these in person is one of the most stunning things a human being can do. I highly recommend it. So where are all of these rockets going? I showed that picture earlier of those astronauts going to the ISS. Well, the ISS is set to retire in 2030. The ISS was designed in the 70s and built in the 80s. It is an antiquated piece of crap. Have you ever seen that Armageddon movie where they where Bill Buscemi kick something to make it work again. The astronauts actually do that, okay? Like it's really not good. So this is Axiom Space, completely private space company, building a completely private space station that will attach to the ISS for its first few modules and then become a free-flying commercial space station before the ISS retires in 2030. So for all you MedTech folks, this is the future of biomedicine. Being able to grow crystals uninhibited by gravity changes the way medicine works from the ground up. Right now, less than 10% of prescription medications actually have efficacy, and most of those are antibiotics. The rest of them, they help a little bit every now and again. This could change that. That's the promise of private space stations, is the ability to do the research and to build the pharmaceuticals that can't be done on a government-controlled space station. On this private space station, there is no FDA. There is no government in space. And so you can finally do all those things that haven't been done before. And then we start talking about manufacturing of fiber optic cables and all sorts of other things, and we'll get to some of that in a moment. And so, who doesn't like a good space laser? Everybody likes space lasers. Well, right now, satellite communication is drastically constrained by a number of factors. Less than 1% of the data that's collected on orbit makes its way back down to Earth. Less than 1%, due to a number of limiting factors. One of them is the ability to communicate down to Earth. Right now, satellites that are on orbit communicate via radio technology. Almost 200-year-old radio technology. The ability to do optical transmission from space is completely changing the space data game. So this is Skyloom, one of our portfolio companies. They've created the optical transistors for the Space Development Agency, a department of the DoD's space settlement layer, or excuse me, space transportation layer, and they are now commercializing this technology, which is really fun, really cool. Okay, so with a good space laser comes a good space gun. So this is a very long tube that uses just compressed gas to send objects into orbit via this little projectile. And so all those little tubes on the side are compressing gas against that V-shaped tube and can shoot it up to very high Mach levels, like multiples of the speed of sound, to get a projectile to space without ever needing a rocket. So we've got rockets, we've got space lasers, we got a space gun, all really cool tech. Now, this one's really fun. This is a company who's got some satellites on orbit that have a very unique range of the visual spectrum in which they collect data. This is one of my favorite pictures because we've had so many forest fires this year, and my father-in-law is a firefighter, and so I know very distinctly how much pain this causes. And the image on the right is what's available in the visible spectrum from planes, from normal satellites. Hydrosat, my portfolio company, can look through the clouds and see where actually the edge of the fire is so that the right things can be sent to the right places at the right time. This same imagery can predict crop yields based on the amount of moisture in the soil, right? So this is the new wave of Earth observation, where it used to just be pretty pictures of Earth. Now we're learning how to use satellites to actually save the planet. This is the technology that's going to make that happen. So for all the software guys, all ladies and guys in the audience, you can't run a constellation of satellites without software. So this is where artificial intelligence and machine learning are really helping the space industry right now, is by developing these software applications that can manage thousands of objects traveling at thousands of miles an hour, all being operated by a single human being. This is cognitive space, and they have created the software system that the US government is using to track and manage all of their satellites. Again, this is now being commercialized to a public market. Many companies are tracking, are managing thousands of satellites of their own, and this is the software system that can solve that problem for them. So there are, for the investors in the room who don't like hardware, there are software investments in the space industry as well. Much lower CapEx, obviously. And so here's one of my favorite, I don't have favorites. Like any good mom, I love all my children the same. But here's one of the ones that I think is easiest for me to talk about is Orbit Fab. They're building fuel depots in space. So imagine if you bought a car and it came with all the gas it was ever going to have for the entire lifetime of that car. How big would your gas tank need to be? How long would the car last? Weeks? Months? Right now, every satellite that's launched into orbit is launched with all the gas it's ever going to use. That means if your satellite is in a particularly punishing or low orbit, where it's being pulled on by the gravity of Earth, it's got to be constantly firing its thrusters to maintain its orbit. That satellite might only have a 3-year lifetime because it's going to run out of fuel. Well, what if I could refuel that satellite and give it a 6-year lifetime? How much does that do to your operating and business expense as a company if your major asset has now just doubled its lifetime and it's already been depreciated? I don't know if there's any accountants in the room. And so this is a game changer in the way the satellite business is done. And so gas stations in space, who doesn't want that? So I mentioned earlier that there's these big constraints on getting all this data back down from orbit because there is no cloud. Like how do we were talking about this the other day. Is like, do you remember the time when you had a cell phone, but there was no cloud to back up the data? So if you hadn't backed up your cell phone recently and it fell in the lake, all the pictures you took of your kids for the last 6 months are gone, right? Because there was no cloud to back up that data. Well, that's the exact same problem these satellites are having on orbit. They don't have enough onboard processing power to back up or save all of their data. So this company, Nebula Compute, is launching the first cloud computing on orbit to be able to offload all that data for these satellites. Space Forge is manufacturing silicone wafers for computer chips. We all know there's a computer chip shortage because manufacturing these silicon wafers that are the basis of the computer chips takes a whole bunch of time and effort and money. You have to have a vacuum. You have to have a near 0 degree Kelvin environment. That's really difficult and really expensive to produce on Earth. That's the natural environment of space, by the way. So manufacturing silicon chips on orbit could absolutely and completely solve and change the chip crisis. So one of the things that I get a lot about people saying, you know, space is exciting to me, space is interesting, but I'm not a rocket scientist. I'm not an engineer. I can't be involved. BS, okay? There's room for everybody in this industry, and so let me tell you why. First of all, my lawyer is not in the room, but just in case he's watching online, I am not a registered investment advisor, and this is not investment advice. Okay. So, obviously, invest. Public markets, there's a lot of public market availability for space stocks and space ETFs, and I'm not going to recommend anybody in particular. Have no conflicts there yet because one of my portcos became part of a public company, but neither here nor there. So there's a lot of established aerospace companies, and there's a lot of new space companies now that are available on the public markets. Like I said, there's ETFs if you want to spread your risk. not an investment advisor, but there are opportunities out there, okay? If you're an accredited investor, support startups and come talk to me afterwards about how you can do that and how we can work together to make that happen. Promote. If you don't want to put your dollars in, that's fine. We won't judge you for it. But you can still help us out by following, liking, sharing on all of your social media platforms. And learn and share. There's a whole category of journalism called space journalism that most people aren't aware of. The people on this slide are some of my personal favorite, not an endorsement, just some of my personal favorite space journalists that are a great starting point if you want to start learning about the industry and learning about the business of the industry. And then one of the biggest problems, besides financing, there's not enough capital in this industry, just like any nascent industry. You're always looking for more investors to kind of figure it out and flow capital in. But besides that, the biggest issue this industry has is hiring. We can't find enough people. We've got rocket scientists and engineers. We need accountants and finance people. We need HR people. We need marketing people. Oh my goodness, you can't believe how much this industry needs marketing and PR. Any skill set that you have that's valuable in some other industry is valuable in the space industry. It's a real industry full of real businesses who need real business people. So if you want to invest, promote, or get a job, come chat with me. Thank you very much.
That was absolutely incredible. I am deeply passionate about space, but even if you're not, you must have just understood. This woman knows what she's talking about, from talking about Kelvin to... Anyways, I think we haven't talked as much, but so we have a deal flow platform called Global Deal Flow, so we're going to actually be creating a whole space vertical. We'd love to feature a lot of her companies along with the Las Vegas Spaceport on there. So whether you're interested in the Spaceport or Space Forge, or other ventures, I'd love for you to list other things. That there's a lot of space debris. There's a lot of issues to get into space. There's going to be international from India and China, other places. There's going to be regulations that are going to hurt getting into space, that are hurting.
I could do a 2-hour presentation about China, but I won't get into that.
Love it. David, he loves it too. We were texting saying how much you're a rock star. We love it. So anyways, I'd love for you guys to connect with her while she's here. Her and Matt both drove from Vegas. Or Rob, sorry, so sorry. I'm on like 1 hour's sleep here, guys. Really appreciate both of them coming out. Josh Myers here on the GCN team connected us, knows I have a deep passion for space. I'm actively trying to market it, bring in funds for it, bring in engineers for it. It's just one of my passions among other industries and verticals. That's also my way I believe that we can change the world, because I think to even preserve humanity and our species, we have to get beyond this planet, not just because what Elon says, long-standing things. Anyways, I'd love for you guys to connect with her, help put some money into these ventures. Can we give a loud round of applause for Las Vegas Spaceport and for Megan Crawford Space Fund? Thank you guys. Appreciate you guys coming out. All right, next up, we have McKenna. She has come in all the way from Dubai. She's going to talk about some of her properties, all the way from islands to penthouses. I'm going to run back and see if we can try to get this video played. Do we have the video, guys? Didn't show up. Okay, well, we're going to work on it for the next few minutes here, but she's going to talk about some of her properties for a bit. You've probably seen her up at the very front here. She's going to talk. I'm going to see if we can get this video playing in the meantime.
Josh. Thank you, Global Capital Network, for inviting us out here. I'm very excited to be here today. So, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and fellow visionaries, life has had an amazing way of surprising me, as it often does for us all. And I want to share this surprise with you today. Hi, I'm McKenna. I grew up here in beautiful Orange County, California. And right now, I was supposed to be building a mortgage company with my mother, who has been in the industry, real estate and mortgage, for the past 23 years. So I knew I had my work cut out for me. And as it surprised me, and as fate would have had it, I'm visiting you today from all the way from across the world. in a city I feel privileged to call my new home. My journey was unplanned, but it has been so fulfilling, and it has captivated me in a way I could never have anticipated. I can honestly say it has my heart. Where is that, you may ask? That beautiful city is Dubai. And today, I'm going to tell you why Dubai is a world of boundless opportunities, and here are 3 reasons why. Firstly, because Dubai is a city that does not defy any limit, it stands as a testament as to what ambitious vision and unwavering determination can achieve. It is a city where the future takes shape and is a true definition of a globalized city. When I'm there, I'm surrounded by like-minded individuals who are pushing and thriving, and it creates a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship. Dubai is a land where possibilities are not only just imagined, but they are truly realized. So, if you have the drive, this city will lead you to your dream. But how? That's the second highlight I want to share with you today. Because Dubai is such an amazing city full of innovation, it is a canvas of opportunity, especially in the real estate market. The skyline of Dubai is not just a breathtaking view. It's a testament to the city's commitment to pushing boundaries of architectural and economic excellence. A year-to-year appreciation is from 20 to 20% on your property. And after investing, you will then be eligible for the Golden Visa, which is going to be 10 years worth. You can ask me more questions after this. I will be taking questions. And lastly, because we at Golden Nest Real Estate recognize extraordinary potential Dubai offers to investors, our mission is to build and to support a trusted community of global investors looking to transcend borders. We bring together expertise, personalized service, and a network that knows no bounds to create unique opportunities for our clients. We're more than just a real estate agency, we're visionaries, just like you, who understands the possibilities that lie within Dubai's dynamic real estate market. Together, we will navigate the world of international real estate investments, making your journey smoother and more rewarding. So, if you have the vision, we have the opportunity and support. I invite you to join us on this exciting venture where success is found. Thank you so much for having us today. And if you are also looking for this amazing journey, please contact us and we're happy to connect with you. A few properties that we have, so just to give you a little background, we work directly with developers. We are anywhere from residential to commercial, but one thing I really love to focus on is personalized service. So understanding what my clients are looking for, we're able to then tailor our service to meet those needs. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Global Capital Network, for having me. And please visit us. I would love to meet with you and share with you more of what we are doing. Thank you.
So we're about to play your video in just a second here.
Yes.
Or should we get the next guy up first?
So this is just one of many, many, many projects that we have in Dubai.
When I walk into the room, wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention, I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step, I got a fresh new attitude. Oh my, 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 oh my, my, my. Call me a king, you can buy me a crown. Oh my, 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 oh my, my, my. I'm leveled up, and this is my world now. This is my world now. time. These magazines wanna feature me, cause they know I'm on the rise. Get the attention, I'm on a mission. Cause ever since I flipped that switch, my power can't be denied. Oh my, oh my. Call me a king, buy me a crown. Oh my, oh my. I'm leveled up, and this is my world now. This is my world now. So anyone that tried to write me off, tell them they can go and write this down. This is my world now.
Thank you so much. Any questions? I would love to answer.
We have a question right
questions.
here. Let me get
Yes.
the microphone. So wait for
Yes.
the microphone. We have people on Zoom that need to be able to hear your response from the mic.
Okay, this is my daughter, and I want to let you guys know. Can you explain to them investing in Dubai as opposed to in Newport Beach? What does $2 million in Dubai get you? And the dirham to dollar, can you explain the difference to them and how much more you get for your money and how that return of investment comes much quicker than if you're just investing in the U.S.?
Yes, so the exchange rate is very strong from the US dollar to the dirham. It's 3.64%. So the value of your property when you're buying $2 million, you are then ranging, let's say, 6.4 million dirhams, which is massive. And what you're getting is amazing. You can either get a villa, you can be getting a 3-bedroom apartment. We have luxury, ultra luxury. It's truly a wave of the future. It really is. And I fell in love with Dubai. That's why I'm living there. I'm creating my life there, and I'm really inviting investors to be investing in the real estate market out there. Is booming. It's so high. I see many of my clients that are just thriving and getting more on their return than what I always under-promise, over-deliver. So it's truly amazing what you're investing in. I'm very passionate about it too.
So if I invested in a property that was actually under construction, let's say one of your high rises, right? How long would it take for me to get my money back, and how soon could I sell that?
Great question. So I work directly with all the biggest developers, and there is a market called the primary market, which is also called off-plan. When you invest with a developer, your cash goes into an escrow account. It's fully protected. Up front, you're paying anywhere from 14 to 24% upon signing the SPA, which is going to be your contract. That 4% is the only, I don't want to call it a tax. It goes directly to the Dubai Land Department. It's a one-time fee on any property that you purchase in Dubai. And from there, you are now on a payment plan structure. Depending on the project, depending on the completion date, depending on the developer, is where you get your payment structure. For example, there's one coming up soon, Damak Casa, which is going to be located right next to Palm Jumeirah. They have their payment structure for the next 3 years, every 3 months. And it's only 3% that you're paying every 3 months. So you also get the capability of putting your investment on the secondary market on resale after paying 34% of the property, which before construction, you're now able to sell your property and you're making a capital appreciation on that because you're buying at a premium cost. So it's truly, depending on what type of asset you want. If you want to flip your asset, that is an option, or keep your asset, and when the project is finished, we are now able to project manage your property and also rent it out for you, either short-term or long-term.
So if I'm hearing you right, do you put let's say 30% into the property?
Yes.
that's basically, and then do you credit qualify? How do you qualify on that? Because there's not really credit
Yeah.
in
there's-
Dubai.
Yeah, there's not really credit. There is mortgages, but as an international investor, it's a little more difficult to get a mortgage. It's all payment plan structured, so that is your mortgage. There's no pre-qualification other than me, your trusted advisor, and since I have such an amazing connection with the developer, I advocate for you, and the developer works with you directly. It's really easy. It takes one day. It takes one day in Dubai. Here in California, what, 30 days at least?
I close loans in 10, but that's
well,
me.
You're a superwoman.
So what is the ROI, would you say, on an investment?
Depending on the location, of course, depending on the investment, but anywhere from 8% to 15% ROI. Any more questions?
Here, I'll bring the mic over to you.
Yes.
We need the mic for the Zoom audience to be able to hear you.
What happens to the investor's capital if the developer doesn't finish the project?
It's in an escrow account. So if the developer does not finish the project, that money is then returned back to the investor. Yeah, they have regulations on that now, thank God. Yes. Yeah. So that's why I only work with all the biggest developers, because the biggest developers will have an escrow account already in place, so they already funded the project at least 50%. Any other questions?
Right here, and first right here.
Is there a capital gain structure in Dubai?
A capital gain structure?
Right. Do you pay capital gains on the gains?
On what? No.
No tax.
No tax.
I knew that.
No
I just
tax.
wanted to let everybody else know
Woo,
that.
no tax, yes.
That's right, Elijah. No tax. Good question.
Great question.
That was my question to you. Are there any property taxes?
Nope. There's that one-time 4% Dubai land department fee, and that's with any property that you buy. That's a one-time, and that's, yeah, there's no taxes. Yes.
One last question here.
Yeah, in like the next 5 to 10 years, how much increase in value are you expecting?
That is a really good question. As you may know, real estate markets are unpredictable. So as an advisor, I don't necessarily want to put a limit on anything because it can be above a lot, or we'll see. But projected, they said that 2024, which is coming up, is going to be at least 30% increase in the population, which is huge. A lot of people are, yeah, it's a lot. A lot of tourism, a lot of people living there, a lot of businesses. Because there isn't any taxes, it's a global hub. Yes, that's why I'm here. And that's why I live there. Clean. Very clean. It's amazing. Yes. You have exit.
So for everyone that couldn't hear, that's live broadcast on our Zoom right now. She's just saying, Kelly is saying how much more you get for $1 million in Dubai versus here, even Newport especially.
Yes, especially.
But anyways, that was the end of our questions here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming in from Dubai for us. We really appreciate you, McKenna. Anyways, next up, we have Brian McMahon from Expert Dojo. They have a big fund investing into startups. We really appreciate you coming out here. Sorry it's so late here. We really appreciate We're excited to hear what you have to say.
Awesome. Thank you, Josh. So I think Stephen asked me to be here because you all need to leave, and he's worried you might end up sleeping here. It's so late tonight. So I'm going to give you 10 minutes. I have no decks. I don't really have an ask. I'm actually going to Dubai next week, funny enough. And now that I know that I can trade in my Mazda for like a Ferrari, I'm definitely, it's going to be fantastic. So this year, I am generally speaking about what you need to do to survive as a startup. Now, what do I know about startups? Well, we were the 7th largest investor in startups globally in the second half of 2022, probably like 8th or 9th largest investor by deal numbers for the entire year. So we have invested in a lot of startups, just under 300 at this stage, right? And we put early stage checks into them, normally $50,000, $100,000, and then we follow it on with later stage checks of normally $1 million. So for me and us, and I say us, Brandon up here at the front, is one of my colleagues over at Expert Dojo. For us to have invested in so many startups, how many startups do you think we've seen? 10 times that amount? Be like 3,000. Maybe 100 times that amount, I would say is closer, because we get somewhere between 300 and 4, 5, 6, 7, 800 applications every single month. And these days we might invest in like 3, 4, 5 startups a month. Last year we were investing in 12 startups a month. So literally we've seen every single type of startup you can possibly imagine. And we also invest all over the world. So I want to cover 2 little topics, and we're going to do it very quickly over a 10-minute period. And the first one is like our purpose, our mission. And I can say that in one word, and I think everybody should have that. And I think we heard some wonderful talks earlier on. It's just such a beautiful talk about like making sure that everybody's aware of what happens within climate. Like, we're all going to die. Let's not make it easier for it to happen by destroying the place that we live or going to space and everything else that we're doing. So our purpose is one word. And it's a word that I've just started to use a lot in the last week or so, because we used to have another word for it. But it's a word called meritocracy, right? And if I can have like every single political system in the world changed, it would be to meritocracy. Like, people who work harder should do better than people who are lazy. It's just that simple, right? People who have skill sets should do better, and people who don't have skill sets should learn skill sets if they get to that place. And so what was the challenge with startup? Maybe up to last year or the year before, it's not based on meritocracy. Generally, the funding system in startup is an elitist, sexist, racist system that focuses on very few people who get to go through. Now, I don't generally talk about that this year, because I like to talk about how we get startups to succeed using a thing called aligned greed, which we love because it overcomes bias. But I want to mention it today because this is the Global Capital Network. And if this applies to startups, it also applies to early stage investors. Because we all love investing in startup, right? We find some great company, they have some great opportunity, they got a product, they got an opportunity, they got a technology, they got a world waiting for them to take it over. But then they have like another startup over here who gets invested by a very large fund who's got like 5, 10, 15, like, and I like Dubai as a place, but like Dubai deployed a lot of capital, right? So if we look at SoftBank's fund, that was a $100 billion fund that came from the sovereign fund, right? So how does startup A here compete with startup B over here that is $100 million given to them on their 21st birthday just because they went to a certain school or to a certain place? And as an early stage investor, you have to be aware of that. It's not just about the execution of the founder itself. It's not just about the place itself. It's about, does this startup have a fair chance of breaking through against this startup over here who's been given an unfair advantage? Think of it like a marathon, right? The way things used to work up until this year is that 26.2 miles. Marathons are great. I've run 2 of them, awesome, almost killed me, ruined my knees, but you know you run the whole 26 miles. But in startup, some folks have got an Uber waiting for them, at mile 6 or mile 7. Now they run the first 6 miles. Other folks, like I had a great education, I was very fortunate, like I got everything that I wanted when I was younger, and I had the ability to come out in the world. So I didn't start in the same place as the marathon as somebody else who maybe came from a poorer background or somebody came. So it's not an even race that we have. But what's happened this year is that this world of venture capital has crashed around some of the biggest venture capitalists in the world. Because the problem with really good Ponzi schemes is that when the market starts to drop, those folks who were doing really well because nothing was based on merit, it was all just based on money, 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 these companies start to crash. And if you want to have like an entertaining view of this, you can look at the CB Insights article that talks about the top 300 or 400 greatest disasters in venture over the last couple of years. But where are we now? It's all gone, right? This means that not only can early stage startups that have great ideas, great execution, the potential for really good traction, can they break through? Because there's no huge amounts of money being given out at Series Bs and Ds and C rounds anymore, not this year, but it also means early stage investors can do incredible. And like I said, I have nothing to offer. We don't have a fund. We fund ourselves. We're doing just great. The opportunity fund will be oversubscribed straight away, so we don't give any opportunity. I just tell you what we see. And 15, 20 years ago, for you to be able to get into early stage startup, what was IBM worth? $200 billion? One of the biggest companies in the world. What's Apple worth today? $3 trillion. Is it three? $2 or $3 trillion, right? So by logical like deduction, where's the biggest company going to be in 10 years' time? Like $10 trillion? Yeah, you fancy owning like 5 or 10% or 2% or 1% of that? So the opportunity today for the investors that are not necessarily aligned with the biggest funds in the world is phenomenal in the early stage space. You can find some of the greatest opportunities out there, and that's what we do. But then you might say, okay, Brian, but how do we make sure that they bust through? Well, here's where it gets really beautiful. Because I'm an old guy, I come from a place where like cold calling was something that you do normally. I come from a place where like multiple emails and multiple outreach is something that's part of like your normal day. And so that's all back. So we're growth hackers at Expert Dojo, every one of us. And that means that when we get the startups in, we're like, here's the deal. There is no work-life balance in startup. It ain't gonna happen, right? You're going to war. And you're going to war for like 3 years, maybe, if you do it right, if you understand it's a war against time. And if you're going to do that, then I want 40% of your time spent on outreach. I want to make sure that you're optimizing customer, and I want to make sure you are not building some shitty, awful, minimum viable product. I want a lovable product. I want a product that your customers love. So I could talk about this stuff for hours. I see it as like the most opportunistic, phenomenal, incredible time for early stage investors, not to put all your money into. Like I kind of agree with places like Dubai and stuff, like that's relatively safe for money. It's like bricks and mortar. Even this place is gonna keep on increasing. Like you're gonna do fine. Early stage startup ain't that. Like it ain't 50% increase, 100% increase. It's 1,000, 10,000, 50,000% if you get the right companies to invest in. So I would say if you haven't been looking at startups, then this is the best time there's ever been. It's gonna come over the next 2 years. Those trillion-dollar companies are gonna come out. They will come out of California. You will see them. Align yourself with the funds so you can see where they're coming from and educate yourself to the startups as to where they are. Simple as that. Like I said, I don't want to go on too long because it's like late for all of you. But any questions, or would anybody like to know anything about startup? What you got? So here's the thing. Startup is based on skill gapping. So I want to give you a slightly long answer as to when I first started, our whole idea was to say, we want to make sure that we are so unbiased in what we do. Like if anybody said to me now, how many women entrepreneurs do you invest in? I'm like, I don't care. We never counted it, don't care. It's what meritocracy is. Why should we care? It goes wrong. How many founders of color are I don't care. I will tell you, we're like the #1 or the #2 investor in Africa right now by deal numbers, but I don't care. because I invest in them because they're better founders. So when I looked at a founder, when I first started Expert Dojo, it was entirely about, is that me? Beep, beep, beep. It was entirely about, we want to help the people who we believe can be really good. Now that I'm a little bit older, I believe there's like 3 types of people in the world. There's talkers, there's executors, and there's strategists. And those people, very hard to have all 3. And generally, you get to know the talkers too late, right? They come in, they're in your organization, they sound great, they look great, they sit down great, but they just talk. And the strategists, it's very hard for them to do stuff. And so when I get a founder with a great idea, with a large market size that I know that they can grow into, and I get someone who's an executor, but who can listen really well, that to me is like the greatest startup in the world. And execution leaves clues. And I think we're out of time, are we? Okie dokie. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for listening.
Thank you so much. That was Brian McMahon from Expert Dojo. So much more to hear about his investments in Africa and across the world. That was awesome. Anyways, we have Mike Skura from Tour Trader Pro.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Thank you very much, everybody. Give me a second to come up here. I was actually looking for a different answer from Expert Dojo on what the #1 thing investors look for. I've been talking to a lot of investors recently. As you might know, that's why I'm up here talking to a lot of investors. And what I found was that the #1 thing investors are looking for is the size of the opportunity, because the reward needs to justify the risk you're taking. And so just by the way of introduction, my name is Mike Skura. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Tour Trader Pro. It's a global sports exchange where you can buy and sell the performance of professional athletes just like you do stocks in the stock market. We took a sports book and the stock market and we combined them into a single platform that gives you unlimited optionality, and we'll get into that a little bit more. But the #1 thing that most investors are looking for is total addressable market, right? How big is your opportunity? What is the size of it? $1 trillion, right? $1 trillion business opportunity doesn't just fall into your lap at a startup pitch competition, or does it? I've been looking for one for the last 20 years. Ever since I immigrated here from Poland with my parents in 1995, I was 10 years old. Back then, we were looking for a different opportunity. That was the American dream, if anybody remembers that opportunity. After graduating from university, I spent the first 10 years of my career working for one of the world's largest financial services companies, and there I learned what it takes to build a massively profitable business. But I'm an entrepreneur at heart. I'm a risk taker. I love what I did, but I really needed to figure out how much value I can really create in the world over my lifetime. So I decided to start my entrepreneurial journey 10 years ago, and over the last decade, I've worked in a variety of different industries. I started a number of businesses ranging from construction to decentralized finance to liquidity mining and yield farming all over the world. Was looking for these opportunities, this infinitely scalable business, looking for seismic shifts in the industries and also in regulatory reform. And in 2018, I found something. The federal government repealed PASPA, the Professional and Amateur Sports Protection Act, which allowed states to be able to control sports betting in the United States. And all of a sudden, the largest market in the world for sports betting opened up right here in the US. And I knew I needed to jump on this opportunity, and coincidentally at the same time, my co-founder came to me with an idea of being able to merge sports betting and stock market and create an exchange where you can buy and sell the performance of professional athletes just like you do stocks in the stock market. 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Oh, if you're not familiar with an exchange business, it's one of the most profitable and scalable business models ever created, right? We connect buyers and sellers, and we take a little fee for making that connection. If you look at some of the existing exchanges in the United States, like Interactive Brokers or the CME Group, their gross operating margin ranges anywhere from 65 to 75%. At the same time, the sports betting market is exploding in the United States. Did you know last year over 65 million people bet on sports in the US, betting over $100 billion, and the industry's only been around for 5 years. Analysts are projecting that this market is going to be a $200 billion market by the end of the decade. And we're talking about just the United States. Tour Trader, as it stands, is launching in the US, in the UK, in Europe, Southeast Asia, and Canada. We are talking about a $1 trillion total addressable market here, right? Today, you have the opportunity to own 25% of a massively scalable business, but that's not all, right? All of this investment comes from fiat currency. There's many jurisdictions around the world that are allowing sports fans to make bets with crypto or digital currencies. That is another $500 billion market opportunity that nobody is playing in yet. There's only a couple of competitors there. There's a company you've never heard of called Stake.com. They're an online casino based out of Curacao, and they reported an $800 billion dividend last year. They've only been around for 5 years. There is no competition in the space. So, in conclusion, what we're looking for is a partner to come in at a 25% equity stake within our business to take advantage of a $1 trillion TAM, a massive intellectual property moat that we created, and a management team that's got decades of experience in sports betting, capital markets, and business formation. Thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to answering any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for him? There we go, over here. Here, I'll bring a microphone to you.
Yes, the product's been live in the App Store. You can go ahead and download it. We've got a QR code out front at our booth, and you can play. It's free to play currently, so we're going through our regulatory and licensing process right now. So we're going to be live in the U.S. For live money trading by the end of this year in a couple of states, in Mississippi and Kentucky, in Nevada. And then we're also going through the regulatory proceedings in the UK and Europe as well. But right now, it's live, free to play.
And how are you acquiring users?
So our user acquisition right now has been boots on the ground, doing a lot of just guerrilla marketing, going out to different sporting events. We've accumulated a database of over 30,000 potential users. So we've gotten a lot of great feedback from our early customers. But our customer acquisition strategy is going to be a little bit different because our go-to-market is a B2B2C business model. So we are actually not going to go directly to the customer in the U.S. And try to acquire them and compete with DraftKings and FanDuel over customer acquisition. We're actually going to give our platform to them, license it, so that they can then distribute it to tens of millions of customers that they already have. So this is going to be a rev share licensing deal with the existing sportsbook operators here in the United States.
And you're already engaged in those conversations with those channel partners?
We are, yep. And so not only those, but there's a key distribution company based out of the UK that's got global distribution for all of the sportsbook operators. And we're flying to London at the end of the month to get that paperwork inked. To get instant global distribution through that platform.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Any other questions?
A question back here.
As a California resident, are we able to utilize your app and bet on sports?
So right now, yes, you can download the app, and it's like I said, we will populate your account with $10,000 of funny money, and you can trade. The way that we're engaging fans right now and players is that the top traders on the platform at the end of every week will receive in-kind prizes. We offer cash. We offer collateral, sports equipment, things like that we partner with folks. But until sports betting is legal in the state of California, you won't be able to do live money betting.
Perfect. All right, thank you guys. We have just our last presenter about to come up here. So you can find his deal. We're going to be featuring it under the entertainment section and gaming section on Global Deal Flow, Global Capital Network's online deal flow software. Thank you so much for coming out, Mike. So he will live long on the Global Deal Flow platform. After this event, you'll be able to find all the deals of everyone that presented tonight, including his, which will be the first deal in the gaming space on our site. Anyways, our final deal of the evening. Thank you guys so much for sticking through. We have Jack's Cannabis. Thank you, Dwayne. Please, we're going to actually have Alan Stone introduce you before I give you that mic. Look at this badass outfit he has.
All right. Thanks, Josh. Thank you, everybody, for staying till the end. And we've got a great company about to come up that was a startup when they started, and they've kind of lasted and survived and prospered. Jack's Cannabis, based in San Diego. They're one of the top dispensaries in San Diego. So you can buy cannabis and CBD products in their store, both medical and recreational cannabis. They deliver, they have brands, they've got a terrific app. You can order on your app or online and get your product delivered to your door in 1 hour. In San Diego County, they're doing a Reg A Plus offering. Right now, they're selling stock at $4.20 a share. The minimum investment is $420, so it's very affordable. And if you want to participate in the cannabis industry, this is a great way to get in. And they want to expand with the money they're raising into Orange County and into Los Angeles County, open up more stores. Dwayne is the founder, Dwayne Alexander. He's terrific in terms of getting licenses in the industry. In his career, he's gotten 40 licenses in the cannabis industry, not just for himself, but for other people. These licenses are very valuable. Right now, they own 4 or 5 licenses that are worth collectively over $13 million. And so Dwayne will tell you the story of Jack's Cannabis. Thank you.
Awesome. I think you actually did a good job. Saving the best for last. Okay, everybody. Federal rescheduling is near. Just wanted to drop that bomb. My name is Dwayne Alexander. Looking for that slide? All right, no slide. Slide, maybe, no slide. All right, no slide. So Jack's Cannabis is our flagship brand. We are operating out of San Diego, California. We've been operating since 2017. We have had a pretty strong growth structure over the last 3 years. We've grown almost 1,000%. Our average ticket value is about $75, where the state average is about $55. And our unique yearly customer value is about $800 per year. We currently have 18,122 customers in our database as of early today, and that number is increasing on a daily basis. We are licensed for retail, distribution, manufacturing throughout the entire state of California, and we deliver as well throughout the county of San Diego. Our goal is to expand and consolidate delivery throughout the state of California using technology and license-backed assets. Okay, there we go. You got it. Yep. So we currently have 3 licenses, one in the city of Ramona, one of 4 of the county licenses of the San Diego County. We also have been granted recently a license by the city of San Diego, one of 28. We also have a license in the city of La Mesa, with 3 additional licenses in the pipeline coming for acquisition in the next 12 months or so. Our goal is to use technology to expand our brand, technology as a mobile application, basically to solve the problem in the industry where most people get deliveries within a 3 to 4 hour period. We've broken the technology code to be able to get you a delivery within 30 minutes to an hour. Right? The current scene is what we call a pizza delivery model, where everybody can understand that, where the drivers go back, they pick up a couple of pizzas, they drop those pizzas off. What we're using is more of a geo-targeted model, where it's an ice cream model, where customers within that area, they're seeing exclusive menu to that driver in that area, and when they're seeing that menu, it's live, real time. That driver's usually within a 10 to 15 minute parameter of where they're at, so we can get the deliveries to them very, very fast. Right? Also, within the application itself, kind of skipped a couple. Within the application itself, there's also some social media aspects to it that collects all the users' habits, their data, 400 different posts of data throughout their transactions, as well as it allows them to share online, gain points, and following online as well. Okay. Our current facility and footprints, as I mentioned earlier, we have one in the city of Ramona. We've been operating there since 2017, almost $5 million in revenue last year. Second market, city of La Mesa, retail facility, 3,000 square feet there. Fourth would be city of San Diego, a 3,300 square foot retail. And fourth, we have 10,000 square feet of manufacturing and distribution in San Diego as well. We are vertically, or I would say horizontally integrated, where we control everything from the flower all the way to the consumer. We don't cultivate, but we work with over 60 different farms that process and cultivate for us. Right. Revenue drivers, our revenue drivers have been building our relationships through the farms, building, buying in bulk purchasing, and competing with the other retail markets by offering our customers the cost directly from the farm passed on to the retailer. Right. If you go to weedforthepeople.com, you can visit, you can see everything about the site, you can download the circular, you can read every piece of information about the corporation, audited financials, etc. You can click the investment button, upload your ID, and boom, you are a shareholder of the company. Right? So visit weedforthepeople.com, and thank you very much.